Chapter 745. 0745 Sandal's expression was uncertain for a moment, but in the end, he did not order his men to attack the plane. He said, "Lucifer, you will pay the price for your actions this time." With that, Sandal waved his hand and quickly led his men out of the airport. Dirk stood up and said sincerely, "Thank you for not killing anyone. They are only obeying orders. Most of the time, killing won't solve the problem. There are only more orphans and widows who can't reconcile with each other." Yifan sighed, "Your body has almost recovered, right? We don't have time to stay here any longer. If you want to talk to me about the internal situation of the Dragon Knights, then leave this place first." Dirk nodded, "No problem, I only suffered superficial wounds. Once my physical strength has recovered, I can naturally continue fighting." At this moment, a black Cadillac SUV with a medical car drove over from afar. Florica, dressed in a white coat, jumped out of the car and shook her head helplessly. "My prince, you're really good. The moment you arrived, you actually attracted the Dragon Knights troops over. They came all the way here and alarmed the Ministry of Defense of the Magnesium country." Li Fan Xian smiled, "It's not like I asked them to come." "What, did the military of the Magnesium country send troops over?" "The Dragon Knights have retreated, and so have they. It seems like they don't want you to misunderstand. The Pentagon is still quite afraid of you," Florica said. "It's best if they leave. I don't want to waste time dealing with them either." Yifan said, "I'll go and bring President Li down now. When we get to the medical center, if everything is safe, we'll perform the surgery. Every minute and second of delay could lead to terrible consequences." Moreover, he didn't know when the Dragon Knights would come looking for trouble with him, so he had to cure President Li as soon as possible. Very quickly, with the help of a professional medical team, President Li was sent to the medical car. Yifan, on the other hand, sat in Florica's car with the two women, and Dark Cyril followed them. In the car, Dirk said apologetically, "Lucifer, I didn't know that you were here to bring a patient to see a doctor. I've delayed your journey." "It's already happened, there's no need to say this." Yifan asked, "What's the situation with your Dragon Knights?" "I don't know much about you. Tell me about it first so that I can make my next plan." Dirk nodded. "It's normal that you don't know. We Dragon Knights have always stood aloof from worldly affairs and do not participate in the struggles of any country or organization. In fact, at the end of the Holy War, the Holy Royal Court actually hoped that we would send troops to help the Mei nation, but we voted against it. Fortunately, we made the right decision at that time. That group of damned swindlers, I knew they would pull in helpers all over the world." Yifan disdainfully said. Dark laughed and continued, "Our dragon riders are relatively few in number, and you know this as well. Normally, dragon riders will train in Dragon Valley year-round, and after taking us as their masters, they will be taught combat skills by us 7 great dragon riders. Unless the Dragon Knights are in a life-or-death situation, they won't participate in battles, even if some of them are close to us in strength. But as far as I know, these disciples are at most close to it. No one can step forward to replace the 7 of us. The only ones who can speak are us 7 Dragon Knights. The Holy Dragon Alland controls almost all of the Dragon Knights and is our spokesperson. However, in the past few years, he has become a dictator. I once suggested in an internal meeting of the Dragon Riders that Alland's power was too centralized. However, the Fire Dragon, the Ice Dragon, and the Thunder Dragon you saw today are all closely related to Alland. I'm not sure if they have any secret deals, but at least they all support Alland. Only I, the remaining Earth Dragons, and the Wind Dragons did not fully support Alland, but I'm not sure if the Earth Dragons and Wind Dragons are willing to trust me after what happened." Yifan calculated and said, "That is to say, of the 7 Dragon Knights, there are 4 on Alland's side, and at most 3 on your side. Doesn't that mean that you guys are definitely at a disadvantage?" "Yes, it's very disadvantageous. In fact, only my strength is close to Alan's. The others are weaker than us. Although I can't guarantee who will win if they fight to the death, at least that's the case in terms of cultivation. However, in order to deceive others, I stole the Dragon Flame badge and didn't wear my armor when I left the Black Dragon Hole. Without the dragon blood armor left behind by my ancestors, it would be very difficult for me to contend against Alan. Dark said regretfully. Yifan said in shock, is there really dragon blood in the Dragon Knight's armor? Yes, according to the records of our Dragon Knights, not only do we have dragon blood, we also have dragon scales. That's why the armor of our 7 Dragon Knights can last for thousands of years without being damaged. Although it's not invincible, as long as it's reforged with special craftsmanship, it can continue to be used. Just like my armor, it was pierced through by a Chinese swordsman 500 years ago, but after being repaired, it was still as clean as new. As a Dragon Knight, Dark clearly had a deep belief in the existence of dragons. Yifan heaved a sigh of relief. Since the ancient swordsman could pierce through their armor, then he could probably do it with his sword intent as well. He wouldn't be unable to even pierce through their turtle shell. The reason you fell out with Alan this time was because you discovered that he was cooperating with Sylvie? Yifan asked. Dark's expression became serious as he said, this is a long story. To put it simply, starting from 5 years ago, I discovered that Dragon Rider soldiers have continuously joined, but the total number hasn't changed. Many of the organization's youngsters mysteriously disappeared. The Dragon Riders had always been in charge of Alan. He said that he had lost some in a secret operation, but when I asked him what the operation was, he was very perfunctory, so I kept an eye on it. I couldn't find any clues at first, until one time, the current Prime Minister of Ing, Miss Tiffany, held a private banquet, attended by people like the arms dealer Leib's son and the Rothschild family. Strangely enough, they actually invited me and told me that Alan was also invited. Only then did I realize the seriousness of the matter, Miss Tiffany. Yifan suddenly thought of something, could it be the Peterburg Club? That's right, Miss Tiffany's official position is the Prime Minister of Ing, but she is also an old noble of Ing, a hereditary duke, representing the interests of a large number of nobles of Ing. She, Rebus, Brandon, and many other important figures in the world, whether in the open or in the dark, are all members of the Peterburg Club. Chapter 746. 0746 Du Yuner and Feng Yuing listened to the conversation between the two men from the back of the car. The more they listened, the more they felt that it was inconceivable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they knew nothing about the unfathomable underground world and the secrets behind it. It wasn't until the name Peterburg Club came out that Feng Yuing said in surprise, "This club really exists. I always thought it was just made up." "Sister Feng, what is Peterburg?" Du Yuner asked doubtfully. Feng Yuing shook her head and said, "I've only heard of it. After World War II, some of the most powerful people in the world established a club in Europe. Most of them were the most powerful politicians and generals, the heads of large corporations, and some big shots who controlled media resources. They can cause financial turmoil all over the world, control the world, and obtain the benefits they want. This club is too powerful, so there are no reporters or media that can report on it, so I've always thought it was just a rumor. What this young lady knows is basically the truth." Dirk said, "Peterburg's influence is seeping into every corner of the world. I'm afraid only China and the others are unable to interfere. As far as I know, even the military in the Magnesium country is in control. The president's aide, the 4-star general, General Robert, is also a member of the club. In a sense, these were a group of great figures who stood at the peak of the world. Their cooperation with each other had already surpassed the level of ordinary countries and nations. These people gathered together to recruit Alan. It was definitely not purely because of the fighting strength of our Dragon Knights. After all, they controlled more than half of the world's nuclear warheads, and ordinary military power could destroy the entire world. So, I think they must be looking for Holland in hopes of getting some other benefits. Originally, it was impossible for me to know about this, but they probably made a mistake and thought that Holland and I were of the same mind. They thought that Holland and I were close in strength, so they invited me as well. Although I refused and did not attend the banquet, Holland did. I think that was not the first time he went to contact those people. Is Sylvie also a member of the Petersburg Club? Yi Fan asked. Dirk shook his head. I'm not sure about that, but Holland and Sylvie are very close. After Sylvie took over the Black Emperor and became the ruler, Holland seemed to use the name of exchanging pointers to invite Sylvie to his residence every year for a few days. You should also be aware of their status in the outside world. If outsiders knew that they often spar together, they definitely wouldn't think that they have a simple relationship. This doesn't completely explain what kind of cooperation he has with Sylvie. Yi Fan said. Yes, but I discovered a secret of Holland's. Dirk's gaze was serious. What? Yi Fan was puzzled. Dirk said in a low voice, he is younger than 10 years ago. Yi Fan's mind quivered. Although the two women were baffled by what they heard, Yi Fan knew what Dirk meant. He had a deep memory of the demon that absorbed life force from Sylvie's body. I understand. Then I can probably guess the fate of the missing young people in your Dragon Knights. Yi Fan sighed. I can't sit back and do nothing anymore, so I thought of a way to get you to help us drive Holland off the stage. Only by cutting off the connection between the Dragon Knights and the Petersburg Club can we get back on track. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. He didn't seem to be a superhero who saved the world. Why did he always encounter this kind of trouble? I understand what happened to you, but before I have a showdown with Holland, I have to perform an operation first. Yi Fan saw that they had already arrived at the medical center and patted Dirk's shoulder. Dirk understood and said, Don't worry, if Holland brings people over, I will help you block them first. After all, everything happened because of me. Although I'm not wearing armor, it won't be a problem to block them for a while. Everyone entered the medical center, and President Lee was sent for a preoperative examination. Although it was night, at Ronita's request, a surgical team had already gathered here. Yi Fan and Ronita walked together into the brightly lit conference room. A few foreign doctors were waiting impatiently. Phew. Oh God, it's finally here. Dr. Ronita, do you know how much an hour of mine is worth? A bespectacled doctor spread out his hands in an exaggerated manner. This is the doctor from China that you were talking about, doctor. He's still so young, are you kidding me? Another curly-haired female doctor said with a frown. Ronita said with a face full of ridicule, you guys better not talk too much nonsense. This Dr. Yi has a bad temper. If it wasn't for you, Dr. Ronita, personally coming forward, we wouldn't have wasted our time on such a young Chinese. The bespectacled doctor had a face full of disdain. Yi Fan didn't want to waste his breath, so he took out a stack of prepared medical records and placed some of the films under the light. Picking up a ballpoint pen, Yi Fan pointed at the internal organs on the radiographic films and began to explain the situation. You should have heard that this time, because of kidney function problems, the patient requested not to have a happy operation, and to remove the huge hepatocellular carcinoma in the atrium. The patient has a huge tumor in the right lobe of the liver, and there are continuous tumor nodules that move along the inferior vena cava to the right ventricle. Wait a minute. Without waiting for Yi Fan to finish speaking, the bespectacled doctor raised his hand and said, This is just your conclusion. Not to mention that this operation is purely a dream in my opinion. What reason do we have to believe the results of your Chinese doctor's examinations so far? What do you mean? Yi Fan's eyes turned cold as he asked. It's very simple. The reason why you came here to seek medical treatment is because the medical standards of China are lagging behind. Since they are lagging behind, why do you still need to listen to your diagnosis? I suggest that we proceed with a new round of diagnoses. The bespectacled man grinned. Rediagnosis. You mean? Do all the tests again. Yifan narrowed his eyes and asked. That's right, every one of us here is a world-class surgeon. We have never heard of your name before, so why should we listen to your nonsense? Even if we want to talk about the operation plan, it should be Dr. Ronida. We are giving her face, not yours. Yellow-skinned brat, the bespectacled man said with disdain. Yifan sighed, lightly shook his head, then suddenly threw out his hand. The ballpoint pen was like a pocket-sized cannonball, directly whizzing past the bespectacled man's ear, and with a pang sound, it pierced into a wall a few meters behind him. Ah! The curly-haired female doctor beside him screamed, blood. Only then did the bespectacled man react. He covered his ears and discovered that he had been stabbed with blood. Everyone looked at the pen and saw that it was deeply embedded in the wall. Immediately, the meeting room quieted down. The bespectacled doctor covered his ears in pain, but his face was pale and he didn't dare to make a sound. Ronida sighed. I've already told you that Dr. Ye's temper isn't very good. Why do you have to? Chapter 747. 0747. This time, none of the doctors said anything to refute him. They were all precious bodies and had a great life to enjoy. How could they lower themselves to the level of a madman, who could hurt people at any time? Although they weren't convinced in their hearts, and even hated him to the point of panicking, they still wanted to see what kind of confidence Yifan had to dare to speak to them like this. After Yifan walked out of the meeting room, he did not directly go to the operation room. Instead, he found Feng Yuing and Du Yuner. Yuner, Ying, when I go into the operation room and perform surgery on the dean, don't go anywhere. Just stay outside the operation room with Dark Cyril. If there's an emergency, I'll be able to take care of it. Yifan said. Feng Yuing nodded in understanding. Don't worry, I won't be in a hurry to see little Hui. We're already here, so there's no need to wait for a few hours. Yifan smiled, and said to Ronica, I need a computer. Computer? What are you going to do? Ronida asked. Send an email, Yifan said. Ronida was stunned. Dark Cyril, who was at the side, also thought of something and asked, could it be that you want to contact your old subordinates? Phone calls were easy to eavesdrop on, but special internet channels were very safe. At extraordinary times, many underground organizations communicated through the internet. Yifan said, you brought the Dragon Flame badge out, so the battle is inevitable. I need to let my brothers prepare in advance, otherwise, they will be completely passive. However, Dirk frowned and said, Lucifer, with all due respect, although your inferno rose very quickly and was indeed brave and good at fighting, most of the people sent by the old rulers and the sacred royal court were below the spirit condensation realm. Even so, 4 of your 12 great demons have already died in the holy war. If I remember correctly, Samuel, Abaddon, and Beelzebub were all once at the spirit condensation realm. Their deaths have had a great impact on you. But this time, we are facing the Peterburg Club, the old ruler and Holland. There are at least 4 spirit condensation realm experts, and it's hard to estimate the other experts. As for the rest of you, Azazel, Asmontis, Leviathan, and the others, although they are excellent commanders and assassins, their individual strength is not top-notch. You can contact them now and ask them to come to the main nation. I don't think they can do much unless they can bring the military forces of Bahamut and Baphomet here. But the Pentagon will never allow that. It will only increase the pressure. Fan Xian calmly said, what you said is very right, but I naturally have my own plans. What you need to do now is to contact the 2 Dragon Knights, the Earth Dragon and the Wind Dragon, who might stand on your side. Try your best to stay neutral when facing Holland and the others, and not have 2 more enemies. Dark nodded cautiously, all right, I originally wanted to leave the Magnesium Nation with you first and think about it in the long run, but now it seems. Leaving is impossible, we can only change our strategy. Time was tight. After talking to Dirk, He immediately found an office and sent an email to Sally Yi, who was on Purgatory Island, through Inferno's own special network channel. After dealing with it, Yi Fan changed into a set of surgical clothes, disinfected the poison, and walked into the operating room. The famous doctors of the main nation could only be assistants this time, so they were obviously not convinced. However, they had no choice but to cooperate with Nero Onita, so they could only give him face. Seeing Yi Fan come in, everyone still looked like they were watching a good show. Blood pressure 120/73, heart rate 82, everything is normal, the anesthetist said lightly. Yi Fan nodded, took the scalpel, and without too much communication, he cleanly opened his abdomen and performed the surgery to remove the right lobe of the liver. When they saw Yi Fan cut down, the few doctors finally had a serious look in their eyes. They discovered that Yi Fan's surgical skills were very skillful and smooth, without the slightest extra movement, and his speed was extremely fast. Just this move alone made them realize that this young man from China was indeed not simple. Ronica stood at the side and watched the changes in everyone's expressions. Her eyes were filled with a smile. She had long since expected this. However, this part of the operation was relatively easy. The real problem was the next part, because the patient's kidney function is not complete, using an artificial heart and lung is extremely dangerous. We cannot perform a happy surgery. Yi Fan said, next, I will use my method to directly remove the tumor. Just listen to my commands. This Dr. Yi, if you don't cut open the heart, how can you remove the tumor? Aren't you contradicting yourself? The bespectacled doctor asked in annoyance. Yi Fan did not explain further. He took the scalpel and began to cut open the caudate lobe of the liver, revealing the inferior vena cava. When a doctor saw this scene, he was shocked. Don't tell me you want to start from the right lobe of the liver and pull out the tumor plug that connects to the atrium. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows, as expected of a world-class famous doctor. Since you can tell, you should know how to cooperate, right? This is crazy. I've never seen such an operation before. This. How should I do this? The doctor was a little dumbfounded. Yi Fan sighed. It seemed that the technology in the Earth's axis was indeed difficult for the doctors in the world to figure out in a short period of time. First assistant, second assistant, ligate the bile duct, give me the single-pole electric knife. Ligate the blood vessels near the hepatic vein. Cut open the diaphragm and free the inferior vena cava. Yi Fan began to command, giving these assistants the most direct instructions. Not long after, the blood flow to the liver was blocked. Yi Fan asked someone to calculate the time and cut open the inferior vena cava from the right hepatic vein. During the entire operation, everyone present was shocked to the core. At the same time that they were impressed by Yi Fan's exquisite skills, the way they looked at Yi Fan had also changed from the initial contempt to worship. When Yi Fan removed the tumor in the right lobe of the liver, the operation was also declared a success. By the time the wound was stitched up, the group of doctors were already in a daze, and no one could say a word. Especially the bespectacled male doctor, his face was full of shame, and he seemed very embarrassed. The amount of blood loss is 700, the pressure is 130, the pressure is 75, everything is normal. The anesthesiologist looked at Yi Fan in disbelief as if he was dreaming. Yi Fan took off his mask, looked at President Li's sleeping face, and smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He didn't have the leisure to care about the changes in the doctor's gazes at him, so he left the operation room. When they arrived outside, the sky was already brightening. Feng Yuing and Du Yuner didn't sleep for the whole night. When they saw Yi Fan come out and found out that the operation was successful, they were extremely excited. Especially Du Yuner. After so many days of worry, she finally relaxed and cried again. However, this time, she was smiling and crying. After comforting Du Yuner, Yi Fan told the girl and Feng Yuing to rest for a while. President Li had just finished his operation, so he definitely needed to rest and couldn't immediately return to China. Dark, during my operation, nothing happened outside, right? Yi Fan asked the Black Dragon Knight. He was very glad that there were no twists and turns during the operation. However, Dark had a strange expression on his face as he said, "There's nothing going on. It should be that Holland and the others don't dare to rashly fight with you again. They're probably discussing a countermeasure. It's just that I really didn't expect that the King of Hell, who killed people like flies, was actually a surgeon. You really are a contradictory person, Lucifer. If I only knew how to kill, you wouldn't have placed your hopes of saving this situation on me, right?" Yi Fan said with a smile. Dark was stunned for a moment, then grinned and said, "Indeed. Alright, let's not talk about me anymore. Have you contacted the Earth Dragon Knight and the Wind Dragon Knight?" Yi Fan asked. Dark regretfully said, "They haven't replied to me. They seem to be in a wait-and-see state. To be able to remain neutral is already something to be thankful for." Yi Fan smiled and said, "Stay here for now. This is the Mayo Medical Center. With so many of the world's nobles being treated and hospitalized here, they won't rashly attack this place." Ronica, who was at the side, was speechless. "Oh my God. Lucifer, you actually used our hospital as your umbrella. Old friend, you can't possibly chase us away, right?" Yi Fan smiled evilly. Just as Ronica was about to say something, he received a call and picked it up with a frown. "Principal, what's the matter?" Chapter 748. 0748 General Robert. Yi Fan and Dirk looked at each other. It seems like the Petersburg Club has sent a representative over, planning to use peaceful means before using force. This is their territory. If we don't see them, they can force their way in. Dirk frowned. "Why don't I see them? Of course I have to ask them, what is their purpose?" Yi Fan smiled. "Let's go, Florica, take me to see this general." Damn it. Why would a medical doctor like me get involved in such a thing? Ronita's face was bitter, but he could only lead the way for Yi Fan. Arriving at a reception room in the medical center, there were already a dozen or so plainclothed Special Forces soldiers of the Magnesium country standing outside. Yi Fan casually glanced at them and was able to tell where they came from, Delta Zero. In the last battle on Luchun Island, Yi Fan had killed a large number of warriors from the Zero team. The way these warriors looked at him was naturally filled with hostility. However, Yi Fan didn't care at all, and calmly walked into the reception room. As for Ronita, he didn't want to stay in this damned place at all, so he quickly slipped away. There were already a few people standing in the room. A middle-aged man wearing a 4-star general's uniform was not very tall. He had a head of short chestnut hair, a long face, and a spirited gaze. He stood in front of the French window, holding an old-looking Phoebe pipe in his hand, puffing out smoke. Behind him was a general who was also wearing a general's uniform. He had a head of brown hair, a square face, and a very tall and sturdy figure. He was nearly 2 meters tall, and even his military uniform seemed to be unable to cover his strong physique. Other than these two officers, the others were all elite Special Forces soldiers with capable temperaments. Without a doubt, they were definitely the elites of the Zero team who had undergone human transformation. Hearing the sound of the door opening, General Robert turned around with a friendly smile on his face. "Lucifer, I've always heard of your story, but I didn't expect you to look even younger than in your photos." "Is that so? I thought you guys had been paying attention to me, but it turns out you were just listening to my story." Yi Fan replied with a smile. Robert pretended not to hear Yi Fan's sarcasm. He pointed his pipe at the general beside him. "This is General Smith of the Zero team. He has long wanted to meet you in person." General Smith said in a deep voice, "Lucifer, previously on Luchun Island, my favorite student, Colonel Bird, fought with you. He died at your hands. Do you still remember?" I don't remember, Yi Fan replied. What, you don't want to admit it? Smith sneered. Yi Fan shrugged, what's there for me to not admit? It's just that I've killed too many people, so I don't have any impression of the weaker ones. Ha, how arrogant. Where do you think this is? This is the territory of the Mei Nation. You can't escape. Smith said proudly. Run. I'm here to treat the patient. Why should I run away? Yi Fan looked at Robert with a smile that was not a smile. General, you can't be thinking that you can scare me with just an A-rank organization, right? Smith felt despised and was about to explode, but was stopped by Robert's outstretched hand. Lucifer, I'm a soldier. I don't like to go around in circles. I came to find you only because I admire you and your inferno. I want to show you a clear path, Robert said. Li Fan Xian directly sat down on the table, crossed his hands in front of him, and said with a smile, Is that so? But I don't feel like I have nowhere else to go. Why am I being pointed out? There's no need to deny it, Lucifer. Actually, you know very well that you're surrounded on all sides. General Robert took 2 steps closer and narrowed his eyes. You've already fallen out with the White Queen. Behind her is the Armageddon Shakyamuni, and that's not something you can resist. And you're still being entangled by Dark Sealer. He's looking for you with the Dragon Flame badge, which is equivalent to putting a time bomb in your hands. The Holy Dragon Knight Alland will not let you go. Once the old rulers and the Dragon Knights attack you together, your old enemy, the Sacred Royal Court, will definitely not let go of this opportunity to eliminate you, a thorn in their side. Do you think that the military of our country is your enemy? You're wrong. Actually, we don't have much hatred for each other. We respect the strong, and you and your people have always been the object of admiration for me and Mr. President. If you are willing to stand on our side and we become one of our own, then I guarantee that the White Queen and Alland will not cause any more trouble for you. Leaf. After a moment of silence, Fan Xian clicked his tongue. What an amazing temptation. As long as you agree to stand in a team, you can make so many enemies disappear. As expected of a member of the Peterburg Club, you really have power and influence. Robert took a drag on his cigarette, his eyes flashing as he said, Since you know that I'm a member of Peterburg, you should know that I'm not just talking to you. As long as you bring the people from the Inferno faction and join our camp, then your current enemies will no longer be any trouble. More importantly, you will have the chance to share the fruits of our victory in the future and obtain benefits that you can't imagine. Oh. What benefits? Yi Fan asked. Robert did not shy away and said, What do you think people like us have to pursue in this world? Money, wealth, power, status, all of these are like a woman's beautiful face, vulnerable to a single blow from time. What is truly worth pursuing is an endless life, an inexhaustible amount of time. As expected. Those people who have been searching for the secret of the immortal medicine, do they have anything to do with you? Yi Fan's guess was confirmed, and he shook his head with emotion. Are you guys really that afraid of death? No, death is not scary. What's scary is not having a pursuit, we're just pursuing what we should be pursuing. As long as we're alive, we need something like an ideal. Robert said with a face full of confidence, How about it? Come with us, avoid those pointless battles, and pursue eternal life. What do you think of this proposal? Not interested. Yi Fan flatly refused. Robert was stunned. Why? If the price of eternal life is to become an inhumane monster, then I would rather die standing than kneel and live in this world. Yi Fan said. Robert's face darkened. This is all an excuse. You have already cooperated with the Dragon Soul of China. Don't tell me you have already submitted to the Dragon Soul. I only made a deal with the Dragon Soul, and I didn't do anything evil. If you insist on thinking that way, I won't explain too much. Yi Fan said. It seems like you won't accept my good intentions. Lucifer, I wish you good luck. General Robert's expression was ice-cold. He didn't want to say anything else, so he turned around and left with his men. Chapter 749. 0749 America, California, a private winery by the sea. The scenery was picturesque, and the sea breeze was intoxicating. In the depths of the manor, in an exceptionally large underground storage room that had been modified, hundreds of white candles were flickering with flames. In the dim candlelight, a dozen or so robust young men were tied up in chains and gagged, revealing expressions of fear. They were all looking at a white-haired old woman. The old woman was dressed in a gray robe, and her face was covered in wrinkles. Her cheeks were sunken, as if she was a living dead. The most terrifying thing was that this old woman's eyes gradually turned pitch black, as if she was a demon or ghost, emitting a dark aura that caused people to feel despair. The old woman opened her arms, and a black phantom demon appeared above her head. It then opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards the dozen or so young and strong men. The group of men let out miserable cries for help, but underground, it was completely meaningless. The group of men quickly shriveled up and aged, turning into skin and bones. After a dozen or so white-haired old men, they lost all signs of life on the spot. On the other hand, this old woman's dry white hair had turned into soft golden hair. Her skin was tight and fair, and she was filled with a youthful aura. In an instant, she had changed from an old lady to a young girl. She had the charm of a mature woman, and her every movement was enchanting. Phew! The woman let out a long breath in enjoyment, revealing a satisfied smile. I've finally come back to life, Olland. You've made me wait too long this time. In front of the woman, in a dark corner, a tall and straight man was silently watching everything that was happening. The man walked out of the shadows, revealing a handsome and resolute face. He said, "Sylvie, you should be satisfied. In just a few days, you have to bring these dozen or so dragon riders over for you to absorb their life force without being discovered by the others in the organization. This is not an easy task. Who told you to use dragon riders? You can go to the streets and capture people. As long as they're young and strong, you can do it." Sylvie sneered. "An ordinary person's life force would take at least 40 to 50 times for you to recover, and it might not even be enough. That would have too much of an impact." "I don't want to take such a risk," Olland said. "There's nothing I can do about it. If I want to blame someone, I can only blame that traitor, Lucifer. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have gotten nothing and almost died in China." Sylvie's eyes were filled with hatred. Olland Duo narrowed his eyes and said, "I told you before, you think Lucifer is too simple. So what, respected Holy Dragon Knight? Now that your Dragon Flame badge has been stolen and Lucifer has already urinated on your Dragon Knight armor, what qualifications do you have to say such sarcastic words to me?" Sylvie sneered. Olland's face was as dark as water. "You don't have to anger me. Whether it's Lucifer or Dirk, they won't be able to escape from my palm. As long as General Robert is unable to convince them, I will naturally take action to quell this rebellion. Before that, Rebus and Barbara have already arrived. Rebus has been looking for you recently, and the servants in the manor have reported that he doesn't seem to have a good temper." Sylvie coldly snorted, "I also want to find him, that idiot arms dealer who stinks of money. Come, let's go meet him." With that, Sylvie walked barefooted towards the exit of the basement. Olland Duo glanced at the dozen or so dragon rider corpses that had been sucked dry, and with a cold expression, he struck out with his palm. The spiritual energy released by this palm formed a violent gust of wind. With a powerful explosive force, it actually shattered these corpses into pieces. At the same time, the fragments of these corpses fell to a distant corner. There were skeletons piled up like a small mountain beside the open-air pool in the manor. Rebus was wearing a flowery shirt and sunglasses. He was lying on a beach chair with a displeased expression. Beside him was a bottle of whiskey that he had already drunk more than half of. His daughter, Barbara, was wearing a bikini swimsuit. Her sexy and plump figure was completely revealed in the pool. "Dear Dad, since you're already here, why don't you enjoy the sunlight here?" Barbara lay by the pool and giggled. "I'm not in the mood to be idle. If I didn't find this place, who knows how long that damned Sylvie would have to drag it out to see me," Rebbe said vexedly. "Dad, if you're like this, there's no point in living," Barbara sighed. Rebbe gulped down a cup of wine. "Darling, you don't understand. Looking at yourself in the mirror, living is a kind of torture." At this moment, Rebbe saw Sylvie, who was dressed in a grey robe, and Holland, who was dressed in casual clothes, walking over from the other side of the pool. "Sylvie! What the hell are you doing?" Rebbe suddenly stood up. "Mr. Rebbe, I don't understand why you're yelling at me," Sylvie said coldly. Rebbe said angrily, "You don't have to play dumb. I've already kept my promise. I've already spent all the money I should have spent, and all the effort I should have spent. In order to help you find the ingredients for the elixir of life, I spent a lot of money to create the Azuras Association. Could it be that after doing so much, I still can't see the Armageddon Shakyamuni? It was said that the Armageddon Shakyamuni would teach me how to maintain my youth, but what happened in the end?" Sylvie said with a gloomy face, "The Azuras Association is not your credit. You only paid the money, but the ones who really did it were me and the Azura King. If I didn't send people to secretly support and train you, your Azuras Association would have been exterminated by some organization like the Dragon Soul. As for what you said, throwing money and putting in effort. Yes, you did spend money and put in effort, but what results do you have to show off?" Back then, after the Psi Te conference, he swore to me that he would get rid of this trouble, Lucifer. In the end, Lucifer was still alive and well. Instead, he knew more secrets. What have you been spending your money on? Could it be that the people you found are all as pig-headed as you? When Rebus heard this, he became angry. "What does this have to do with me? Do you think I want to do this? Wasn't it because the rest of the club believed in that crazy woman, the elephant god? That woman cheated me of my money, but she didn't kill Lucifer. Now that she has disappeared, I am also a victim." When Holland heard this, he frowned and said, "What did you say? The elephant god disappeared?" Rebus gritted his teeth and said, "That woman took a lot of money from me and cheated a lot from the other members. Then, she disappeared with the lighthouse element that she found. Our club has already searched the world for her." Chapter 750. 0750 Holland said unhappily, "I've already said it before, this woman is too cunning and untrustworthy. It's just that you people from Peterburg are too arrogant." Rebus said, "This is an unexpected situation, it has nothing to do with my decision. It is already extremely difficult to kill him within the borders of China. Stupid is stupid, don't make excuses for yourself." Sylvie said coldly, "If you want to see my teacher, then kill Lucifer first. If you can't do it, then shut up. There is no free lunch in this world. If you can't complete your goal, you have to wait." "You! How dare you talk to me like that? Do you believe that I will immediately break off our cooperation?" Rebus glared. "Do you think I would be afraid?" Sylvie sneered. Rebus laughed sinisterly. "If you leave me, leave my Rebus family, then the Azuras Association that you secretly support will not be able to maintain. And if you lose the Azuras Association, you, the ruler of the old days, will have to come out into the open. How can you, the holy white queen in the eyes of outsiders, maintain your image? Most importantly, you will lose your biggest backer. Do you think that everyone is as generous as me, willing to take such a risk to support you and your teacher and make enemies all over the world? The one who controls the fanatical believers of the Azuras Association is the Azura King, not you. As for the financial backer, there are many financial groups that are willing to work for my teacher. Do you think I have to choose you?" Sylvie said disapprovingly. Rebus was so angry that his face flushed red. He overturned the wine bottle on the table and smashed it into pieces. Good. What a good White Queen. What a good disciple of the Apocalypse Shakyamuni. Since you played with the Libsyn family, don't regret it in the future. This world is not as simple as you think. After Rebus finished speaking, he waved his hand towards Barbara behind him. Let's go. Daughter, there's nothing left to stay here. Yes, father. Barbara, who was still wet, smiled sweetly. She suddenly took a step forward and slashed her hand across Rebus's neck. See? At Rebus's throat, a line of blood suddenly shot out. Rebus's eyes widened in anger. They were filled with disbelief as he pointed at his daughter with a trembling finger. The golden-haired, blue-eyed Barbara was holding a glass shard from a wine bottle, which was still stained with blood. Bah! Barbara! You! Why? Rebus let out a desperate and painful gasp, questioning the pearl in his palm. Barbara smiled coquettishly and went up to hug Sylvie's neck. Sylvie's hand also naturally wrapped around Barbara's waist, and the two women naturally kissed each other. My dear father, you are right. This world is not as simple as you think it is. Since you feel that growing old is a torture, why don't you just die early? In any case, you are not the only heir to the Libsyn family in this world. Isn't there still me? Looking at his daughter's smiling face, which became colder and colder, Rebus finally understood something. You are the Azura King. Barbara smiled even more happily. It's too late to realize it now. Daddy, farewell. Rebus fell to the ground, his body twitching a few times, his eyes open, and he died with a grievance. No one would have thought that one of the three great arms giants in the world, old Libsyn, who was as rich as a country, would die so suddenly at the hands of his own daughter. Even Alan did not expect all of this to happen. You are actually the Azura King. Barbara pouted and gave Alan a lovely expression. My dear Lord Holy Dragon Knight, can you help me get rid of my father's body? Alan said expressionlessly, do you want to cremate him or bury him in the cemetery? Barbara pouted, how troublesome. My father has so much meat on his body, it's better to just feed it to the stray dogs. Alan frowned, but did not say anything. He found 2 servants and had them drag the corpse down, dissect it, and feed it to the dogs. As soon as the corpse was dragged away, Barbara excitedly pulled Sylvie along by the pool and danced briskly. Oh, great! I've been looking forward to this day. Dear Sylvie, I've already familiarized myself with all of the old man's business channels, and now I can finally inherit everything from the entire Libsyn family. Sylvie tore off the bikini on Barbara's chest, grabbed it with her hand, and twisted it forcefully. Little bitch, you're so happy to have just killed your own father. How perverted are you? Barbara was in pain and excited from being grabbed. She reached out and pulled open Sylvie's gray robe. Her eyes were filled with desire as she said, I only know that the more abnormal I am, the more you will like me. The two of them hugged each other again. After a passionate kiss, the only clothes on their bodies fell off. Barbara was lying on the beach chair, while Sylvie was lying on top of her. One of them had a plump figure, while the other was slender and graceful. The scenery was extremely beautiful. Aland, what are you still hesitating for? Are Barbara and I not attractive enough? Seeing that the Holy Dragon Knight behind her was standing there indifferently, Sylvie couldn't help but turn her head and smile. Alan's eyes flashed, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He reached out and began to unbuckle his belt. 20 minutes later, a cell phone rang by the side of the pool. Alan stood up from the bodies of the two women. Sylvie and Barbara both had unsatisfied expressions on their faces, and were very unhappy with this call. Yes, I'm Rodriguez. After Alan answered the phone, not long after, his expression turned serious. I know, this is within my expectations. After hanging up, Alan said, Lucifer refused to cooperate. He chose to oppose us. Sylvie and Barbara looked at each other. They weren't too surprised. In this world, they are either friends or enemies. If Lucifer and his companions are not willing to cooperate with us, they will become allies of China sooner or later. At that time, our search for the elixir of immortality will most likely be obstructed, Barbara said. So, he must die, Olin said in a deep voice. Lucifer might have won too many battles and forgotten himself. He really thought. With his current strength, he can be our enemy. Sylvie sneered. Olin, looks like this year's 10 great legends will be reduced by one after the death of Skeleton. Olin nodded. They are currently at the Mayo Medical Center. There are too many important people from all over the world there, so it's not convenient for us to make a move. However, as long as they leave the Magnesium country, it will be a good time for us to make a move. I will take advantage of this time to gather the other Dragon Knights. At that time, I will personally send the King of Hell back to Hell. Hee hee. Barbara smiled and said, since there's still time, can we continue, strong Mr. Rodriguez? Chapter 751. 0751 Medical Center. After Yifan confirmed that the old man's condition was stable in President Li's postoperative ward, he let Du Yuner continue to accompany the old man while he walked to the nursing ward. Yifan pushed open the door and walked in. He saw Feng Yuing standing there, talking to Ronida about something. Feng Shelby was quietly lying on the bed, still in a coma. Compared to half a year ago, there was no change. Ying, how is it? Is my brother-in-law getting better? Yifan asked with a smile. Seeing the man come in, Yuing hurriedly asked, Hubby, have you finished talking with that general? He didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Yifan curled his lips. Who knows? It should be fine for now, but once we leave this place, it might not be so. Ronida sighed. Then you should find some helpers, otherwise you probably won't be able to handle it. You don't have to worry about these things. You said on the phone that little Hui has already reacted. Is that true? Yifan asked. Ronida nodded and said, after all kinds of treatments, we tried our best to restore his brain function. Recently, when testing his brain waves, he found that there were more fluctuations in the sound of the outside world. This meant that the treatment was effective, but he wasn't sure if it would continue to improve. I think the voice that is most likely to wake up the patient is the voice of a loved one, so I invited Miss Feng to stay for a few days. Try to see if you can transmit her voice to Feng Xiaoyi's brain at a deeper level through the current technology and see if you can wake him up. Feng Yuing nodded repeatedly and said, I will definitely cooperate fully. Dr. Ronida, I'll be troubling you. When Yifan heard this, he suddenly thought of something and said, wait a minute. What are the main aspects of the brain repair that you're talking about? Ronida immediately replied, it's mainly focused on the activation of the reticular structure of the brain stem. This is a key point in the disorder of consciousness. People maintain their consciousness by relying on the awakening reaction and cognitive reaction. Yifan thought for a moment and said, I think I can help on the list. Dear Yifan, although you are very strong in heart surgery, this is brain science. Are you kidding me? Ronida was speechless. Although I'm not an expert, but in the Earth axis, there are experts. Yifan smiled. What? You got the Earth axis? Ronica almost screamed out loud. Yifan shook his head. I only got the medical information. It took me quite a bit of effort, and I almost fell out with the dragon soul. That's already very impressive. Can I take a look at the information inside? Ronida asked expectantly. Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry, there's a huge amount of information there, it's not like I'll carry it with me. Currently, only one of my women can decipher it. I'll let her take a look at the information on repairing the reticular structure of the brain stem and see if there's anything that can be used with current technology. Ronica sighed with emotion. You actually obtained the medical technology of the Earth axis. It seems. It's not impossible for you to save Angel. When Fan Xian heard this name, a trace of fluctuation flashed across his eyes. He also smiled and nodded. Yeah, after this busy period, I will study the technology inside and find a way to save Angel. Feng Yuing asked in bewilderment, who's Angel? Is she hurt? No, she's been dead for more than 7 years. Ronica said regretfully. Ha! Feng Yuing felt a chill, then. Then how do we save her? If a person had been dead for more than 7 years, wouldn't their bones have rotted? The more the woman thought about it, the more terrified she became. It's hard to say, Ying, I'll tell you about Angel when I have time in the future. You haven't seen little Hui in a long time, so talk to him. I'll go out with Ronica and think of a way. Feng Yuing naturally wanted Yifan to find a way as soon as possible, so she didn't ask any more questions. Yifan and Ronica arrived at her exclusive laboratory, which was also one of her large offices. After some encryption, he contacted Chu Yunyao through the computer communication. Chu Yunyao had just come out of the laboratory and was busy dealing with some business matters. When she heard Yifan say that he was going to start deciphering the information on brain science again, she instantly became angry. Yi! Aren't you being too greedy? Do you think I'm a translator? Even if the military wants me to decipher it, they'll still give me a holiday, understand? Yifan listened to the woman's voice in his earphones and felt very embarrassed. Little Yao Yao, I can only rely on you. Don't worry, I won't let you work hard for nothing. When I get back, I'll reward you properly. What are you rewarding me with? I don't lack anything. Chu Yunyao said snappily. Yifan smiled bitterly, then. Then you can raise your conditions. Say one, I will try my best to satisfy you. Chu Yunyao was silent for a moment, then said, then I want you to confess to me, all of your background and origins. You still haven't told me, what exactly happened to you in those years abroad. Yifan was surprised, but felt that there was nothing wrong with this. After all, he had already seen Chu Yunyao's sincerity. No problem. Go back and ask. Whatever you ask me, I'll answer. Yifan smiled. That's more like it. Chu Yunyao snorted in satisfaction. I'll make an appointment with the spa later. After I'm done, I'll go back and decipher it. Send me the main content you want to decipher. Yifan let out a sigh of relief. The only woman who liked to negotiate with him so much was Chu Yunyao. In the office of General Robert in the Pentagon of the Magnesium Nation, although it was daytime, the curtains were closed because there was a video conference going on the computer. There were more than a dozen windows on the screen, and the people in each window were all prominent figures. General Robert, why aren't you making a move when Lucifer is already right under your nose? He has already walked together with the dragon soul. Our plan to search the world for the 10 continents has been destroyed twice because of him. If he tells more people about our secret cooperation with the old rulers and the Dragon Knights, or if the people in the underground world find out, it will seriously hinder our plans. Chief Hassan, who was dressed in white, said angrily. Robert, are you afraid? We have Shakyamuni Apocalypse, our strongest ally. Why are you afraid of a legend rank Lucifer? Miss Tiffany asked. Calm down, Miss Tiffany, Chief Hassan, you have to think it through. Right now, Lucifer will not escape in a hurry. He has 2 important people in the Mayo Medical Center. If we make a move on the medical center, it will definitely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. I just want to wait for Lucifer and the others to come out and catch them all in one fell swoop, Robert said. This is too passive. It's equivalent to giving Lucifer time to prepare. He can gather the old subordinates of Inferno, and it'll be even harder to kill him then. You're thinking too much, Chief Hassan. Robert grinned and said, with Alland and the other dragon knights here, Inferno is no match for them. General Robert, don't forget that he has potential allies, China and the Dark Council. Give him time to catch his breath, it's not a joke. Brandon of the Rothschild family said. When Robert heard this, he finally frowned. If the Dark Council makes a move, we can let the sacred royal court restrain them. As for the people of China, they shouldn't fight us for Lucifer. Won't it? If the people of China found out that we stole the 10 continents map, they would definitely need Lucifer's overseas forces. I think they would definitely lend a helping hand, Brandon said. Everyone fell silent, as if they were considering the possibilities. Chapter 752. 0752. Everyone was surprised to see Barbara. Chief Hassan asked, "You are Libson's daughter. Why are you the one who came in to participate in the meeting?" Barbara had a sad expression on her face. "My benevolent father died of a heart attack, so I can only take over. Rebus is dead." Everyone had different expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they didn't really believe that there was such a thing as a sudden heart attack. However, everyone was a smart person. They knew that there was no point in asking about this kind of thing, so no one said anything. "Miss Barbara, what do you think of what we've talked about?" Brandon asked gentlemanly. Barbara opened her mouth and said, "Everyone seems to be hesitating, but do you need to think too much about it? Now was the best time to kill Lucifer. This was not only a solution to a hidden danger, but also a group of demons from Inferno and the resources they controlled. Can you tolerate the mercenaries of Bahamut roaming the battlefields of the world? Can you tolerate the killers of Baphomet killing people in the major cities of the world under your noses? Can you tolerate that fellow, greedy demon Mammon, helping the polar bear sell weapons? Think about it, even if Lucifer lied about his retirement, he had been disgusting all of us. During the Holy War, Inferno took away the wealth that originally belonged to us and took away the people who were supposed to work for us. It was said that they had liberated them, but in reality, they were bandits. Now, there are only 8 of the 12 great demons of Inferno left. As long as Lucifer dies, we can besiege Purgatory Island. At that time, everything that belonged to us will return to our hands. The entire world, except for the one in China, will once again be under our complete control. Even if the people of China have a sky eye, no matter how powerful their intelligence is, they can't leave the country. Without connections overseas, they won't be able to contend against us. They can only watch as we search for the secret of eternal life. I think Shakyamuni Apocalypse also hopes that we won't make any more mistakes, right? Everyone fell into silence when they heard this. A few of them had unhappy expressions on their faces, as if they remembered the irritation of being ridden on by Inferno. In the long run, Lucifer is really a big hidden danger in our plan. Ms. Tiffany said, "General Robert, I suggest that we immediately let Dragon Knight Allen take action." Barbara giggled. "We understand General Robert's concerns. It's actually not difficult to attack without affecting the Mayo Medical Center. We just need to use a little strategy." "Oh." Robert narrowed his eyes. "Miss Barbara, I'm all ears." Inside the medical center, after Yi Fan and Chu Yunyao docked, they began to seize the time to study Feng Xiaoyi's treatment plan. 2 consecutive days passed by unknowingly. During this period, Deanley had completely woken up. Knowing that he was fine, the old man was in a good mood. Yi Fan and the others also didn't want the old man to know that there were still some powerful enemies eyeing him covetously outside, so they could only let the old man recuperate. With Dirk taking care of the 2 women and presently outside, Yi Fan focused on working in Renita's laboratory. During the day, Ronida would come over to help, but she also had her own patients and work, so it was impossible for her to stay in the laboratory all the time. In the past 2 days, Yi Fan had used 2 different medicinal formulas recorded in the Earth axis. They were all used to activate dormant brain cells and stimulate the activity of the brain stem. However, they didn't seem to have a very good effect. On the third day, after Chu Yunyao deciphered a large amount of information, she also felt that she couldn't take it anymore and needed to rest for a while. Yi Fan naturally didn't want the woman to faint from exhaustion, so he told her to go rest first. He continued to use the information he had to see if it could be used. As night fell, Yi Fan was staring at the computer and thinking. The door to the laboratory was gently pushed open. Ing. When Yi Fan discovered that it was Feng Yuing, he smiled gently. What's wrong? Feng Yuing walked in with a plate in her hands and said with a hint of bitterness, I just asked Ron Ida and found out that you haven't eaten anything for the past few days. Even if your body is very strong, you can't just not eat or drink for a long time, right? Yi Fan saw that the woman had brought in some sandwiches and salad, as well as 2 bottles of fruit juice. Although it was very simple, it was hard to find anything delicious in the hospital. Yi Fan's heart warmed. When the woman put down the things, he reached out to grab Feng Yuying's hand and pulled her onto his lap. Aya, what are you doing? Feng Yuying struggled a little, feeling a little shy. Hubby, hug you. Haven't you hugged me for a few days? Yi Fan laughed. When Feng Yuying heard this, she obediently leaned her head on Yi Fan's shoulder. Hubby. You must be very tired. It's been hard on you these past few days. Yi Fan shook his head and said, I'm not tired, but I'm really sorry. Ing, it's rare for me to bring you guys to the magnesium country. I don't even have time to go out and play with you guys, nor did I bring you to eat anything delicious. Feng Yuying touched the man's cheek and smiled sweetly. You treated my brother to save the dean, what's there to be sorry about? Besides, it's not like I've never been here before. I'm a high-ranking member of the embroidery group after all, and there's nothing delicious to eat in the magnesium country. I think the food in the hospital is pretty good. Can you come out from your own work the same as me coming out? I didn't have enough time to accompany you in the first place. If I can't play with you after coming out, I'll blame myself even more. Yi Fan sighed. Hubby, don't say that. Feng Yuying kissed the man on the cheek and said sweetly, do you still remember when we first met? You were still working as a water and electricity maintenance worker. At that time, you were still foolishly calling me Sister Yuying. Of course I remember, speaking of which. It's been almost 3 years since we've known each other. It's just that we didn't have much contact at the beginning. Yi Fan recalled. Feng Yuying nodded, that's right, I never would have thought that such a man who didn't seem to have anything to do with me would actually help me so much, save my life, and even let my brother come to the best hospital in the world for treatment. I already feel that the heavens are very good to me. As for you not being able to accompany me often, what does it matter? A short separation is better than a newlywed. It's good to be together for a period of time. This woman was always so understanding, and she spoke so softly and gently, causing Yi Fan's heart to ripple. Yi Fan looked at the woman's lustrous oval face under the light. Her eyebrows were like a painting, and her delicate and bright red cherry lips. Feeling the wonderful elasticity coming from her thighs, she couldn't help but breathe heavily. He hugged the woman's waist tightly and lowered his head to kiss her. Feng Yuying seemed to have realized what was about to happen. She closed her beautiful eyes, and her eyelashes trembled as she kissed the man passionately. Chapter 753. 0753 inch so fast. Yi Fan didn't expect that the woman would be in such a hurry to get to the point. However, Feng Yuying's beautiful eyes were sparkling. It was obvious that she wasn't lying. She shyly mumbled, it's been a long time since I asked for it. After saying this, Feng Yuying felt too ashamed to show her face, but this was how she truly felt. Yi Fan thought for a moment and understood. Feng Yuying was a few years older than him, and she was already at an age where she yearned for more and more. He wouldn't think so much when he was working, but when he was free, he would naturally have a strong needle. Leaf naturally, Yi Fan did not reject anyone. Whether it was a tug-of-war or a lightning battle, Yi Fan was an old hand. Come here. Yi Fan smiled evilly and brought the woman to an empty experimental table. With a commanding tone, he said, "Lie on the table." Feng Yuing understood and obediently bowed her head on the table. Just as she was about to turn her head to take a look, Yi Fan used his hand to press down on her neck. "Don't look back, just feel." Not only did Feng Yuing not feel uncomfortable with the man's rude treatment and tone, she even felt that it was very exciting. Under Yi Fan's guidance, Feng Yuing laid on the table. Her upper body was still wearing her clothes, but her lower body was completely exposed. The woman couldn't see what was going to happen to her later. All of a sudden, she was powerless to retaliate and was attacked by a storm. If it wasn't for the good soundproofing effect of the laboratory, Feng Yuying's passionate voice would have alarmed the entire floor. When everything calmed down, Feng Yuing was already lying there too lazy to move. She enjoyed the wonderful aftertaste and actually fell asleep comfortably. Of course, it was also because the woman had been tense for the past few days and had been talking to Feng Xiaowei. She didn't have a good rest and was tired. Yi Fan had just picked up the woman and wanted to take her to the bed to rest when he heard someone knocking on the door. He was so engrossed that he didn't notice that someone was at the door. "Brother Yi Fan, can I come in?" It was Du Yuner's voice. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but since the girl was here, he couldn't let her go, so he said, "Come in." Du Yuner pushed open the door with some food in her hands, just like Feng Yuing. However, the moment she entered the door and saw the scene in front of her, her hands trembled and her plate almost fell to the ground. "Ah!" Du Yuner blushed and turned around. I, don't just stand there, close the door." Yi Fan laughed. Du Yuner bit her lip and could only lock the door. Her heart was beating wildly. Although she knew about the relationship between Yi Fan and Feng Yuing, and she also had a relationship with Yi Fan, it was still the first time she faced all of this so directly. After Fan Xian placed Feng Yuing on the single bed in the resting room, he walked out and smiled at Du Yuner. "You also brought me dinner?" Only then did Du Yuner realize that there was already a meal on the table. She nodded and dodged his gaze as she said, I didn't know that Sister Feng was here." Seeing the girl's shy look, Fan Xian felt that it was even more interesting. He went up to take the plate, put it down, and then hugged Du Yuner's slender waist. "Yuner, what are you staring at?" Yi Fan asked mischievously. Actually, Du Yuner only lowered her head, not daring to look at the man. However, when she was reminded, she realized that Yi Fan still hadn't put on his pants. No, I'm not looking at that," Du Yuner hurriedly explained. "Which one are you looking at?" Yi Fan smiled even more happily. You already know the answer." Seeing that the girl was about to escape, Yi Fan hugged her even tighter and asked, "Then, Yuner, do you like it?" I don't like it, Brother Yi Fan, you're bullying me." Du Yuner muttered, not daring to look at the man's eyes. Yi Fan laughed evilly. "Last time at your house, I wasn't the one who bullied you. Didn't you take the initiative to ask for it?" Du Yuner thought back to that night and was suddenly speechless. Especially when she smelled the lingering smell of Yi Fan and Feng Yuing in the air, Du Yuner's delicate body also began to heat up. Yi Fan had been busy fighting and researching treatment plans for the past few days. Now that he had relaxed for a while, he still hadn't had enough of it. Coincidentally, Du Yuner bumped into him again, so of course he wouldn't let her go. According to his experience, Du Yuner's physical fitness was much better than Feng Yuying's. She could fight with him for a long time. Seeing Du Yuner's cheeks flush red, Yi Fan knew that the woman was also in love. He lowered his head and bit the woman's ear, saying, "Good Yuner, didn't you say you wanted to be my little demoness? Have you forgotten?" I didn't forget, but Brother Yi Fan, didn't you just Just did it. Du Yuner muttered softly, her heart already loosening. Do you think this is dirty? Yi Fan asked. Of course not. Du Yuner shook her head. Then come with me. Yi Fan smiled. Du Yuner couldn't resist Yi Fan's gentle and soft words at all, and unknowingly followed him. Yi Fan sat back on the chair, then let Du Yuner slowly squat down in front of him. There were many things that didn't need to be taught. An intelligent girl like Du Yuner knew what to do. Although she felt that the man was bullying her again, when Du Yuner thought about Yi Fan's hard work these past few days and even saved President, she felt that she should reward him. Very quickly, Yi Fan let out a long and comfortable breath. After about 10 minutes, perhaps because the sound had become louder, the sleeping Feng Yuing opened her sleepy eyes and slowly sat up on the single bed. When Feng Yuing saw the beautiful figure sitting on Yi Fan's body under the lamp in the laboratory, she couldn't help but cover her red lips. Yi Fan also noticed that Feng Yuing had woken up. He turned his head and smiled. Ying, do you want to join? Yeah. Du Yuner was shocked. She realized that Feng Yuing had seen her expression just now and wished that she could quickly escape. But Yi Fan hugged her tightly, so she couldn't go anywhere. After Feng Yuing came back to her senses, she immediately smiled calmly and said, I don't want to, my legs are still weak, but... Hubby, you and little sister Yuner can continue, I'll be the audience. Sister Feng. You. Don't look. Woo. Du Yuner was about to cry. This was too embarrassing for her. What's there to be shy about? Don't worry, I won't let your big sister Feng off later. Yi Fan said proudly. Feng Yuing glared at the man, but a trace of strange anticipation surged in her heart. If we two sisters work together, I don't believe that we can't beat you. Ha, all right, I'll accompany you to the end. Yi Fan couldn't wait. When Du Yuner heard these two people's words, she felt that it was absurd and exciting at the same time. Perhaps it was because they were far away in a foreign country and in a strange environment. The three of them used the most primitive method to face each other and express their emotions. All of a sudden, many things could be forgotten. This spring night was destined to be unforgettable for the three of them. Until 8 o'clock in the morning the next day, when Yi Fan noticed that someone was forcefully using the key to open the lock, the two women were still hugging each other and sleeping on the bed, while he himself was lying on the floor. Oh. As expected of the elegant sovereign king of hell. Great, I have to use disinfectant in my laboratory, this smell. It's really stimulating. Ronita saw the scene in the laboratory, looked at the two women who were still asleep, and rolled his eyes at Yi Fan. Chapter 754. No Way Out 0754. Ronika's face turned serious, and his eyes were filled with excitement as he said, Feng shall we? His brain activity is abnormally active. Yi Fan suddenly stood up and said in surprise, could it be? That's right, the formula we used yesterday has an effect. Ronika said. Yesterday afternoon, the two of them had created a formula based on the information on the Earth's axis. It was made from the extraction of traditional herbs from China and some Western medicine. If he really wanted to experiment with this medicine himself, it would take more than 3 years. However, because the technology on the Earth's axis was definitely mature, he gave Feng Xiaowei an infusion as soon as he finished configuring it. Yi Fan hurriedly woke up the two women. After telling Feng Yuing about the situation, Feng Yuing hurriedly put on her clothes and ran to Feng Xiaowei's nursing ward without even bothering to wash up. After everyone arrived at the ward, a few medical staff were using equipment to monitor Feng Xiaowei's brain waves. Right now, his brain activity is at its most active so far. Miss Feng, can you continue talking to him? Tell him what he cared about the most, your family, your parents, anything that can touch him, you can do it, Ronika said. She immediately sat down on the side of the bed and whispered into Feng Xiaowei's ear some of the things she had been talking about for the past few days. However, Although Feng Yuing had worked hard and Feng Xiaoyi's condition had indeed improved, after more than half an hour, he was still at the same spot and showed no signs of waking up. Don't be discouraged, Miss Feng. At least your brother's condition has improved greatly. If we continue to work hard, we will definitely be able to do it. Ronica comforted. Feng Yuing forced a smile. I've already waited for so long, I will continue to persevere. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then said, Ying, you stay here and talk to little Hui. If you're tired, take a rest. Florica and I will continue to see if there are any other plans. After leaving the ward, Yi Fan and Ronica planned to walk back to the laboratory, but at this moment, they suddenly saw Du Yuner rushing over. Brother Yi Fan. Not good. Du Yuner's pretty face paled. What happened? Yi Fan's heart sank. Principal. The principal is gone. Du Yuner said anxiously. How is this possible? Didn't you let Dark Zero watch? Yi Fan asked. At this time, Dark walked over with a dejected and ashamed look. Lucifer, I was careless. This is all my fault. Yi Fan angrily went up and grabbed Dirk's collar. What the hell happened? Shaking his head, Dark helplessly replied, this morning, a nurse changed shifts and wanted to push President Lee outside for some exercise. I didn't think much of it since that nurse looked ordinary. But, they haven't come back yet, and I can't find them. Then why didn't you follow me out? Yi Fan asked. Dark was silent and did not explain. Du Yuner came forward to persuade him, Brother Yi Fan, you can't blame Mr. Cyril for this. He has to take care of Dean Li and Sister Fang's little brother. Those people must have calculated the time when Mr. Cyril left and took Dean Li away. Actually, it's all my fault. I should have been by the Dean's side. Ronica said in disbelief, this is too unusual. General Robert is a very cautious person. With his personality, it would be impossible for him to kidnap a patient from our Mayo Medical Center. Because once word of this got out, it would have a very bad effect on the upper echelons of the magnesium country and destroy the interests of many people in the medical world. This is not his style at all. Yi Fan let go of Dirk's collar, but his eyes were still cold. That group of people actually dared to attack an old man who had yet to recover from the operation. If something were to happen to President Lee, wouldn't all of his efforts be wasted? Robert doesn't have the guts. For them to take such a risk, there must be someone behind them, secretly instigating them, otherwise, they would have the upper hand in terms of force, and there would be no need for them to do anything unnecessary. Yi Fan said. Lucifer, the only possibility is that they don't want to give you too much time to prepare, so as to avoid long nights of dreams. In the end, the one they want to deal with is you, Dirk said seriously. At this moment, Ronica's cell phone rang. Strange number. Ronica frowned and picked it up. Without listening to anything, he handed the phone to Yi Fan with a strange expression, it's for you. Yi Fan picked up the phone. Lucifer, do you remember my voice? Holy Dragon Knight Alland. Did you kidnap President Lee? Yi Fan went straight to the point. I am the dignified head of the 7 great Dragon Knights. Do you think I would disdain to do such a thing? The only reason I'm looking for you is to keep you out of the business of the traitor, Dark Cyril. In addition, the Dragon Flame badge is my keepsake. Within today, I must see it return to my hands. Alland said without any resistance. Yi Fan sneered, you dare to say these words to me, and it's because you captured President Lee. Your image in my heart has already been equated with despicable. I don't care what a demon thinks of me. In an hour, I'll wait for you in the Black Forest north of Rochester. I'll send the coordinates to this phone. I hope you can recognize the difference in strength between us. If you don't come, you will regret it for the rest of your life. After Alland finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Very quickly, a coordinate was sent to his cell phone. After looking at it, Yi Fan said to Ronida, help me prepare a car. Yi Fan, don't be impulsive. You don't have any helpers by your side right now. Alland has definitely gathered a lot of experts, and even General Robert has arranged for an inescapable net to wait for you. If something happens to you, what will you do to the rest of Inferno? The consequences will be unimaginable. Ronida advised. Dirk, on the other hand, seemed to have made up his mind and said, it was my plan that was not thorough and caused you to fall into this situation. Lucifer, I will bring the Dragon Flame badge and fight Alland to the death. I cannot drag you down any longer. Yi Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly, don't be naive. Can't you tell that they want to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of me as soon as possible? If Alland and Sylvie were in cahoots, then he could do anything. He didn't care about the Dragon Flame badge at all, and he didn't even care about the Dragon Knight, because his ambitions were far above these. As for the people from the Peterburg Club, they simply want to regain their hegemony over the world. If they join forces, they won't let me return to China so easily. When everyone heard Yi Fan's words, they were speechless. From the looks of it, Yi Fan had no way out. Can we go prepare the car now? Yi Fan winked at Ronida. Ronida sighed and suddenly nodded respectfully towards Yi Fan, my king, take care. After saying that, Ronida immediately went to arrange an off-road vehicle. Chapter 755. Who the hell are you? 0755? The forest was only about half an hour away from the hospital, but the coordinates were in the depths of the forest. After parking the car on the side of the road, he found the right direction and directly entered the forest. With the two of them running for more than 10 minutes, they arrived near a gurgling stream and discovered an empty area. Only then did they reach their destination. Lucifer, you really did come. On a rock, the Holy Dragon Knight Alland was already standing there. He wore a silver-gray dragon-patterned heavy armor, a silver-gray helmet, and a unique, dragon-slaying sword, hanging from his waist. Beside him stood 3 dragon knights. Other than the Thunder Dragon Sandal that he had seen before, there was also the Fire Dragon Knight in fiery red armor, Phil Scholes, and the Ice Dragon Knight in dark blue armor, What Jones. With Alland as the leader, the strength of the 4 Dragon Knights were all above the large success stage of spirit condensation. Just by looking at them, one could already feel a powerful pressure. In a battle like this, there was no need for additional people to participate. Ordinary dragon riders would only be cannon fodder, so the 4 Dragon Knights didn't bring any subordinates. I thought it would be 6 against 2 today. It seems like the 2 knights, the Wind Dragon and the Earth Dragon, have some brains and didn't participate in this matter. Yi Fan had experienced hundreds of battles, so he naturally wouldn't be scared by this situation. Alland coldly snorted, even if Grando and Wade don't come, it's more than enough. Lucifer, do you really want to become enemies with us Dragon Knights for the sake of Dark Theral? Dirk said angrily, Alland. Although I knew that you were colluding with the White Queen, I never expected you to be so despicable and shameless. You used the method of bribing a nurse to kidnap an old man who had just recovered from a serious illness. The one who took the Dragon Flame badge was me. If you are not convinced, feel free to fight me, but you must let this old man go. Dirk, I have no idea what you are talking about. I have never kidnapped any old man. Alland proudly said, but you stole my Dragon Flame badge and even said that I am shameless. You're the most despicable one. I really despise the fact that there's a traitor like you among the Dragon Knights. Dark took out the Dragon Flame badge from his black pocket. It was a badge shaped like a flame, with black gold flowing like volcanic lava flowing in it. According to the rules of the Dragon Knights, whoever holds the Dragon Flame badge is the leader of the Dragon Knights. Now, the badge is in my hands. Phil, what, Sandal, do you want to break the rules of the Dragon Knights that have been passed down for thousands of years and fight me? Dark shouted. Naturally, he hoped to reduce the number of opponents through the Dragon Flame emblem, even if it was just 1 Dragon Knight. Phil and what seemed hesitant, but Sanders said disdainfully, "Dark, how dare you mention the rules of the Dragon Knights? You stole the Dragon Flame badge first, and now you want us to listen to you, a traitor. What a joke." Hearing this, Fire Dragon and Ice Dragon both nodded, clearly agreeing with Sander. "Dark, turn yourself in. You don't even have your own armor on, so you can't defeat any of us. Even if Lucifer is with you, he can't even protect himself." What side? When Fan Xian heard this, he smiled mysteriously and said, "You Dragon Knights seem to have a lot of trust in Alland. But if Alland chooses to retreat, do you still want to continue fighting with us?" "Lucifer, what do you mean?" "Today, Alland called us here to punish the traitor and take back the keepsake. How could we back down?" Phil asked in a rough voice. Dark also had a suspicious look in his eyes, not understanding why Yi Fan would say such a thing. However, Fan Xian took out his phone, looked at the time, and nodded. "It's about time, the news should be coming soon." The few Dragon Knights present were all confused. Sander said, "I think you're just trying to be mysterious. Lucifer, today is the day you die." Just as Sander gathered his spiritual energy and was about to draw his sword, he heard Alland stop him. "Wait a minute." Sander turned around, puzzled. "What's wrong, Alland?" Alland took off his helmet, revealing his resolute and handsome face. He stroked the communicator on his ear, as if to make the signal better. Only then did everyone understand that someone was contacting Alland. Not long after, Alland's expression became complicated. His eyes flickered as he stared at Yi Fan, revealing a trace of surprise and astonishment. However, most of it was annoyance. "Lucifer, I've really underestimated you." Alland gnashed his teeth. Yi Fan grinned. "To be exact, you guys are underestimating my brothers too much." Lewin Dunn, Prime Minister's residence, Downing Street. "What are you guys doing? If this goes on, we will lose the majority of the seats in the lower house of Parliament. That way, our Conservative Party will not be able to form a cabinet independently. Our regime will be extremely unstable. Do you know?" Tiffany angrily slammed the table, scolding the aides so much that they didn't dare to raise their heads. As Lady Tiffany, who had only been able to sit in the position of Prime Minister through step-by-step operations last year, was unable to accept her first official term. She was actually unable to firmly grasp the power, so she was naturally extremely angry. Seeing that none of her subordinates said a word, she became even angrier and said, "All of you, get out. If the results of the next poll are the same, then what I want to see is your resignation letter." A few aides wiped away their cold sweat and obediently retreated. Lady Tiffany's face was gloomy as she leaned back in her chair, feeling very tired. At this moment, a woman in her 30s with gold-rimmed glasses, who had been standing silently beside him the entire time, brought a cup of coffee to Tiffany. "My lord, have a cup of coffee and take a rest." When Tiffany saw this woman and smelled the fragrant coffee, his expression relaxed a little. He took a sip and said, "Fanny, what do you think I should do next to stabilize the situation?" The woman called Fanny smiled, picked up her bag from the side, took out a document, and placed it on the table. "I think what you need the most right now is to obtain the support of the Democratic Unionist Party of Northern Ireland. This is a mutual trust clause that can be negotiated with them. I have already drafted it for you. Don't worry, I have talked to their party leader's advisor, Higgins, in private. As long as you show a little sincerity, they will accept this agreement and give you their full support." Tiffany's eyes immediately became lively again, and she said with a happy expression, "You are indeed my most capable aide. Back then, I relied on you to overcome all the obstacles in the election, and now you are helping me stabilize the situation. Compared to those good-for-nothings, you are much stronger. Fanny, I will remember all the hard work you have done for me over the past 3 years. As long as you continue to work for me, I will definitely give you a bright future. Dear Prime Minister, I don't actually have any extravagant hopes for a future. I only hope that you can help me with one thing. Fanny smiled politely. Oh. What is it? This seems to be the first time you've asked me for something. Tiffany smiled and said, Speak. No matter how difficult it is, I will do my best to do it. Fanny shook her head. It's not difficult at all. I just want you to make a phone call or send a video call. Who is it? What is it? Tiffany felt it was a little strange. Fanny smiled and said, General Robert, tell him, 1, let the old man go, and 2, the Dragon Knight stop fighting. Tiffany's face instantly turned ashen. He suddenly stood up and widened his eyes. You. Who the hell are you? Fanny's expression did not change. She calmly bowed and said, Let me introduce myself to you again. My name is Fanny May, and I belong to Inferno's assassin guild, Baphomet. Because I use the code name Apothecary when I work as an assassin, it's normal that you haven't heard of my real name. What? You're from Inferno? You? Didn't you transfer from the mayor's secretary to me 3 years ago? Tiffany couldn't believe it. Fanny nodded, That's right, but esteemed Prime Minister, can't an assassin be the mayor's secretary and the Prime Minister's aide? Tiffany was stunned. That's right, who made the rule that an assassin had to keep killing people every day, hiding in the dark and not seeing the light of day? If an assassin didn't have a mission, wouldn't it be normal to live a normal life? It was just that he hid himself too well, and he was an assassin who used poison to kill people. He didn't have much cultivation, so he wouldn't be discovered. Chapter 756. Play Chess 0756. In a beautiful area of the sea, there was a luxurious yacht anchored. On it, there were dozens of beauties wearing bikinis, with different skin and hair colors, playing around. On the top deck, a man wearing beach pants, black curly hair, and a big belly was holding a blonde beauty in one hand and flirting with her. On the other side, he was being served by a servant, smoking a hookah. Abu Zai. The man shouted, Is my lunch not ready yet? I'm going crazy from hunger. Not long after, a tall and skinny man wearing a white chef's uniform and a chef's hat walked onto the deck. The man had a curly beard, thin cheeks, and long hands and feet. He was holding an especially large silver plate in his hand. The heavy plate was as light as a feather in his hand. Your Highness Prince Rashid, this is the lamb chop with caviar and white truffle mushroom soup that you ordered. Abu Zai respectfully put down the plate and lifted the lid. An alluring fragrance wafted out, and even the beauty in Rashid's arms swallowed her saliva. Oh, Abu Zai, your culinary skills always move me so much. Asking you to be my chef is the right thing to do. Prince Rashid laughed loudly, picked up his knife and fork, and began to enjoy the delicacies. Abu Zai silently took out a satellite phone and said, Your Highness, there's something I need to trouble you with. What is it? Prince Rashid was puzzled. Please call your father, Chief Hassan, and tell him 2 things, Abu Zai said faintly. Ha! Rashid looked puzzled, say that again. Abu Zai said, Please call Chief Hassan and tell him to release the old man within half an hour and have the Dragon Knight stop fighting. Hey! Abu Zai! Prince Rashid suddenly stood up and cursed, Who do you think you are? No matter what you're saying, you dare to command me. What right do you have to make me call my royal father? Abu Zai was unmoved. He just picked up his collar and said to a communicator that looked like a button, Begin the operation. Not long after he finished speaking, dozens of steel ropes suddenly appeared around the yacht. After the hooks on the ropes grabbed onto the edge of the yacht, dozens of fierce warriors wearing underwater equipment climbed onto the yacht from the water. Tu-tu-tu-tu-tu-tu-tu. A few warriors who came up first used the guns they carried to take care of the bodyguards guarding the corners of the yacht. The entire yacht was captured in an instant. It took less than half a minute for the entire situation to be settled. Everyone on the ship was dumbfounded. When the women who were playing by the pool saw the blood and screamed, Prince Rashid realized the seriousness of the situation. "Ah! Abu Zai! What the hell did you do?" Prince Rashid roared. "Your Royal Highness, you are the first-in-line successor to the throne of the Emirate. If you die, your 4 brothers will benefit greatly from it. I'm sure you don't want that to happen," Abu Zai said. Prince Rashid's expression was uncertain. Looking at the amphibious troops in black standing in all directions, he knew that he was completely under their control. "Who the hell are you?" Rashid asked. Abu Zai respectfully patted his chest with one hand and said towards the distant sea sky, "Divine wrath." It took Rashid 3 seconds to react. His face immediately turned ashen. "You're from Inferno. Why? Why are you a chef on my ship?" "Of course it's because you, Prince, appreciate my dishes and recruited me," Abu Zai said. "But the question is, how could you be a chef?" Rashid was about to go crazy. Abu Zai said matter-of-factly, "Our king led us to freedom. We have freedom, so of course we can do whatever we want. I like to cook, don't you like my cooking too?" "Oh. Damn it." Rashid completely lost his temper. He gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand. "Give me the phone, I want to talk to my father." Abu Zai nodded in satisfaction and handed him the satellite phone. "Remember, there are only 25 minutes left." In a medieval castle in Austria, although it looked incomparably old from the outside, it was surprisingly luxurious and beautiful inside. In an elegant and exquisite office, a handsome man with neatly combed blonde hair was playing the violin. The melodious sound of the zither came out of the window, and the birds in the forest also stopped. "Mr. Brandon. I have something to report." A hungry, gray-haired old man in a tuxedo walked into the office. Brandon stopped playing and turned around with a frown. "What's wrong, Bob? Don't you know that I hate it when people disturb my performance?" "Sir, please forgive me. It's just that the family has issued an urgent order that you must deal with it within half an hour." Old Bob explained. "Oh. What did my grandpa say?" Brandon's expression became serious. His grandpa was the current head of the Rothschild family. Bob gave a telegram tied with a red string to Brandon. In this family that respected certain traditions, telegrams had not been abandoned. After Brandon opened the telegram, his expression froze after reading it. How could this be?" Bob asked with concern. "Mr. Brandon, what happened?" "Europe, North America, South America, East Asia, and even Africa, all the businesses of our family are in trouble." Brandon frowned. Hearing that, Bob turned pale with fright. How could this be? How could the businesses all over the world be in trouble? Because there are followers of a certain guy all over the world. They are a motley crew, and they are purposely trying to disgust us. Brandon clenched his fists. Although Bob was only a butler, he knew that the Rothschild family would suffer a great loss if the business network all over the world was in trouble, no matter how rich they were. Although the family wouldn't collapse, as a businessman, he would definitely avoid losses if he could. He had to make a trade-off. "Mr. Brandon, what does this have to do with you?" Bob asked curiously. "You don't have to ask anymore. Go out, I need to make a call." Brandon sat down dejectedly. Bob didn't dare to say anything else and left the study room. Brandon picked up the phone, dialed a number, and said, "General Robert, it seems that we've been underestimating our enemy. Lucifer said that he's retired these few years, but he's actually been playing chess all over the world in secret." Robert let out a sigh. "You are the 7th member to call me. It seems that I don't have to continue answering calls. Miss Barbara's method is indeed too radical. We have miscalculated." Chapter 757. We're burning 0.757 inch. The biggest difference between me and you is that my understanding and view of this world is different. Of course, it also has something to do with the environment I grew up in. Leaf Fan Xian calmly smiled at Holland and said, actually, you guys have always overlooked one thing. Holland had already cut off the communication. With a dark expression, he asked, what is it? This world does not belong to a single person, nor to a few people, nor to a few dozen people. There are more than 7 billion humans in this world. No matter how lowly and weak they are still a part of the world. The world is made up of all humans. Trying to control the world and bind the lives of billions of people is simply a pipe dream. The reason I can live until now is partly because I don't want to die, and partly because there are too many people in the world who don't want me to die. Because what I represent is not only my own interests, but also their freedom, their interests, and the world they wish to see. Leaf, seeing that Holland and the others were silent, Fan Xian continued with a smile, in your eyes, I am a big problem for you. You think that only tigers and grizzly bears can harm an elephant. However, there was a saying in China, ants can bite an elephant to death. No matter how small a life was, once they were united, they could not be underestimated. Actually, I don't even know how many members we Inferno have now. I don't know how many divisions there are in Bahamut, I don't know how many countries Baphomet has arranged for killers, and I don't even know where the sea demons have ships, but I know very well that no matter where you are, your people are only a minority, and our people are spread throughout almost every area except China, stepping into every field. This is only a naive idea that a weak person would have. In front of absolute power, all of this is bullshit. Holland said disdainfully. Yi Fan chuckled and nodded, you're right. In front of you, those nameless killers and mercenaries who are hidden in the crowd are insignificant. However, have you ever thought about it? How many people in the Petersburg Club have the strength of your Holy Dragon Knight, Holland? Even if they had the ability to protect themselves, did they not have any relatives? No companion. No descendants. You don't have to care about their lives, but they have to care about everything. My brothers are even more restless than I am. In the 3 years that I've been retired, they've been burying mines all over the world. I've always believed this. Hearing this, Dirk was dumbstruck. He thought that Yi Fan had no choice but to come here to fight, but who would have thought that Yi Fan had already cast a large net and secretly made the entire strategic deployment? Of course, this wasn't done by Yi Fan. To be exact, Yi Fan had only allowed the people of Inferno to reveal the power they had accumulated over the past few years. Holland took a deep breath and said, those stupid fellows, to actually drop the ball at such a time, they are truly useless. The Fire Dragon Knight Phil beside him said in disbelief, Holland, what's going on? Are you really colluding with Petersburg's people? Do you even need to ask? His expression has already explained everything. Ice Dragon Knight, what side? You really disappoint us. When Sandal heard this, he could no longer defend Holland and chose to remain silent. Even if I have a cooperation with the Petersburg Club, I am still the leader of the Dragon Knights. I have not made you inferior. We are on equal terms, Holland said. Holland, stop quibbling. General Robert has already told you to stop fighting, what else do you have to say? Dirk sneered. He said to stop fighting, but I won't accept it. Holland said loudly, today, I will prove that I have never betrayed the Dragon Knights and will never listen to the orders of the Petersburg Club. I must make an end to it. Holland, how do you want to end this? Phil asked. It's very simple. They want me to let Lucifer go, but I won't accept it. Holland said coldly. Yi Fan was not surprised, and said with a smile that was not a smile, looks like Sylvie has done a lot of work for you. That's true, my existence has made that woman unable to sleep or eat in peace, right? I am a Dragon Knight, I have my dignity and pride, and I will not allow anyone to trample on it. Lucifer, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to my dragon-slaying sword, to defend the glory of my holy dragon knight, Alan St. Rodriguez. Alan took off a brown sheepskin glove from his hand. Under the gazes of the dragon knights, he threw the glove at Yifan. Everyone's eyes narrowed. This was not an ordinary action. When a knight threw a glove at his opponent, it meant that he was going to fight one-on-one. Yifan withdrew his smile and took the glove. This also meant that he accepted the duel. One-on-one, this was already the best situation that Yifan could think of. Before he came, he knew very well that it shouldn't be difficult to save President Li. As long as he made Peterburg's group afraid, they would naturally let the old man go. However, Alan's matter had been exposed. If he really retreated, it would be equivalent to becoming a lackey of the Peterburg Club, and the other Dragon Knights would no longer regard him as their leader. Therefore, for the sake of his own status and face, Alan had to fight a great battle. Firstly, he had to prove that he would not submit to Peterburg, and secondly, he had to show off his strength so that the other Dragon Knights would no longer dare to question him. Dirk frowned and said, "Lucifer, let me do it. I'm the one who took the Dragon Flame badge, how can I let you fight for me?" Yifan turned around and said, "The one who took over the set is me, this is my battle. And you don't have to worry, if I die, you won't be able to live either." Indeed, if Yifan were to lose, then Alan would definitely kill him on the charge of rebellion. "Lucifer, if you have any last words, you can say them now." After Alan finished speaking, he directly pulled out the dragon-slaying sword from his waist. The hilt of the sword was inlaid with a large diamond, beautifully wrapped in silver threads. The blade was 4 feet long, enough to be considered a two-handed sword, but in the hands of a dragon knight, it wasn't considered long. There was a blood groove in the middle of the sword, and both sides of the sword reflected a silver glow. The edge of the blade was as sharp as a mirror, and it was obvious that it was a good sword with short hair. Boom! A wave of air spread out with Alan's body as the center, blowing the trees in the forest. The other Dragon Knights knew that Alan was going to use his true power the moment he came up, so they silently retreated. None of them would interfere in a fair one-on-one duel. This was the spirit of chivalry. Yifan could feel the powerful spiritual energy that the other party could only possess at the great perfection of spirit condensation, and his expression also became serious. In a duel, someone had to die. It was either you die or I live. Yifan didn't dare to say that this was the strongest opponent he had ever faced, but it was definitely one of the most dangerous battles. Life and death could be on the line. "Forget about the last words, I don't think I need them," Yifan said indifferently. Alan took a deep breath and put on his helmet, "WR burning." After roaring out the Dragon Knight's creed, the platinum spiritual energy around Alan's body was like a raging flame, rising by more than 10 feet. Chapter 758. Take out all your skills. 0758. Yifan knew that Alan's speed was definitely very fast, but he didn't expect him to be this fast. The key was that his charge was accompanied by a strong flow of spiritual energy, which affected Yifan's movements, making him unable to smoothly dodge or counterattack. Alan skillfully controlled his own spiritual energy, allowing every movement to cause the spiritual energy to be like a rope, binding Yifan. Before he even arrived, the spiritual energy had already helped him gain the upper hand. Warrior. This was a true warrior. Knowing how to use all of his resources to fight, his fighting skills were enough to make Yifan exclaim in admiration. Fortunately, Yifan's physical fitness was extremely strong. Withstanding the berserk spiritual energy, it was as if he was barbarically moving through the cement. After moving to the right, he tiptoed with his right foot and threw out a whip punch with his left hand. Clang! Yifan's vicious fist fiercely collided with Alan's left arm. The spiritual energy outside the holy dragon armor and the metal of the armor perfectly dissolved the power of Yifan's punch. The power of heaven and earth brought about by the fist intent was on par with Alan's spiritual energy. Bang, bang, bang. Yifan turned his body and threw out another 3 punches, causing the air wave to explode. Alland used his arms and chest to forcefully block Yifan's 3 punches. At the same time, his right hand once again swung his sword, slashing towards Yifan's waist. This was the first time Yifan had seen someone who could withstand his fist intent. This Alland's defense was truly strong. It was definitely not something that could be done with just the hardness of his armor. Seeing that he was about to be cut in half, Yifan leaned back and lay flat on the ground. After dodging the sword strike, he supported himself with one hand and flipped backwards. "Ah!" Alland roared deafeningly, cheering for himself. At the same time, he took advantage of the situation to pursue and attack. The dragon-slaying sword fiercely slashed out, bringing with it a lightning-like sword chi attack. The surging platinum-colored sword chi was like a white dragon that was wildly scurrying across the ground. Wherever it passed, the rocks and soil on the ground would explode. Boom, boom, boom. With a strong noise, the platinum-colored sword chi's shockwave continuously merged with the spiritual energy released by Alland. Its speed became faster and faster, wanting to engulf Yifan. Yifan saw that it was too late for him to dodge, so he raised his right hand and released a sword intent. Kill! The sword finger that Fan Xian brandished also brought out a crescent arc of sword intent. With a slash of the word, the air was violently torn apart. The sword intent and the platinum-colored sword chi collided fiercely. Although the opponent's sword chi was fierce, the sword intent still succeeded in smashing it into pieces. Right at this moment, Alland's figure suddenly appeared from the vast expanse of whiteness, and another sword slashed towards Yifan. Yifan had no choice but to retreat, dodging continuously. For a moment, he couldn't find any space to counterattack. "Lucifer. Your sword intent is indeed powerful, but I won't give you the chance to display it." Alland was like a tank made of heavy metal, but it was incomparably agile, causing Yifan to retreat bit by bit, and the pressure became stronger and stronger. It was obvious that Alland had heard from Sylvie that Yifan's sword intent was very powerful, so he had purposely compressed Yifan's attack space, not giving Yifan the chance to use his sword intent. Yifan was also clear that if he forced himself to use his sword intent, it would only cause him to reveal a flaw. Moreover, Alland had always been on guard, so his sword intent might not be able to hit his opponent. At that time, if his attack failed and he was left wide open, he might even be hacked to death by Alland's sword. One had to know that Alland's sword was not a child's play. Yifan didn't think that his body could even withstand such an attack. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous dash of sword chi was like a rampaging white dragon, rampaging through the forest. No matter if it was rock, earth, or wood, everything that was collided with Alland's spiritual energy and sword chi was destroyed. After more than 50 moves, the forest was in a mess, as if it had been run over by some bulldozer. Alland didn't seem to know what fatigue was. He charged wildly on the ground, leaving a mark on the ground. He swung the dragon-slaying sword with one hand, directly sealing off one of Yifan's escape routes. Only then did Yifan realize that his dodging method had been seen through by Alland. This Holy Dragon Knight's combat talent and experience were not inferior to his. Yifan had no way to dodge, so he gritted his teeth and clasped his hands together. Ding! With a sword hum, Yifan's hands forcefully clamped onto the dragon-slaying sword. Taking advantage of the moment when the sword was falling, Yifan twisted his body and dodged the sword. Although he had dodged a calamity, when Yifan looked at his hand, a layer of skin had fallen off and blood was flowing out. A few of the spectating dragon knights silently shook their heads. In their eyes, Yifan, who couldn't even use his sword intent, had already lost. As for Dirk, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, trembling slightly. Lucifer. I know you didn't use your full strength. Use all of your abilities. Alland boldly waved his sword, and blood droplets flew away. He hadn't used all of his abilities yet, so he was calm and composed. Yi Fan knew that if he were to fight like this, he would definitely die. This was because the two of them had already reached the point where they had no moves to win, and their battle acuity was about the same. In this realm, if he couldn't win with just his moves, he would have to rely on the words, "Speed is the only thing that can't be broken." If he wanted to be faster, the only choice Yi Fan could make was to disintegrate. Ah! Yi Fan no longer held back. With a shake of his arms, a surge of energy surged out from his body. His limbs and bones were all filled with an extremely strong vitality. At the same time, the wound on Yi Fan's hand also quickly healed. His eyes were bright and piercing. What a strong change in aura. What kind of martial arts is this? The few dragon knights cried out in alarm. Only now did they know that Yi Fan truly had the confidence to challenge Alland. Alland had long since seen Yi Fan disintegrate at the Saite conference, and he had also heard about it from Sylvie, so he wasn't surprised. That's more like it. Come, let me see if you can receive my sword. The spiritual energy in Alland's body once again rose by a few notches. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand was like a small sun, continuously emitting a dazzling platinum light. Holy Dragon Mystery, Dragon Jaw Slash. Alland suddenly raised his sword. There were no fancy or unnecessary movements, but the speed and trajectory of the sword were incomparably fierce and strange. It was obvious that this seemingly ordinary sword strike was a pure offensive sword technique that had been practiced tens of thousands of times. The platinum sword chi was like thunder on the flat ground. The white light that was rolled up was like a wave appearing on the land. It was a vast expanse of whiteness as it pushed forward, wanting to completely sweep Yi Fan away. Dodging such an attack was nonsense. Yi Fan pointed his sword towards the sky, condensing a vigorous sword intent. It was as if a gigantic sword had appeared in the air, slashing down towards the raging sword chi tsunami in front of him. Rumble. The intense explosion created a strong gale. Dozens of trees in the surroundings were shattered, and the ground was filled with cracks caused by sword chi and sword intent. You've been tricked. Chapter 759. A graceful sword 0759. A large sword was like the blade of a death god that had suddenly appeared from the thick fog to take his life. Alland had already moved behind Yi Fan, thrusting his sword towards Yi Fan's heart. The purpose of him launching such a ferocious attack was not only to kill Yi Fan, but also to create an opportunity to outflank him. Yi Fan instinctively stomped on the ground, and his figure moved forward as fast as lightning. With just a few centimeters of difference, Yi Fan avoided Alland's killing blow. Yi Fan himself was surprised by his own speed. A faint golden light surged on his body. This was the situation that had occurred since the last time he disintegrated. He didn't know if it was because of his hard work that he obtained this brilliance, or if it was because this brilliance gave him an even stronger disintegration effect. In short, Yi Fan was very clear that if it was him during the Saite conference, he would definitely not have been able to avoid Orlando's sword strike just now. Alland stood on the spot, the expression on the back of his helmet unreadable. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, you would become stronger again. Alland said. Yi Fan remained silent, completely focused on the battle. He didn't feel that Alland's strength was only this much. Sure enough, just as Alland finished speaking, his figure once again turned into a gust of wind, thrusting towards him with his sword. Yi Fan felt that he already had some strength left in his body. Of course, he didn't want to sit still and wait for death, so he started to counterattack. As the two of them moved at high speeds, their fists and feet collided. Their sword techniques and sword intents clashed, and for a moment, they were like two vigorous leopards fighting against each other, fierce and fierce. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After Yi Fan pulled open the battle line, 3 sword intents shot towards Alland from 3 different angles. Alland dodged 2 sword intents, and used his own dragon-slaying sword to block the 3rd sword intent. Clang! The dragon-slaying sword was indeed a divine weapon. After receiving Yifan's sword intent, it did not suffer any damage. Of course, this also had a lot to do with Alan's profound spiritual energy cultivation. No matter how powerful your sword intent is, it's useless. I've already seen through it. Don't even think about hitting me. As soon as Alan finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong. Yifan's figure was like a sharp arrow, rapidly approaching him, and was almost within reach. After disintegrating, Yifan's physical strength and speed exploded. The sudden change in speed caught Alan off guard. What about this sword? The sail's left hand pulled out from the right side as fast as a thunderclap. It was as if an invisible sword had suddenly been unsheathed. Sword drawing technique. It was one of the fastest sword arts. In the sword intent, it also had the profoundness of using speed to win. One sword was graceful, and the moment the sword was drawn, the man died. The sword intent seemed to be mixed with the golden light that faintly seeped out from Yifan's body. This kind of power that Yifan felt was both unfamiliar and familiar to him, caused the sword intent to be as powerful as 1,000 kilograms. Alan shuddered. This was the first time he, who was in his armor, felt the fear brought about by the sword intent. He couldn't dodge. He couldn't even react in time. The few dragon knights who were watching from afar didn't even see how Yifan made his move. They only saw that Yifan had already appeared behind Alan. Yifan's feet left 2 deep marks on the ground, and the soil even emitted white smoke from the friction. Crack, crack. Crack, crack, the metal wailed in pain. The armor on Alan's chest split open, and half of his helmet was cut off. Alan's face was covered in blood, and a blood-red scar appeared on his face at an angle. If it wasn't for the holy dragon armor blocking most of the damage for him, this sword strike would have taken his life. Realizing that the situation was not good, Alan suddenly rushed forward, pulling away from Yifan. When he turned around again, Alan's expression was already sinister. He touched his broken armor, then touched the blood on his face, feeling incomparably humiliated. The other dragon knights were already speechless, unable to say a single word. In their opinion, amongst the 10 great legends, Alan's fighting strength should be in the top 3, while Yifan was in the bottom 3. However, the current situation didn't seem to be the case at all. Is Alan really going to lose? The king of hell, Lucifer. Is he really only in his 20s? The fire dragon knight Phil said in shock. China's swordsman. The last time the dragon blood armor was pierced. It was also a swordsman from China. What murmured? Yifan held his breath with rapt attention. The more it was like this, the more he didn't dare to let his guard down. This was because Alan was on the same side as Sylvie, so he definitely wouldn't die so easily. Sure enough, after Alan realized that he could no longer win with his normal fighting strength, he roared towards the sky. Suddenly, an evil and dark energy crazily surged out from his body. A terrifying black shadow circled around Alan's body for a few times before entering Alan's body again. A dark energy shockwave spread out from his body, causing the ground to cave in. This time, a completely different kind of pressure that caused people to tremble in fear appeared. What's wrong with Alan? Sandel turned pale with fright. Yifan coldly glanced at him. Don't you understand? He's in the same group as Sylvie. After cultivating the demon summoning technique, he's no longer a human, nor a ghost. That's why. He's always getting younger. Dirk finally confirmed his guess. The baleful aura around Alan's body surged, and the wounds that were still bleeding quickly healed. He tore off the broken armor on his upper body. The muscles on his tall and sturdy body had already swelled to the limit, and his veins were protruding. Lucifer. To be able to force me to this point, you should be satisfied that you died in my hands. Alan laughed sinisterly, his throat already strangely hoarse. Yifan narrowed his eyes. If it's a demon summoning technique, then the summoned demon will come from another dimension. In this world, the power of the demon will be greatly reduced, and you walking a crooked path and using a power that doesn't belong to you might not be a good thing. You're already a dead man, I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'll let you experience my true strength. Alan sneered arrogantly, and continued to slash at Yifan 3 times in a row, forcefully counterattacking. This kind of circular sword technique required a swordsman's powerful arm strength and superb control. The sword light was like a circle, surrounding and suppressing the opponent from all directions. After the dragon-slaying sword was attached to this dark energy, it was even more destructive than before. After activating the energy of the demon in his body, Alan's strength and speed also increased explosively in a short period of time. This caused the advantage that Yifan had just obtained through disintegration to completely disappear. Without a doubt, the demon in Alan's body was different from Sylvie's demon. It was a demon that was more suitable for a melee warrior like him to fuse with. Yifan finally managed to dodge the 3 consecutive moves, only to discover that Alan was chasing after him again. Ah! Die! Die! Go to hell! Alan crazily held onto the dragon-slaying sword and slashed at Yifan. At this point in the fierce battle, what they were fighting for was their strength. Whoever's hand went soft first, whoever's strength was the first to run out, whoever's feet didn't keep up first, would die first. Yifan discovered that he was unable to get rid of the dragon-slaying sword and increase the distance between them. As a result, he needed to use close combat to block the dragon-slaying sword in order to find an opportunity to counterattack. However, he couldn't possibly use his arm to block the dragon-slaying sword. Chapter 760. Once upon a time there was a Mountain 0760 sword, one of the most primitive cold weapons of mankind. The birth of weapons was not for killing. Instead, it was for humans to seek self-protection in a harsh environment. It was a kind of self-defense weapon. What Yifan had always ignored was that weapons like swords were not purely for offense, but also for defense and deterrence. Although this had something to do with his opponent not being strong enough, it was also because Yifan had made a mistake. He naively thought that swords were of a lower level than sword intent, so he didn't need them at all. In fact, that was not the case. Using sword intent, fist intent, and palm intent were all attacks. In essence, there was no difference, and there was no way to create much room for him to fight. If he had a sword at this moment, he would at least be able to use it to block Alan's attack and take the opportunity to find a gap in his attack. Alan's dragon-slaying sword was already like a madman as it slashed down towards Yifan, as if dozens of sword lights were swaying. Yifan, who was unable to distance himself from Yifan, was already in danger. If he was even the slightest bit careless, he might be seriously injured and die. Sword! Sword! I want a sword! Yifan, who was trying his best to dodge, had never longed for a sword like this before. How good would it be if he had a sword in his hand? Just when Yifan's heart was filled with incomparable longing, suddenly, the black god of swords ring on Yifan's hand flowed with a faint halo of light. A special feeling, as if there was a line that was directly transmitted from the ring to Yifan's mind. After connecting with Yifan's spiritual world, his thoughts began to communicate. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Yifan seemed to have a spiritual connection with this ring. The world in front of Yifan's eyes instantly changed. Sword. Densely packed swords. They were all swords. Yifan felt as if he was hallucinating. In front of him was no longer the forest in battle, but a desolate gray land. What the hell? What was going on? Yifan was about to go crazy. Wasn't he fighting with Alan? Why did he seem to have transmigrated and entered such a strange world? Under the gloomy sky, on the vast land, there were swords of different shapes and sizes pierced into the ground. Some swords were as thin as willow leaves, like water snakes, exquisite beyond compare. Some swords were as thick as giant logs, longer than a human's, like the swords of giants. There were also various kinds of swords that shone with a dazzling halo. At first glance, one could tell that they were good swords that could cut through metal and jade. These swords were stabbed in all directions. Some were very close, some were very far, and some were so far that it was impossible to see what kind of swords they were. Yi Fan looked around and realized that this seemed to be the foot of a mountain. The high slope behind him extended all the way to the distance. It was a towering mountain. The peak of the mountain pierced through the clouds, and in the dusky sky, it was impossible to see the peak of the mountain. A gloomy world, a mountain peak that couldn't be seen, and countless swords were scattered all over the mountain. What is this place? Could it be the world within the ring? There was a mountain in the ring. Just what kind of secret was hidden within this God of Swords ring? Back then, Fairy's sister wanted him to take good care of it. Was it because this world was hidden in it? Just as Yi Fan was trying to pull out the nearest sword, the scene in front of him changed once again. Hua, a gust of astral wind. The dragon-slaying sword was right in front of him. Yi Fan shouted in fright and instinctively dodged backwards, barely avoiding Alan Duo's attack. Even so, the tip of Yi Fan's nose was still cut open by the sword chi. But compared to being beheaded, it was already a blessing. Only then did Yi Fan realize that although he seemed to have entered another world and was in a daze for a long time, it was actually just an instant. The time inside the God of Swords ring was not the same as the time outside. However, it was fortunate that this was the case. Otherwise, he would have been cut into pieces by Alland while he was in a daze just now. However, even if he accidentally discovered the magic of this ring and knew that there were so many swords inside, if he couldn't even take out a single one and couldn't use it for himself, wouldn't that be meaningless? The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more annoyed he became. There were so many swords, but he couldn't even use one. What was the use of this lousy ring? Sword God, why don't you give me a sword? Yi Fan shouted in his heart. As if it had received Yi Fan's message, the Sword God ring gave Yi Fan a response in his mind, telling him how to retrieve the sword. Yi Fan was overjoyed. He really could take out the sword from the ring. Yi Fan watched as the dragon-slaying sword swung towards him again. He barely managed to turn around and dodge it. At the same time, his mind connected with the ring, and with a stretch of his hand, he suddenly pulled out a sword from the void. It was as if he was performing a magic trick. The air rippled and a sword appeared. This scene caused Alan to be stunned. The other dragon knights were even more dumbfounded. They didn't even see what was going on. Could it be that Lucifer knew magic? The few dragon knights were all puzzled. However, Alland only paused for a moment before once again sticking close to Yi Fan. The dragon-slaying sword brought along a violent stream of air, and the black energy poured down with astonishing might. Yi Fan finally got his sword, so he was naturally excited. He didn't care about what was going on with the Sword God ring, so he planned to use his sword to settle the battle first. However, the moment Yi Fan was about to raise his sword and fight with Alland, Yi Fan discovered a serious problem. F***ck me. Yi Fan was still puzzled. Why was the sword in his hand so light? Only when he lifted it up did he realize that it was actually a wooden sword. Yi Fan immediately cursed, wishing that he could immediately throw away the Sword God's ring. There were so many divine weapons inside, but not a single one of them was given to him, and he actually gave him a wooden sword. Even if this wooden sword looked like it was made of high-quality dragon-subduing wood, it was still a wooden sword no matter what. Forget it, I'll take it first. Yi Fan raised his sword, and the sword intent was released from the wooden sword. Yi Fan suspected that the wooden sword would not be able to withstand his sword intent. Clang! Finally, Yi Fan received Alland's attack head-on. The black energy in Yifan's sword intent produced a violent explosion, creating a shockwave. The strength and speed of Alland, who was possessed by the demon, increased explosively, forcefully suppressing Yifan's sword intent. But seizing this time, Yifan took a step forward, changed to his left hand holding the sword, and shot out a sword intent towards Alland's head with his right hand. Don't even think about it. Alland once again wiped his sword and lifted it up. Ding! With a sword hum, Yifan's sword intent was once again blocked. However, this was only the first wave of attacks. Yifan immediately somersaulted, holding the wooden sword in his left hand, he swung it down towards Alland, slashing out a full moon slash. However, after this move was unleashed, Yifan himself was dumbfounded, because he discovered that the peachwood sword in his hand. There was only half of it left. F*ck Yifan was already cursing in his heart, wishing that he could throw this broken sword away. He had just fought with the opponent's dragon-slaying sword for a while, why did it break? Chapter 761. Special meaning 0761 inch ha 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 ha. Alland easily dodged Yifan's broken sword attack with a single step and laughed, Lucifer. Are you kidding me? Take out such a wooden sword and fight against my dragon-slaying sword. Seeing this scene, the other dragon knights also had strange expressions on their faces, because this was indeed quite awkward. Dark Cyril even wished that he could throw his sword at Yifan. Unfortunately, this was a duel of gloves, and no one else could participate, even if they had weapons to support them. Moreover, Alland's dragon-slaying sword was the most powerful sword passed down from the Dragon Knight organization. It was said that it had once been used to slay a dragon, which showed how sharp and hard this sword was. Alland didn't want to give Yifan a chance to catch his breath. He tirelessly pressed forward with his sword once again, and the sword seemed to be burning with black flames. Holy Dragon Mystery, Dragon Flame Slash. The Dragon Knight's battle skill, which had fused with the power of the demon, displayed an even more terrifying power. As the sword descended, the ground was ignited with blazing flames. At the same time that Yifan dodged the sharp edge with great difficulty, he could also feel the killing power of the sharpness and the burning. Boom boom boom. Alland continuously used the Dragon Flame Slash, and the ground seemed to be split apart by the walls of flames, compressing Yifan's movement space even more. Yifan held the broken wooden sword in his hand, feeling that if this continued, it would be no different from waiting for death. He had to change to a new sword as soon as possible. With a thought, he transmitted it to the sword god's ring, and once again felt that a sword was about to be summoned out. It was possible. Yifan felt a burst of joy. It was good that he could change his sword. Even if it wasn't a divine weapon, as long as it was a sword that could be used normally, it would still give him a lot of initiative. Yifan took advantage of the gap and threw away the broken peachwood sword in his hand. At the same time, he took out another sword from the void. The few dragon knights were not too surprised when they saw Yifan conjuring another sword. They only thought that Yifan had some kind of special skill or superpower. However, the moment Yifan obtained the sword, he was about to collapse. Why? Why? Why was it still a peachwood sword? When the sail received the sword, it discovered that the sword was still very light. Although the shape of the wooden sword was different, it was still a wooden sword. He had clearly seen the sword god's ring display countless swords, so why did the sword it sent out have to be a wooden sword? Lucifer. You're dead. Alland discovered that Yifan had taken another wooden sword and was laughing maniacally. After jumping up, he quickly dived down and swung down his heavy sword. The sail didn't even need to test it out. If this wooden sword of his went to block the dragon-slaying sword, it would definitely break again. At that time, he might even be injured. The sail simply threw away the sword, not wanting to use it at all, and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! A crack appeared on the ground, and the surging sword chi and energy caused Yi Fan to be in a sorry state. As he stared at Alan's attack, he continuously dodged. At the same time, he seemed to be talking to himself as he shouted, "Another sword." The sword god's ring was very cooperative, and there were enough swords as well. Another one was sent to Yi Fan from the void. Yi Fan grabbed it, and even had the heart to die. Because it was still a wooden sword. F***CKU. Looking at the peachwood sword with beautiful wood grain, Yi Fan really wanted to curse, but he didn't know who to curse. Cursing a ring wasn't a big deal. However, the third time he gave Yi Fan the wooden sword, it made Yi Fan have a question: was this really bad luck? Could there be another reason? The sword god's ring was something that Big Sister Fairy had told him to take good care of. With that Big Sister Fairy's strength, she shouldn't have given him something too bad. Moreover, what Big Sister Fairy said was very helpful to him. For example, when she told him to start cultivating from the beginning and choose his own path, Yi Fan did as he was told. Only then did his current strength increase greatly. Then, would this God of Swords ring be able to help him increase his strength? If so, then the sword god's ring must have a special meaning for giving him the wooden sword. Could it be? The ring was doing it on purpose, wanting him to use the wooden sword to win. The wooden sword and the dragon-slaying sword were almost two extremes. The dragon-slaying sword was hard and heavy, the wooden sword was light and agile. One hard and one soft. In that case, wouldn't the ancient martial arts soft to hard swordsmanship be used just in time? In Yi Fan's mind, countless thoughts flashed through, as if a ray of light had flashed past, giving Yi Fan a feeling of enlightenment. That's right. How could he have forgotten? Why did he have to fight Aland head-on? The advantage of a dragon knight was in terms of close combat strength and speed. Even if he wasn't afraid of him in terms of strength and speed, there was no need for him to fight him head-on. The sword god's ring had given him 3 wooden swords in a row. Finally, Yi Fan realized that there was a problem with his train of thought when it came to using swords. This time, Yi Fan did not throw away the wooden sword. Facing the thunderous sword strike from Aland, Yi Fan calmed his heart and used the peachwood sword to follow the dragon-slaying sword's blade, avoiding its sharp edge, and then took the opportunity to swipe and lift it up. Although the peachwood sword was unable to withstand the dragon-slaying sword's sharp blade, it did not prevent it from colliding with other parts of the sword. Yi Fan also did not block Aland's attack. With just a flick, he had diverted his attack in the wrong direction. As a result, Yi Fan effortlessly neutralized the attack, and at the same time, caused Aland to reveal a flaw. Good chance. Yi Fan's left hand shot out a sword intent, aiming straight for Aland's head. Aland was already prepared. He forcefully turned his head to dodge, and at the same time, swung his sword at Yi Fan again. Yi Fan did the same thing. This time, he placed the peachwood sword horizontally, and from the bottom to the top, he picked up the dragon-slaying sword. How is this possible? Aland was shocked, because Yi Fan's eyes, temperament, and moves were completely different from before. Yi Fan seemed to have transcended the mortal world as he coldly watched his attack. His every move showed that he had a well-thought-out attitude. What made Aland even more uncomfortable was that when he attacked, it was as if he had hit cotton, unable to exert any strength at all. For tails to push 1,000 kilograms, borrow strength to fight, use softness to overcome hardness, these ancient martial arts ideas, Yi Fan actually understood them very early on. However, just like how some people would be nervous when they stood on the podium, in a life-and-death battle, Yi Fan would also forget a lot of things that he should have known. Actually, for example, the Taiji sword technique of the Taiji sect was this kind of martial art. However, Yi Fan's sword intent had already reached the point where he had no moves, so there was no need to specially think about moves. He only needed to use his sword intent to adapt to the situation. Once Yi Fan took the initiative, he would have time to observe Aland's attack. He discovered that Alan's attack was fierce and overbearing, but there were not enough variables. With a single strike, it would be very difficult to change its trajectory. Once the effect of the attack was destroyed and the rhythm was disrupted, Alan actually had a lot of openings. Chapter 762. Elegant 0762. Thinking about it carefully, it was laughable. To deal with Alan, he could actually use a tree branch to fight. Because the wooden sword was light and fast, it was just in time to divert Alan's attack. If it was a metal sword, the effect would not be as good as a wooden sword. Of course, if there was a sword that could directly destroy the dragon-slaying sword, it would be good, but what was the need for that? The sword god's ring really did have a way. Yi Fan's eyes focused, his sword was like a swift gust of wind. The tip of the sword lightly tapped on Alan's dragon-slaying sword, and then used the body of the sword to push it, causing Alan's attack to deviate once again. Alan, you've lost. Yi Fan could already foresee the result. Seeing that his attacks were all ineffective, Alan was already extremely angry. Stop scaring people. You want to win against me with a wooden sword. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. Seeing that Alan was planning to use close combat to block his sword intent, Yi Fan didn't retreat, nor did he go up to meet him. When Alan's dragon-slaying sword was within reach, Yi Fan's peachwood sword seemed to have drawn a cage, waiting for the dragon-slaying sword to break in. The peachwood sword followed the trajectory of the dragon-slaying sword, guided and pushed at the same time. The reaction force allowed Yi Fan to spin lightly and arrive behind Alan. Not only did Alan's attack not hit Yi Fan, it was instead borrowed by Yi Fan to find a huge loophole in Alan's defense at close range. Crap! Alan realized that the situation was not good. He opened the back door wide, but it was already too late. Yi Fan's peachwood sword followed his rotation, creating a smooth trajectory. The sword edge swung out a sword intent. The pale golden sword light was like an illusion, but this sword intent that was condensed from Yi Fan's word was definitely not child's play. Clang! The holy dragon armor was once again sliced apart by the sword intent, and a deep bloody wound appeared on Alan's back. Blood flowed out. Ah! Although Alan managed to prevent his neck from being hit in time, his back was unable to avoid it. The heavily injured him roared furiously, and with a turn of his body, he wanted to cut Yi Fan in half. However, this time, Yi Fan was already prepared. He pressed down with his sword and did not stop Alan. After suppressing his attack, Yi Fan's body used the reaction force to jump up even faster. Only, Yi Fan's body borrowed the reaction force to jump up even faster. This scene caused the other dragon knights to be dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone who could so easily break through Alan Duo's attack and fight with such grace and agility. Obviously, Yi Fan had found a way to win against Orlando in terms of strength and speed, completely suppressing Orlando. The tip of his foot stepped on Alan's dragon-slaying sword, not allowing the dragon-slaying sword to raise its head. At the same time, his peachwood sword flashed past Alan's neck like lightning. This time, Alan was unable to dodge at all. Squeak! Blood spurted out. A generation of holy dragon knights, Alan, had his eyes wide open in anger as his head fell to the ground. After more than 10 seconds, the 4 dragon knights present finally accepted this reality with complicated gazes. Almost at the same time, they placed their hands on their chests, lowered their heads, and bid farewell to Alan. In fact, when Yi Fan's fighting style changed, they had already realized that Alan might lose. However, they didn't expect him to lose so quickly. It's over. Yi Fan looked at the peachwood sword in his hand and blinked. Suddenly, the peachwood sword disappeared. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, then realized that the sword could still return to the ring. He couldn't help but wonder, what exactly was this ring? Just now, the sword god ring had deliberately given him the wooden sword, as if it was a teacher teaching him how to use the sword. But how could a dead object teach him how to use the sword? It was really puzzling. Lucifer. Dirk's voice brought Yifan back to his senses. Yifan raised his head and saw Dirk and the other 3 dragon knights walking over. He smiled and asked, "You guys shouldn't be fighting, right?" Sandal snorted with an unhappy expression, "We dragon knights are not that unreasonable." "That's right." Phil said, "Olin's death is the result of his betrayal of our faith." Dirk. "Come back, Olin is dead, we need you to be our leader." "I agree, Dirk. This time, we misunderstood you." Watt also nodded. Dirk smiled bitterly, "I don't want to be some kind of leader. You guys know my personality, I don't like to show my face in public. When I get back, we'll discuss who will take over Olin's position." Yifan listened to them discuss these issues and said, "Don't worry, Olin's body hasn't been dealt with yet." Corpse. Watt said, "Although Olin betrayed us, he was once the leader of our 7 great dragon riders. We will bring him back and cremate him." Yifan shook his head, "No, last time I destroyed Sylvie's head, she escaped. Olin has a demon possession, I'm not at ease, I'm going to burn it now." The few dragon knights were shocked. They had never heard of a demon having such an evil ability. However, Yifan's strength had already convinced them, so they naturally wouldn't object. Not long after, the few of them placed Olin's corpse together in an open space. They surrounded it with a pile of wood and cremated it. When Olin's corpse was about to be burned to ashes, a thick black gas came out from his body. "Be careful. Everyone, stand aside." Yifan immediately told the dragon knights to stand far away, in case they were invaded by the demon. Without a host, the demon quickly dissipated into the air. The wail before its death was hair-raising. But no matter what, he had finally killed Olin without any mishaps. When Yifan saw all of this, it also confirmed his guess that it was the demon who resurrected Sylvie. It's hard to imagine that Olin would actually accept such an evil art. Phil frowned. "Lucifer, you said that the White Queen also cultivates this kind of evil art. Is she still in the Magnesium country? If she's here, why don't we surround and annihilate her?" Watt said. Yifan shook his head, "Today, Olin's plan was to kill me and Dirk in front of all of you. Sylvie definitely can't appear here, so that woman must be far away. If we want to find her, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, even if she doesn't have an ally like the Peterburg Club, she still has the mysterious epic-ranked expert, Shakyamuni Apocalypse, as her backer." The 4 dragon knights nodded, and Dirk said, "Lucifer, this time, it's all thanks to you that we dragon knights didn't fall into the hands of Olin and Sylvie. If you need anything in the future, others don't dare to say it, but I, Dark Cyril, am willing to return your favor." Yifan grinned, and reached out his hand to hit Dirk's chest, helping others help themselves. "Why are you being so polite? I also don't want to face so many dragon knights. If all of you were to attack me together, then I really wouldn't be able to survive. You're too modest, Lucifer. Your strength has made us look at you in a new light. We are inferior to you. This time, when we go back, we need to train even harder." Yifan chatted with a few dragon knights. After collecting Olin's ashes, he left the Black Forest. Dirk and the other 3 dragon knights returned to the organization. The dragon knights needed to be reorganized, and they had a lot of things to do. Li Fan Xian returned to the car. He naturally wouldn't forget to help him restrict the brothers of the Peterburg Club. He quickly made a call to Purgatory Island. Sally, who answered the phone, told Yifan that all the Inferno members who had exposed their identities this time were safe and sound, which made Yifan heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that the people from the Peterburg Club weren't stupid. Their own people were fine, but if they killed the people from Inferno, it would be equivalent to getting into trouble again. They didn't know if there were any hidden dangers around them, so instead of becoming enemies, it was better to be magnanimous and show goodwill to Inferno, expressing their attitude of peaceful coexistence. Yi Fan was also very satisfied with this result. What made him even happier was that when he returned to the hospital ward, he saw President Li, who had been sent back by the military. President Li actually didn't know what had happened. He thought that the nurse had taken her somewhere for an examination, but when he came back, he found out that she had been kidnapped as a hostage. Just as everyone was feeling happy that the crisis had passed, they saw Feng Yuing rushing into the ward. Ying, what's wrong? Yi Fan grabbed Feng Yuing. Seeing that the woman's face was pale and her eyes were filled with tears, he immediately asked with concern. Chapter 763. Half a cake 0763. Yi Fan was shocked. Could it be that the medicine he found from the Earth's axis had some side effects? He didn't have the time to ask any more questions and quickly ran to Feng Xiaoyi's ward with Feng Yuing. Ronica and the others also followed. As soon as he entered the ward, he found Feng Xiaoyi lying on the bed, his body twitching non-stop. His face was covered in sweat, and his expression was one of discomfort as he breathed heavily. The nurse in charge of taking care of him had a blank and anxious expression on her face. She had no idea what was going on. It's been like this from the beginning. What happened to my brother? Feng Yuing was so anxious that she was about to cry. Leonidas hurriedly ran to the brainwave detector. After looking at the data displayed, he was shocked. Oh my God! His brain showed signs of being extremely active. Right now, his brain is not like that of a vegetable at all. It's as active as a crazy computer. Li Fanxian stepped forward, grabbed Feng Xiaoyi's wrist, and checked his pulse, saying, although his body is weak, his pulse is fine. It seems. The problem lies in the activity of his brain. Is he having a nightmare? Is it because there are too many terrifying things in his mind? Du Yuner guessed. It's possible, but even if it's a nightmare, it's still a good thing. At the very least. This means that the activity of his brain cells has successfully increased. Ronica said. At this moment Feng Xiaoyi, who was lying on the bed, suddenly shouted. Ah! Following Feng Xiaoyi's shout, the brainwave detector immediately sounded an alarm. Beep! The ear-piercing sound of the alarm left Ronica dumbfounded. How was this possible? His brain waves had already exceeded the limit of what the instrument could detect. Is this still a human brain wave? Just as everyone was puzzled, more abnormal changes occurred in the ward. The table, chairs, and shelves all began to shake. The fruits, flower pots, books, and small electrical appliances also began to shake. It was as if an invisible force was touching them. Oh! Oh my God! The nurse was scared to death when she saw this scene. She immediately ran out of the door and fled. Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he looked at Feng Xiaoyi. He suddenly thought of something, spiritual force. Feng Xiaoyi's brain was extremely active, and his brainwaves were increasing crazily. Wasn't that a manifestation of his mental strength? Psychic adepts who could telekinesis and mages who could control magical elements with their mental power all had brains that were different from ordinary people. Could it be that their treatment method had accidentally allowed Feng Xiaoyi's brain to possess a powerful mental strength? Hubby, what happened to Xiao Hui? Can he still wake up? After Feng Yuing recovered from her shock, she became more and more worried. Just as he was about to say something, he saw that everything in the room had stopped moving and everything had calmed down. Feng Xiaoyi seemed to have collapsed as he lay on the bed and fell asleep. Little Hui. Xiao Hui. Feng Yuing thought that something was wrong with her brother and went up to push him. Yi Fan hurriedly reached out to stop her and said, Ying, don't worry. I feel that little Hui might be fine. You're fine now. Why? Feng Yuing asked. Look at the way he sleeps. It's like a normal person sleeping after fatigue. It's completely different from his original appearance. Yi Fan said. Feng Yuing took a closer look and realized that it was indeed the case. Although the difference wasn't too big, she could feel that this was just a normal person falling asleep from exhaustion. Let's wait for him to wake up. Yi Fan said. Feng Yuing bit her lower lip and nodded. Her eyes were filled with anticipation as she replied with an N. As night fell, Yi Fan accompanied Feng Yuing in the nursing ward, quietly staying there. Feng Shaoyi's situation was very special, so Yi Fan didn't dare to leave the ward. Du Yuner very considerately went to buy some delicious takeout for the two of them. After all, the taste of the food in the hospital was very mediocre. After the three of them had dinner, Yi Fan told Du Yuner to look for Ronida. He took a laptop and started to read the medical information of the Earth axis in the ward. Brother Yi Fan, have you found a way to save Angel? Du Yuner asked softly. How could it be so easy? Oh right, why do you also know about Angel, Yuner? Yi Fan was puzzled. I told Yuner, you didn't mention it when you weren't here. Feng Yuing asked curiously, hubby, is Angel your first love? Seeing the two women looking at him gossiping, Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, what first love? When I met Angel, she was only 13 years old. Ah. So young. Feng Yuing said, I thought she was a great beauty. If Angel can successfully grow up, she should also be a great beauty, but to me, her heart is the most beautiful. Yi Fan seemed to be muttering to himself. Hubby, didn't you say you would tell me about Angel? Tell me now, Feng Yuing said. Li Fan Xian felt that this was also good, so he could divert Feng Yuying's attention and stop worrying about Feng Shaoyi. Thus, he nodded and said, you guys probably already know that I was chosen by the OLD ones back then and was kidnapped overseas. After a life and death selection and bitter training, I was chosen by the Black Emperor to become his disciple. I entered the profession at the age of 13, officially using the code name Fallen as an assassin, killing people all over the world. By the time I was 17, I was already the assassin with the highest bounty in the world. My killing efficiency and the number of enemies I killed on the battlefield were all record-breaking. At that time, I had already killed to the point of numbness. Of course, every day when I opened my eyes, there were countless people who wanted to kill me for all sorts of reasons. Li Fan Xian leisurely narrated, recalling the past years in his mind. The two women quietly listened, gradually immersing themselves in Yi Fan's past. In the vast African grasslands, a river meandered through. A piece of land far away from the river had been reclaimed and turned into a small bazaar. The natives and some people from nearby cities would come here to exchange the most primitive goods for daily necessities. Currency was completely meaningless in this kind of country. The abnormal inflation made the currency of this African country no different from toilet paper. Where there were people, there was business to be done. On the north side of the market, there were a few small stalls. The stalls sold scones made from cassava flour, soup made from wild vegetables on the grasslands, and some smoked pheasant and pork. It was very rough, but it was not easy to fill one's stomach with proper food in this backward land. A man who looked very young, with black hair and yellow skin, wearing a camouflage jacket, exuded a cold and indifferent temperament. He was sitting in a booth, occupying a wooden table by himself. He drank the soup and gnawed on the wild boar. In front of him was a ceramic basin with a few cassava cakes. This kind of meal was definitely considered sumptuous here, enough to make many of the black natives and commoners who passed by swallow their saliva. As the young man was wolfing down his food, 3 skinny black children who looked to be 5 or 6 years old, or at most 7 or 8 years old, walked over. The oldest among them, a little girl, held a broken pottery bowl and extended it to the young man. When the 3 children smelled the smell of food, they eagerly swallowed their saliva and looked at this strange passerby, begging for something to eat. Kind man, my 2 brothers and I haven't eaten for 2 days. Can you share some cassava cake with us? There are 3 of us, so just half will do. The little black girl said in the local indigenous language, not caring whether the young man understood or not. The man raised his head, and his cold gaze fell on the 3 children. 3 people, half a cake, is that enough? Chapter 764. 0764. Hearing that the man could speak their language, the little girl was overjoyed. She nodded vigorously and said, "It's enough. We can soak it in the river water and eat it. It will fill our stomachs." The young man silently picked up a piece of cassava cake. Under the 3 children's expectant gazes, he brought the cake to his mouth and took a bite. "You want to eat it?" The 3 children nodded. The little girl begged again, "Please, give us half a piece." "We will starve to death," the man said lightly. "You asked me for a cake, but you have nothing to exchange. Why should I give you half a piece for nothing?" The little girl was stunned. She could only say, because you are a good person," the man said indifferently. "Who told you that I am a good person? Besides, do good people have to give things to others for nothing? If being a good person is so disadvantageous, why be a good person?" The little girl fell silent. She was only 7 or 8 years old. How could she know so much? "See that over there?" The man pointed to the stall owner beside him. The fat black man with a big belly was pressing a wooden stick into a pancake. In front of the fatty, there was a basket of pancakes waiting to be sold. The 3 black children nodded. "I see it," the man said. "If you want me to give to you, who will give to me? If you want food, if you want to survive, get it yourself. Steal, rob. No matter what method you use, you have to rely on yourself." With that said, the man continued eating the pancake and drinking the soup. He had no intention of giving half a piece of the pancake. The little girl looked at her 2 younger brothers. The 3 siblings looked tempted. They were too hungry, so hungry that they could no longer consider right or wrong. Suddenly, the little girl nodded. The 3 of them quickly ran in front of the black fatty. The little girl and a little boy jumped up and took out 2 pieces of pancake. They turned around and planned to run. However, the black fatty was an adult after all. Besides, there were many cases of stealing and cheating here. Businessmen had to be careful. Seeing the 3 children snatching something, the black fatty swung the wooden stick in his hand without a word. "Ah!" The black girl was directly knocked to the ground with a stick. The other boy was grabbed and lifted up. The youngest child saw this scene and was so frightened that he cried. "Little thing! How dare you steal food? I'll break your legs." The dark-skinned fatty threw the boy to the ground and swung the stick at the child's leg. Seeing that the child's leg was about to be broken, no one came over. Pairs of cold eyes stared at him. They were already used to this kind of thing. Just then, a rough hand suddenly grabbed the stick. "This is for you, to buy their rations." A small US$ bill appeared in front of the dark-skinned fatty. The person who stopped the fatty from taking the bill was a man in a black windbreaker with disheveled hair and a sloppy appearance. Beside the man was a young girl in her teens. She was wearing a tight martial arts suit and had short hair. She looked very cute, but her expression was cold. She was petite, but she had already developed quite well. When the black fatty saw the money, his eyes immediately lit up. He took the money, bowed and said, "Thank you." The sloppy man bent down and picked up the dirty cake from the ground. He then took another cake from the black fatty and handed it to the 2 children. After the 3 children received the cassava cake, they didn't care about anything else. After thanking the sloppy man, they hurriedly ran away. As they ran, they even started to eat the cake. They were too hungry and couldn't wait to eat. The sloppy man brought the little girl to the young man's table and sat down. Why don't you give them something to eat? It's just half a cake. The young man took a bite of the jerky and said naturally, when I was their age, no one gave me food for nothing. If I can't get food, I'll starve to death. If I can't beat others, I'll starve to death. I can give it to them today, but tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, I can't give it to them. If they can't survive, it's their own problem. The sloppy man narrowed his eyes. Fallen, you weren't like this 5 years ago. In the past few years, your personality seems to have changed a lot. Come on, I just saw the reality clearly. I'm not that naive. Asmontis, you are an assassin, I am also an assassin, could it be that you are a philanthropist? Fallen sneered, his eyes glanced at the little girl behind him, and whistled, I haven't seen you for more than a year. You've grown up and become beautiful. Big brother Yifan. Fog Knight lowered its head and called out. Its face turned red as it carefully peeked at Yifan. Yi. Fan. This name is so unfamiliar. Other than you and Sally, no one else seems to call me that. Yifan said self-deprecatingly, I don't know if this is the name. My mother is dead, and I don't know who the guy who gave birth to me is. This damned name was probably made up by my mother. At this moment, a skinny stray dog walked over to the stall and sniffed at the table. After taking a look, Asmontis took a piece of jerky from Yifan and gave it to the stray dog. The stray dog quickly took it away and ran away, afraid that it would be seen by other dogs. Hey, sloppy bastard, are you really a killer? Are you going to feed my meat to the dog? Yifan said unhappily. You won't starve to death, said Asmontis. Yifan picked up the remaining jerky and took a bite. You came all the way here to find me, you probably didn't just come here to feed the stray cats and dogs, right? Asmontis nodded, the judge can't contact you, so let me tell you the new instructions. My master is looking for me. Oh. That's right, because I've been hunted down this year, I've lost all my communication tools, so that I won't be tracked. Yifan helplessly said, who does the judge want to kill? Can't you guys go? 2 reasons. First, your strength has already surpassed mine. You are now the #1 killer. Second, this mission is not far from here. It's just right for you to be here, said Asmontis. Ha. Yeah, the #1 killer, so the moment I show up, there will be 10,000 people waiting to kill me. My head is worth $300 million. Yifan curled his lips. It's 500 million, said Asmontis. Ah. The price rose again. Yifan was depressed. You've been showing up less and less this year, so they can't find you. Naturally, the price has soared again, said Asmontis. Yifan cursed in a low voice and said, all right. What is the mission? I don't know. I only know that the target is in a nearby town, and the one carrying out the mission must be you. As Asmontis spoke, he handed a phone to Yifan. Yifan picked up the phone and opened it. A password lock that required fingerprint verification appeared. It's this again. After I finished reading it, my phone exploded, right? Yifan shook his head and stuffed his phone into his pocket, planning to leave before looking at it. My mission is complete. TCH, let's go. Asmontis stood up and left with his disciple. After taking a few steps, Asmontis stopped and said, Fallen, don't sink too deep. Sometimes, it's not impossible to look around from a different angle. Li Fan Xian's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned cold. Don't preach to me, you should just teach your disciple well. Asmontis didn't say anything else and silently left. Fog Knight turned its head and looked at Yifan with a complicated gaze. It bit its lower lip and followed its master out of the market. After sitting in his seat for a while, Yifan expressionlessly stood up, threw away the unfinished jerky in his hand, and strode out of the market. Arriving at the side of a muddy road, Yifan lit a cigarette, took out his phone, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and read a document inside. After reading it, Yifan threw his phone into a small puddle nearby. The puddle of water splashed in all directions, and white smoke rose up. Chapter 765. 0765. Under the night sky, in the area where the desert and the grassland met, there were sporadic lights in a small town. The electricity here was provided by diesel generators, which were only enough for a few houses. The wind blew, and sand filled the air. A figure landed on a roof. Through one of the windows, he could see a muscular, dark-skinned, bald man doing absurd things with two black women in the house next door. The man's physique was majestic, and the two black women kept screaming. Outside the house, there were 7 or 8 black bodyguards, armed with AK rifles, preventing anyone from disturbing their master's entertainment. In fact, the hundreds of people in the town could only be said to serve this man. With him around, these black people would be able to eat and drink their fill, so men could do whatever they wanted. Huff. After the man on the roof confirmed his target, his body flew down from above like a nighthawk. The moment he landed, he directly kicked the head of a black bodyguard. Who is it? The other black bodyguards realized that something was wrong and quickly fired in this direction. 222. The muzzle of the gun spat out fire snakes, and bullets shot out crazily. However, these bullets were unable to hit the man at all. The man's footsteps were like a ghost, and with a few shuttles, he broke the necks of all the bodyguards. When the man walked to the door of the house again, the bald man inside, wearing a pair of shorts and barefoot, walked out. "Not bad, who are you?" the baldy asked in English. "Chaos forever," the man said expressionlessly. The bald man's gaze instantly froze, and his eyes revealed a burning gaze as he said, "In the end, I was still found. Ruler and judge, can't you let me live a good life? Devil Fist King Zabudu, because you swallowed a batch of OLD-1's firearms, you betrayed the organization and escaped here. Now, it's up to me, codenamed Fallen, to take back what doesn't belong to you." Yifan said lightly. "Oh. You are the Fallen who has risen to fame in the past few years? The Black Emperor really thinks highly of me, letting you deal with me. But what a pity. I sold the firearms, and I've already spent the money. Even if you find me, what's the use?" Zabudu spread out his hands. "Since you can't get the money and firearms back, then you have to hand over your head," Yifan said. Zabudu snorted coldly and roared. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy exploded from his body. "Fallen. Even if you are the disciple of the Black Emperor, you might not be my match. I'm living my peaceful life in this small place, and I won't hinder you at all. Why do you have to force me?" Yifan narrowed his eyes. The strength of this Zabudu truly made him have no choice but to be cautious. Rules are rules. You violated the rules of the organization, so you have to pay the price. Price? Zabudu snorted. What did I do wrong? If that batch of firearms had been sent to the battlefield according to the organization's requirements, it would have caused a small-scale war back then, or even become the fuse for an even bigger war. I've saved countless lives by swallowing the military fire, so am I wrong too? The controllers of the Great Old Ones were a few lunatics. Why did he always want to create chaos? This was no longer the universal truth of eternal chaos. It was truly anti-human. Fallen, have you never questioned their decision? Why fight to the death with me here for the sake of those guys? Do you really think that if you risk your life for them, they will be grateful to you? They won't treat you as one of their own, they will only treat you as a chess piece. Seeing that Yifan did not say anything, Zabudu continued, with your strength, you can definitely find a place to live a good life like me after making a huge profit. Enjoy this wonderful world. Why work for those war madmen? Yifan looked at him quietly. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Are you done?" Subudhu frowned. "Looks like you are determined to fight me." "I'm just here to kill people. I don't want to care about anything else." "Ha. Looks like you're hopeless. The Black Emperor and the White Queen have raised a monster." As soon as Subudhu finished speaking, his figure suddenly charged towards Yifan. Devil's Berserk Shadow. Subudhu crazily threw out countless punches, as if there were hundreds of hands punching at the same time. His fist technique originated from Muay Thai. His super-fast speed, tricky angle, tyrannical strength, and hard body were all his powerful weapons. At the same time that Yifan took a step back, facing such a fist technique, he immediately used the Spring Breeze Rain Hand. The advantage of this set of ancient martial arts was that it could reduce the power, delay the opponent's attack, and then find an opportunity to counterattack. The spiritual energy of the Tiani water filled the air. Yifan's palm was like a gentle wind, but there was a hint of hardness in the gentleness, restraining Subudhu's fist. Seeing that his attack had failed, Subudhu suddenly exerted his strength. With a jump of his knee, he went straight for Yifan's lower jaw. 5 Thunder Wind Palm. Yifan used one of the ultimate techniques of the Taiji sect. The spiritual energy turned into a thunderclap, condensing into a large golden palm print that instantly exploded. Bam! Subudhu's knee strike was bounced off, and his body somersaulted backwards to stabilize himself. With a serious expression, he said, "I heard that Fallen is proficient in all the martial arts in the world. He really lives up to his reputation. At such a young age, he knows quite a lot. It's my turn to attack." In the blink of an eye, Yifan had already arrived in front of Subudhu. He raised his hand and shot out spiritual energy, like 2 flood dragons, whistling towards Subudhu's vital points. The Kunlun sect's ultimate technique, the 8 divine dragon palms, was extremely powerful and covered a large area of effect. Subudhu was good at attacking, but not good at defending. He lifted his feet and elbows, intending to forcefully resist. He planned to use offense as defense. After canceling out Yifan's 2 palms, he took the opportunity to spin around and give a fierce kick. Yifan was already prepared, and his palm directly hit the ground. Boom! This palm strike directly caused the ground to sink into a crater. Subudhu's kick instantly lost its aim, and he kicked the air. Yifan wanted this effect. He jumped up and kicked downwards with his heel, sending out a mountain splitter kick. Ah! Yifan's eyes focused, and his left foot followed up with another kick. Bam! Subudhu's body was directly kicked away, and 2 of his ribs were broken. Yifan took advantage of the situation to pursue and continuously used the autumn wind sweeping leaf kick. His figure was elegant and nimble, and his legs were like lightning as he continuously kicked Subudhu's body more than 10 times. Subudhu spat out a mouthful of blood. His cultivation was originally inferior to Yifan's, and after his moves were completely countered, he finally showed signs of defeat. Seeing that Yifan was quickly approaching and was about to explode his head with one last kick, Subudhu opened his mouth and spat out a steel needle. Not good. Yifan didn't expect that this Demon Fist King, who was once an expert of his generation, would actually use this kind of move. Although he reacted in time and dodged the hidden weapon, he also revealed a flaw. Go to hell. Subudhu suddenly struck out with his hand, aiming straight for Yifan's heart. Yifan instinctively moved to the side, but was still hit. However, at the same time, Yifan's Thunderbolt Vajra palm also slapped Subudhu's head. Puchi! Subudhu's hand blade broke Yifan's ribs, and his fingernails and fingers pierced into his chest, causing blood to spurt out. However, Subudhu's head was also smashed by Yifan. His entire body went limp, and he fell to the ground with a loud bang, completely dead. Yifan painfully touched his chest. His hands were covered in blood, and he realized that he couldn't stay for long. Once he was discovered, he wouldn't even know how he died. He endured the intense pain and ran towards the dark grassland. He remembered that there was a low-lying river valley in front of him. If he ran there first, it wouldn't be easy for others to detect him. Chapter 766. 0766 Yifan realized that he had fallen into a trap used by a poacher. In the dark night, he was injured and did not expect such a situation to happen. When it rains, it pours. Yifan felt something ruthlessly clamp onto his foot. Crack, crack. A beast trap had caught one of Yifan's left feet. Ah! Yifan screamed and quickly reached out to forcefully pry open the clamp. The metal clamp was twisted and deformed, but Yifan's calf was already badly mutilated. At the same time, forcefully using spiritual energy also affected his wounds. Yifan felt that he was already exhausted. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder rumbled, and the rainy season in the African grasslands arrived. When the torrential rain fell on the vast grasslands and fell into the trap that was originally prepared for the wild beasts, the blood on Yifan's face was washed away. The entire world seemed to be occupied by the sound of rain. Amidst the howling of the wind and rain, there were some ghostly cries and wolf howls. The soil in the trap quickly turned into muddy water. Yifan leaned against the mud wall in a sorry state, allowing his body to be drenched by the rainwater. He didn't know if he still had the strength to get out of this trap, but the reason why he didn't want to try was because he didn't know where else he could go. It seemed that even if he died here, no one would care. That's right, those bounty hunters would be very excited. I wonder who would cut off my own head to get the 500 million bounty. Unknowingly, Yifan's eyelids became heavier and heavier. A hazy figure appeared in his mind, as if it was his own mother, smiling at him. Am I going to die? After a thought flashed through Yifan's mind, his vision went black and he fell into a deep sleep. It was a stormy night. It rained for an entire night, but it didn't stop. Yifan woke up in a daze. He felt that his body was rusty, and he didn't have any strength left in his body. The pain in his chest told him that he wasn't dreaming. He was heavily injured last night, and only relied on his spiritual energy to stop the bleeding, so he didn't die. If it wasn't for him being young, if it wasn't for his cultivation being high enough, he would have been a corpse by now. However, he didn't wake up naturally. He heard something. Julian. We have to save him. Otherwise, the saint god will blame us. A sweet female voice came from above the trap. Miss Angel, we don't know where this person is from, and the injuries on his body seem to be from a fight. He doesn't look like a good person. We're here to spread our teachings, not to take risks, a man's voice rejected. You didn't even save him, how do you know he's not a good person? Besides, the Holy God wants us to reform the people of the world. If he is a bad person, we should save him, let him understand that there is still hope and light in the world, let him become a good person. Angel said seriously. Urian was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to refute. Holy Knight Julian. I'm the saintess in training, and you're my knight attendant. I order you to immediately go down and save this injured person. Sigh. Urian sighed. Understood. Soon, a knight in silver light armor jumped into the trap. Yifan squinted his eyes. When he heard the conversation between the two of them, he already knew that these two people were from the sacred royal court. He immediately became vigilant. You're lucky to have met Miss Angel. The tall and sturdy Julian grabbed Yifan with one hand, then jumped out of the trap. Outside the trap, Yifan saw a young girl holding an umbrella with the emblem of the sacred royal court. The young girl was dressed in a pure and holy white dress, with a silver royal cross hanging around her neck. A head of soft, flaxen, shoulder-length curly hair. Under the air bangs was a small, round face with a bit of baby fat. Her sapphire eyes were like two clear springs, and her exquisite facial features were as cute as a porcelain doll. "Hello, my name is Angel, and I'm a holy maiden candidate from the sacred royal court. Don't worry, I will treat you." Angel didn't care that her pure white dress was dirty. She directly knelt on the wet grass, stretched out a hand, and condensed a ball of gentle white light. Although the white magic and healing techniques of the sacred royal court were very basic, and it was almost impossible to cure such a serious injury, to Yi Fan, it was better than nothing. Yi Fan lay on the ground, looking at Angel kneeling beside him and treating him. The girl was incomparably serious, as if she was treating her family, not a stranger she had met by chance on the road. Knight Julian stood at the side with a long sword of the king's court in his arms, holding an umbrella for Angel. Ever since Yi Fan came out of the pit, he had been staring at Yi Fan's face. He frowned, feeling that he had seen Yi Fan somewhere before. Yi Fan didn't care, and quietly closed his eyes. Clang! Suddenly, Julian pulled out the long sword in his hand and shouted, "Miss Angel! Get out of the way!" "Julian, what's wrong with you?" Angel turned her head in confusion. "I've seen this person's picture before. He was the most notorious killer, the fallen of the great old ones. This person's hands are covered in blood, it's not worth it for you to save him." Julian shouted excitedly, his face full of vigilance and excitement. Angel pouted, "But he's injured. If we don't save him, won't we become the bad guys who kill people? Killing him is a good thing. If he lives, who knows how many people will die?" Julian shouted. "No. I won't allow you to kill." Even if he killed a lot of people also wanted to kill him, which was why he kept killing. The Holy God teaches us to repent of our sins and not to put all the blame on others. "Julian, we are not here to create slaughter, we are here to destroy slaughter." Angel shouted with a blushing face. Julian grinned, "Miss Angel, do you know how much this person's life is worth?" "I don't know, and I don't want to know," Angel said. 500 million. In the Bounty Hunter Association, there is a bounty of 500 million for his head. Julian laughed out loud and said, "As long as I have $500 million, I can become a rich man. I don't need to follow a brat like you and be a knight anymore." Julian laughed maniacally and swung his sword at Yi Fan's neck. "Stop!" Angel cried as she stood in front of Yi Fan. The sword was less than 3 centimeters away from Angel when it stopped. Angel was so scared that tears welled up in her beautiful eyes, but she still insisted, "Julian, you're not a bad person. Don't do such a thing." Julian's expression changed a few times with a complicated expression, and he said eerily, "You've reminded me that I can't let outsiders know about this. I'm sorry, Miss Angel. Riches come with risks. I can't waste such a great opportunity." After saying that, he placed the sword on Angel's neck. Her delicate skin was slightly touched, and there were traces of blood. "Miss Angel, don't worry. I know that as a candidate for the Holy Maiden, you haven't even experienced the feeling of a man and a woman. Although you're only 13 years old, you're already beautiful enough. Let me. Before you die, I'll teach you the joy of a woman." Julian's face twisted into a smile as he reached out to grab Angel's collar. Angel looked at Julian in disbelief, shaking her head and muttering, Don't do this, Julian." "Why?" Just as Julian's hand was about to touch it, Yi Fan, who was on the ground, suddenly stretched out a hand and grabbed Julian's foot. "What?" Julian didn't expect Yi Fan to still have the strength to make a move. Just as he was about to swing his sword, he was forcefully pulled by Yi Fan and fell to the ground. With a roar, Fan Xian grabbed Julian's sword-wielding hand with one hand and pierced the sword into Julian's abdomen as fast as lightning. Pfft! The long sword pierced through Julian and into the ground, causing blood to gush out. Julian screamed in pain, but he was nailed to the ground. After moving a few times, his wounds were torn open, and his internal organs were torn apart. If you want my head, even if I have half my life left, you won't be able to kill me. Yifan said coldly. Julian reached out his hand in despair, asking Angel for help. However, Angel was already scared silly, and she was unable to save him at all. Very quickly, Julian, who was still excited just a moment ago, stopped breathing. Pfft! Yifan forcefully circulated his spiritual energy, pulling at his wound and spitting out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Angel came back to her senses and cried, "You! Why did you kill him? Even if Julian made the wrong choice, you should give him a chance to repent and turn over a new leaf." Chapter 767. 0767 My name is Angel. Not a silly girl. Angel corrected him seriously. Yifan opened his eyes and coldly glared at the girl. Scram. Angel was shocked. She was intimidated by the murderous look in her eyes. She turned around and ran away, wiping her tears as she ran. Why are you so fierce to me? This is too much. Woo-woo. Yifan heard the sound of the girl running away and let out a long sigh. To be honest, he didn't have the time to bother with this naive girl. To him, this was a person who belonged to another world. This kind of person who didn't know what the dangers of the world were and foolishly and naively believed that there was a god in this world who could protect them, Yifan had never bothered to deal with them. To survive, he had to rely on himself. This was the principle he had understood since he had lived. Yifan clenched his teeth, endured the intense pain in his chest, and crawled up once again. He wanted to go to the river valley. Only there would he be relatively safe. With the current situation, it would be dangerous for him to go to a place with people. Although he didn't know what the point of living in this world was, his instinct to survive made him unwilling to die just like that. But after walking a few steps, he was already extremely tired, and beads of sweat kept dripping down. He had lost too much blood, consumed too much physical strength, and was heavily injured just now. Yifan's cultivation base couldn't hold on any longer. Clang! Yifan fell to the ground once again, and his vision began to blur. Just when he felt that it was difficult to breathe, someone ran in front of him in a daze. A ball of gentle white light enveloped him, making Yifan feel as if he was in a forest filled with oxygen. His breathing became smoother. When Yifan opened his eyes and his mind cleared up, he realized that it was actually this saintess candidate called Angel. Didn't she run away? Yifan couldn't understand. Why did you come back? Yifan frowned. Although you are very fierce to me, I can't just leave you to die. The Holy God teaches us to be kind to the lost sheep. I won't lower myself to your level. Angel puffed up her cheeks. Her tears hadn't even dried yet, and she was already casting a spell to heal. Yifan stretched out his hand and grabbed Angel's tender arm. Yeah, what are you doing? You're hurting me. Angel cried out. Do you think that I will be grateful to you? Do you think that just because you saved me, I will believe in the holy God of your royal court? Yifan asked coldly. Angel shook her head. I don't need your gratitude, and I don't need you to believe in the holy God. I think the holy God guided me here to help you. Regardless of whether you're a good person or a bad person, life is precious. It was given to you by your parents, and you can't just die casually. My mother is dead, I don't have a father, can't you just let me die? Yifan glared. Angel was so frightened that her delicate body trembled. Her eyes were glistening with tears as she said, I am also an orphan, but this is not a reason to give up on life. I think our parents in heaven would want you and me to live well. They would want us to be happy and be good people, right? The girl's voice was filled with fear, but her eyes were filled with courage and determination. Fan Xian was startled. A certain string in his heart seemed to have been touched. His eyes were moist and bloodshot, Scram. In the end, Yifan still gritted his teeth and said this word. Angel pursed her lips, her face full of grievance. She took a few steps back, turned around, and ran away. Leaf Fan Xian lay on the ground, looking up at the gray sky. The rain continued to wash away the prairie, washing away his face. Beads of water rolled down from the corner of Yifan's eyes. He stared at the sky in a daze. After an unknown period of time, Yifan heard the sound of someone running over. Just as he was about to start fighting, he discovered. The girl whose entire body was wet and whose flaxen hair was wet was Angel. Why is it you again? Didn't I tell you to scram? Cough cough. Yifan was about to scold her, but he started coughing violently. Angel acted as if she didn't hear him at all. There was an excited smile on her little face as she held half of a black ear in her hand. Look, I got half a tapioca cake from a passing native woman. Their lives are very difficult, but they are still willing to give me half a piece of cake. There are still many kind people in this world. When Yifan saw the half piece of cake, he was stunned speechless. You must be very hungry. You need to eat more to replenish your nutrition after being injured, but I can't find any other food, Angel said apologetically. How can half a cake be eaten? Sure, just drink some water and you can fill your stomach. It's better than starving, Angel said. Leaf Fan Xian's expression froze, and the 3 black siblings he met at the market yesterday appeared in his mind. For a moment, he couldn't say a single word. You, scram. I know, you want me to scram, but I won't scram. I must save you. Because I can't just watch you die. Even if you threaten to kill me, I won't back down. If I can't even help you, how can I be the holy maiden of the royal court and help more people? Angel directly interrupted Yifan's words and stubbornly began to break the cake. Then, she took a small piece and placed it by Yifan's mouth. Eat, Fallen, that's your name, right? Yifan was stunned for a while, staring straight at the little girl. After a long time, he finally said, You really are a silly girl, Angel, my name is Angel. The young girl was very insistent. Yifan sighed, opened his mouth, and ate a mouthful of pancake. Angel immediately smiled brilliantly, as if it was her name, just like an angel's smile. In a trance, Yifan even felt that the heavy rain on the grassland had stopped, and the dark clouds had dispersed. It turned out that a girl's smile could be so moving. That's right. You have to eat your fill, then I'll treat you. But remember, don't call me a silly girl. When you're better, you can't kill people anymore. Life is incomparably precious. Angel was like an adult educating a young man who was 5 years older than her. Yifan coldly snorted, If you really want me to live, then you're not feeding me now, but taking me to the river valley. Go down. Why? Angel asked. Because once someone passes by and discovers us, they might repeat what happened just now. Yifan pouted at Julian's corpse beside him. Angel looked at the corpse with sadness in her eyes. Julian. He once said that he wanted to be a great holy knight. Life is short, how much money can dreams be worth? My head is worth 500 million. Yifan teased. Angel pouted angrily, I can't let you kill any more people. I'll help you to the valley right now. Chapter 768. 0768 When the rainy season of the prairie arrived, the rain would almost never stop. Under the stone wall of the valley, there was a small natural cave that was barely able to block the wind and rain. Yifan had been recovering from his injuries for 3 days. Although he was still a distance away from recovering, simple movements were no longer a problem. For the past 3 days, Angel had been using healing techniques to treat Yifan and was even in charge of finding food. It was already rare for a 13-year-old girl to find food in such a place. Almost every day, she could only ask the natives for some coarse grain. In 3 days, Angel's face had become thinner, and her baby fat seemed to have disappeared. Goo goo. Goo. In the middle of the night, Yi Fan heard the girl sleeping on the pile of grass beside him, her stomach growling. He finally couldn't hold it in anymore and said, "Silly girl, do you want to starve yourself to death?" Angel sat up, feeling wronged. "I'm very hungry. My stomach can't control it." "If you're hungry, why don't you eat more yourself? Why give me all the food? With my cultivation, I won't die if I eat less." Yi Fan had thought that this girl would at least fill her stomach and bring back the food, but it seemed that she hadn't eaten anything for 3 days. Yi Fan wasn't used to giving food to others. If Angel didn't take it, he would just eat it himself. "I'm too stupid. I didn't find enough food." "You're injured, so you need to eat more," Angel said faintly. When Yi Fan heard this, he felt a headache. How could there be such a silly girl in this world? "When the sun rises, I'll take you out to look for it." Yi Fan sighed. "Can you go out? Isn't it dangerous?" Angel asked. "If I don't go out, am I going to starve to death here?" Yi Fan stared at her. "But didn't you say that with your cultivation, you won't starve to death?" "Shut up. Why do you have so many questions?" In the darkness, Angel giggled sweetly. "I know, you don't want me to starve to death, do you? Fallen, look, you also have a kind side. You're not that bad. Long-winded. Stinking girl, hurry up and go to sleep." Yi Fan lay down again and turned around. "Humph, a silly girl and a smelly girl. I already said my name is Angel." Angel pouted, but also lay down. Not long after, Angel faintly asked, "Fallen, are you asleep? Hurry up and fart." Yi Fan was impatient. "I'm not farting. I just want to ask, I don't know." Yi Fan directly refused. "You don't even know what I want to ask," said the angel angrily. Yi Fan was silent for a moment, then said, "My name is Yi Fan." In the darkness, Angel blinked her big eyes twice and said with surprise and joy, "So you really know what I want to ask. You're so smart, hee hee." "Yi Fan, good night." Yi Fan didn't say good night to her and started snoring. At daybreak, the rain on the grassland stopped for a while. The sail brought the dazed angel out of the small cave. "Yi Fan, where are we going to find food? Can you hunt?" "Hunting?" Angel hurriedly shook her head. "I don't want to hurt animals." Yi Fan snorted disdainfully. "I look down on the hypocrisy of you bunch of swindlers. The law of the jungle is the law of nature, and you still talk about protecting small animals. Even if humans want to survive, they should restrain themselves. Otherwise, the natural ecology will be destroyed, the biological chain will be broken, and the Earth's environment will deteriorate. All of humanity will." All right. Yi Fan hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop her, speechlessly saying, "You little girl, where did you get so much logic? Didn't I just ask if you want to hunt or not? This is science. I learned it from the nun teacher." Angel had a serious look on her face. Yi Fan sighed. "Even if I'm afraid of you, you won't kill, you can still dig wild vegetables, right? But I don't know what dishes I can eat." Angel pouted. Yi Fan shook his head. "That's why I came out with you. Come here, I'll tell you, go dig." Very quickly, Yi Fan began to tell Angel about some of the edible plants. Some of them ate leaves, some of them ate rhizomes, and some of them were non-poisonous wild fruits. Because of the rain, a lot of food grew out. Angel's horizons were broadened. She didn't expect that there were so many edible things on the ground, right in front of her eyes, but she had never noticed it. Leaf Fan Xian originally wanted to bend down and dig some, but Angel forcefully stopped him. "Your wound will worsen, so treating it like this will be a waste of energy." "I'll dig it out," Angel said. Yifan really didn't want to take the risk. He hoped that his wound would heal faster, so he said, "All right then, I can't wait to save some energy." Angel wasn't angry. Instead, she happily nodded, "Tell me, I'll go dig it." The girl held the stone and dug the ground. Her hands and face were covered in mud, but she worked very hard and her face was brimming with a smile. After a morning, the two of them had already brought a pile of tubers and wild vegetables back to the small cave. "If I can start a fire, these things will taste better after cooking and roasting them. It's too damp right now, so I'll just eat it like this." Yifan picked up a tuber, washed it with the river water, and directly bit it. Angel was so hungry that she also started to chew on the wild vegetables. Although it wasn't delicious at all, she couldn't care less when she was hungry. "Yifan, why do you know so many edible wild vegetables? Who taught you that?" Angel was curious. "If no one had raised you since you were young and you often had to rely on yourself to find food, you would have known it too," Yifan said lightly. Angel was stunned for a moment. After a while, she suddenly put down her food and began to pray towards the sky outside the cave. Yifan felt that this silly girl was baffling. Why was she praying while eating? A few minutes later, Angel finished praying. She turned around and said with a smile, "Yifan, I pray to the Holy God so that you will no longer be tortured by hunger and will be safe and sound in the future." Yifan was stunned. He didn't expect that Angel was praying for him. "No need, I don't believe in your bullshit holy god." Yifan lowered his head and continued to eat. Angel suddenly stood up and said angrily, "How can you do this? I won't allow you to insult the holy god. You can call me a silly girl, but my faith is not to be blasphemed. I want you to apologize to the holy god immediately." Yifan sneered. He was too lazy to bother with her. Angel's eyes welled up with tears of grievance. She turned around and ran out. Not long after, the sound of crying could be heard from outside. Yifan paused in his eating. He didn't know why, but when he heard Angel crying, he felt a little stifled and annoyed. However, he never believed in any gods. If there was a god, why did he never pay attention to him? Why did he become an orphan and experience so many misfortunes? Therefore, he looked down on those who believed in gods. He felt that those people were all idiots who believed in things that were not worthy of respect, or perhaps did not exist at all. Chapter 769. Heaven 0769. An afternoon had passed, and Angel hadn't returned to the cave. Fan Xian looked at the empty haystack beside him. If it was the previous 3 days, at this moment, the silly girl would be sitting there, singing to herself, or whether he was willing or not, using the healing technique to treat her, or pestering him, asking him to tell her about his experiences around the world. But at this moment, the person was gone, and the chattering noise had also disappeared. Yifan was used to being quiet, used to being alone. In fact, he had been like this for more than 10 years. However, after only 3 or 4 days, he was actually a little unaccustomed to it. The sky was getting dark, and Angel still hadn't returned. Yifan hesitated for a moment, got up, and walked out of the cave. Along the river valley, he saw the girl's footprints. Because of the mud on the ground, it was easy to follow. After walking for 300 to 400 meters, Yifan finally saw a young girl wearing a dirty dress sitting on a rock by the river, hugging her knees in sadness. Yifan bit his lower lip, let out a long sigh, and slowly walked over, saying, "If you don't want to be eaten by wild beasts, hurry up and go back." Angel didn't say a word, as if she didn't hear anything. She was still staring at the river in a daze. Yifan was silent for a moment, then said, "I'll apologize to you." "I'm sorry, okay?" He thought that he would never need to say these 3 words in his life. He didn't expect that it would be forced out by this 13-year-old little girl. Yifan himself felt that it was inconceivable, how could he say it out loud? Angel finally had a reaction. She slowly turned her head and looked at Yi Fan, her eyes red and swollen. You should apologize to the holy god. Yi Fan almost cursed again, but when he saw the look in Angel's eyes, he held it back. Yi Fan took 3 deep breaths, then gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, Xingxin. Is that okay? Angel's face immediately lit up as if the rain had passed, and she revealed a sweet smile once again. That's more like it. The girl was happy and planned to get down from the rock, but after sitting for a long time, her legs and feet became sore. She lost her balance and fell backwards. Be careful. Yi Fan hurriedly grabbed Angel's little hand, only to hear Angel cry out in pain. Yi Fan frowned. You fell. Angel frowned in pain and shook her head, saying, my hand. Yi Fan took a closer look and discovered that Angel's hands were blistered. Many of the blisters were even worn out, and there were bloodstains on them. Only then did Yi Fan realize that her young and tender hands, digging so many wild vegetables, were already in extreme pain, but the girl endured it and didn't say anything. After being stunned for a while, Yi Fan finally couldn't help but say, you really are a silly girl. Angel felt wronged and said, it hurts. Why are you scolding me? Yi Fan didn't say anything and let go of Angel's hand. Follow me. On the way back to the cave, Yi Fan looked left and right. After seeing some plants, he stretched out his hand to pick some. After rubbing the grass to extract the juice, he said, smear this on the wound. It will hurt a little. When Angel heard this, she didn't doubt it, because Yi Fan knew a lot of plants, and she had already seen them before. This must be the herb, you know so much. Angel smiled and said, thank you, Yi Fan. Why don't you use healing techniques to treat yourself? Yi Fan was puzzled. Because healing spells are used by the holy god to help others. If we were to treat our own small injuries and pain, it would be disrespectful to the holy god. Angel explained seriously. Yi Fan shook his head speechlessly. He really didn't know whether to say that this girl was stupid or that she was pious. After applying the herbs, Angel felt a bit of pain, but she didn't make a sound and endured it. As night fell, the sky was clearer than it had been a few days ago. The two of them sat in the cave. After Angel ate some food, she gave Yi Fan another round of rehabilitation treatment. Yi Fan used his own spiritual energy to recover a lot, and everything was going in a good direction. After the treatment was over, the two of them noticed that some fireflies had begun to appear by the riverside. Little by little, like bright green stars, they danced on the grass and the rock walls. Wow! Yi Fan, look! What a beautiful firefly! Shall we go out and take a look? Yi Fan's face was dejected. Isn't it just a glowing bug? What's there to look at? Why are you like this? Fireflies are so beautiful. Angel pulled Yi Fan's hand and dragged him out. Leaf, how could Yi Fan be dragged by her? However, when he saw the girl's happy expression, his heart softened and he followed her out. Leaf arriving at the top of the river valley, the endless prairie had actually turned into a dreamy country. Leaf, the fireflies that were flying everywhere were like stars that had fallen to the ground, constantly jumping and dancing, making people feel relaxed and joyful. Yi Fan often spent the night in the wild, so he had seen this kind of scene a lot. However, he had never had the leisure to use a beautiful angle to appreciate this natural scenery. Look, the Milky Way in the sky and the fireflies on the ground are all sparkling. Don't you think this place is as beautiful as heaven? Angel turned around and asked with a smile. Leaf Fan Xian curled his lips. How would I know what heaven looks like? I've seen it before. I've dreamed of my parents, and the way they smiled at me in heaven. I've dreamed of it many times. Heaven is also very beautiful, just like what the Holy Scriptures describe, Angel said. Li Fanxian thought to himself that this silly girl must have become stupid from reading the scriptures, but he didn't say anything. Yi Fan, do you miss your parents? Angel asked. Think about it, my ass, I won't come back to life if I think about it. Yi Fan said. Angel giggled and said, let's dance, shall we? I miss my parents at night, so I dance at night. I think they will definitely see it in heaven. Dance? Yi Fan couldn't take it anymore, this girl's thoughts were jumping too fast. Oh. You're injured, then I'll do it. Your parents should be able to see it too. Angel laughed and ran into the fireflies, beginning to dance. Her dance was naturally very simple. It was just a pilgrimage dance from Royal Court High School. It was just spinning in circles and waving her arms. There weren't many changes. However, for some reason, looking at the bright starry sky and the sea of fireflies, that young girl who was dancing lightly on the grassland, her smile seemed to be able to melt the ice of a 1,000-year-old snow mountain, causing Yi Fan to unknowingly become infatuated with her. 20 minutes passed. Just as Yi Fan was lost in thought as he watched the young girls dance, he saw the young girl suddenly fall to the ground. Yi Fan was startled, he quickly ran over and helped Angel up. What's wrong with you? Angel's breathing seemed to be very rapid. She touched her chest and shook her head. No. It's nothing. It'll be fine in a while. Li Fanxian frowned and tried to transfer some spiritual energy into Angel's body to clear her meridians. Angel felt a little more comfortable, and her breathing slowed down. Is there a problem with your heart? Yi Fan asked. Angel nodded, her eyes a little lonely as she said, I have a congenital heart disease. Since you are the substitute holy maiden of the royal court, can't you cure it? Yi Fan was puzzled. The current medical technology doesn't seem to be able to cure it, but as long as I don't exercise strenuously, I'll be fine, so it won't affect me from being a substitute holy maiden, Angel said. Li Fanxian became silent, looking at the girl with a complicated gaze. He wanted to ask if it was because she had a heart disease that her parents abandoned her, and not because her parents went to heaven. However, after thinking about it, Yi Fan still chose not to ask. After returning to the small cave, Angel went to bed early. She had been very tired these past few days, otherwise she wouldn't have gotten sick. Yi Fan looked at the young girl in her sleep. That innocent face, at some point in time, had fallen asleep in a daze. Chapter 770. A good man. 07702 men dressed in silver-gray robes walked over. They were wearing light armor and had swords at their waists. It was obvious that they were from the Holy Knights. Turin, look, there are a lot of footprints here. A knight pointed at the marks on the ground and said, Gary, these are the footprints of two people. Miss Angel should still be alive. However, there is another person who might have kidnapped her and killed Julian. Turin said. Gary nodded and pulled out the sword at his waist. I'll walk in front. Pay attention to the left, right, and back. No problem. Turin also pulled out his sword. Not long after the two of them walked, a figure walked out in front of them. It was Yi Fan. Who is it? Gary asked loudly. Yi Fan looked at them indifferently, then turned around and shouted, Hey, silly girl, your people from the royal court are looking for you. Angel hurriedly wiped her sleepy eyes and ran out. When she saw the two knights, she happily said, Gary, Turin, you're here. Seeing Angel, who was covered in dirt and had messy hair, the two knights were stunned for a moment. Miss Angel. That person is very dangerous. Come here quickly. Gary hurriedly shouted. Angel looked at Yi Fan, shook her head and smiled. Yi Fan is a good person, he's not dangerous. You guys are here to look for me, right? I'm fine. Yi Fan. Turin frowned and said, Who is he? Angel was thinking about where to start, but Yifan directly reached out and stopped her. There's no need to introduce them. Since they're here to pick you up, I'll be leaving too. Yifan turned around and planned to leave. Halt! Turin asked loudly, the person who killed Julian, isn't he? Yifan couldn't be bothered to answer, and just walked away. Turin and Gary looked at each other, and the two of them quickly sprinted across the muddy ground, flanking Yifan from the left and right. Seeing this, Angel immediately became anxious and ran over to block the two of them. No. Listen to me. Julian violated the creed of a knight and wanted to hurt me. Yifan saved me, he didn't kill Julian on purpose. What? The two holy knights were surprised. Miss Angel, we don't doubt your words, but we want to know why Julian suddenly broke his creed. He's always been diligent, Gary said in confusion. Because. Angel turned her head and looked at Yifan. He wants to take advantage of Yifan's injury to kill Yifan so that he can get the bounty. There's a bounty on his head. Tyren hurriedly asked, who exactly is he? Angel didn't know how to lie and said, his code name is Fallen. Ah. Tyren and Gary exclaimed in surprise. They instantly took 2 steps back, their expressions changing rapidly. Fan Xian sighed. He was afraid that Angel would tell the truth, so he turned around and said, silly girl, if you let them know about this, aren't you just looking for trouble for yourself? You really don't know how stinky my reputation is in this world. But I'm telling the truth. This matter is indeed Julian's fault. Although you killed him too hastily, you were only protecting yourself. You didn't kill him on purpose. Angel said seriously, the holy god will definitely be tolerant and fair. He will believe the truth. Yifan hesitated for a moment, then said, do whatever you want, I'm leaving. Angel was a little reluctant, but she could only wave her hand, goodbye, Yifan, I will remember you. Tyren and Gary looked at each other. Only then did they know that Yifan was injured. They couldn't help but reach a tacit understanding, kill. The two of them attacked again, even faster and more determined. Yifan was already prepared, and his gaze immediately turned cold. He turned around and stretched out his hand twice in a row. He didn't need to pull on his wounds, and shot out 2 powerful streams of spiritual energy. Puff puff. The light armor of the 2 knights was pierced through, and bloody holes appeared on their chests. Ah! The 2 of them screamed and fell to the ground, clutching their bleeding wounds in fear. If it wasn't for the fact that Yifan was injured, his accuracy wasn't high enough, and his spiritual energy was weak, these 2 strikes might have already taken their lives. Yifan said with a gloomy face, it seems that you holy knights are all very naive. Haven't you heard of the saying that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse? Yifan walked back and condensed spiritual energy in his hands. I left you guys a way out, but you don't know how to cherish it. Then all of you can die here. No. Don't kill us. Both Tyren and Gary let out pleas, their faces filled with fear. At this time, Angel hurriedly ran over and hugged Yifan's waist, saying, Yifan. Don't kill anyone. They did wrong, but they should be given a chance to repent. I beg of you, don't kill anymore, okay? Are you stupid? They aren't worth it for you to plead for them. Yifan frowned. I know I'm stupid, but I also know that you're actually a good person. Don't let yourself be numb and do unhappy things all the time. You can actually become better, you can become happier. Yifan. I beg you, for the sake of me helping you heal your injuries, please let them go this time. I don't want to see you kill people. Angel looked at the man with tears in her eyes. Yifan swallowed his saliva, his chest rising and falling. He gritted his teeth and turned his head away, not wanting to look at the girl's eyes any longer. After a long while, Yifan dispersed the spiritual energy and said to the 2 holy knights, send this silly girl back to the royal court. She saved your lives, don't gossip. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Miss Angel. Thank you for not killing us. The two of them endured the pain and knelt on the ground. Angel happily wiped away her tears. I knew it, Yi Fan, you can do it. Don't be silly, I'm just not interested in killing two pieces of trash. It's very expensive for me to kill people. As Yi Fan spoke, he turned around, paused for a moment, reached out his hand, and touched Angel's head. Goodbye, silly girl. Angel gave a brilliant smile. Goodbye, Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked at the girl's smile and was instantly stunned. However, he quickly came back to his senses and didn't say anything else. He followed the river valley and slowly walked away. Although he hadn't fully recovered yet, staying in this place would only be more dangerous. Therefore, under the condition that he had the ability to protect himself, he still had to change places to recuperate. After walking for most of the day, Yi Fan once again arrived at the market he had been to before. He hadn't had much to eat these past few days, so Yi Fan found a stall and sat down. He asked for a few pancakes and some dried bacon and started eating. Kind person, can you give us half a cake? A little black girl with two little boys came up to him with a broken bowl. Yi Fan raised his head and realized that these were the three siblings he saw a few days ago. He couldn't help but be stunned. The little black girl obviously recognized him as well. Thinking back to what happened a few days ago, it was precisely because of Yi Fan's words that they were beaten up and almost broke their legs. The little girl revealed a frightened expression and turned around to leave with her two younger brothers. Wait a minute. Yi Fan called out to them. The little girl carefully turned around. We don't want it anymore. Yi Fan picked up a piece of cake, broke it in half, and threw it into the girl's bowl. Half a cake, is that enough? Enough. The girl nodded in surprise. We'll use the river water later. Without waiting for the girl to finish speaking, Yi Fan threw another piece of cake and a piece of jerky into her bowl. Looking at the dumbfounded black girl, Yi Fan said, Don't use the river water to eat, the river water is too dirty. The little black girl excitedly pulled her two younger brothers and bowed her head in thanks. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You are such a good person. Very quickly, the three siblings ran away happily, and as they ran, they began to chew on it. The corner of Fan Xian's mouth unconsciously curled up into a smile. He looked in the direction he had just walked in, and the moving smile of a young girl appeared in his mind. I should be considered a good person, right, Angel? In the wee hours of the morning, the lights in the ward were still on. Actually, I've always wanted to tell Angel that the most beautiful thing that night was not the Milky Way in the sky, nor was it the sea of fireflies on the ground. In my memory, the most beautiful thing that night was her smile when she was dancing. Fan Xian seemed to be talking to himself, and in front of him, Feng Yuing and Du Yuner were both fascinated by what they heard. So there really is such a selfless person in this world. She really is an angel. Du Yuner's eyes were moist as she listened. Chapter 771. 0771. When Fan Xian heard this question, his hand subconsciously clenched into fists, clenched his teeth, and his body tensed up. He took a deep breath, and then slowly calmed down. His tone was calm as he said, After I separated from Angel, I was not at ease, so I always paid attention to how the people of the Holy Royal Court treated Angel, who had returned. I bribed a member of the Royal Court to be a spy and pay attention to the development of the matter. The news I got was that Angel did not receive any punishment after returning, so I was relieved. After I recovered from my injuries, I didn't go around killing people. While learning the medical skills of heart surgery, I started to go to the battlefield to save people, to bring some innocent people out of dangerous areas. The old ruler was very dissatisfied with my actions, so I went back to the organization to tell them that I didn't plan to be a killer anymore and started some negotiations. But just as I was returning, something happened that caused the conflict between me and the ruler. the Black Emperor, who taught me martial arts, to completely erupt. Because at that time, even my master wasn't confident that he could defeat me. Moreover, there were also some people in the organization who were tired of the organization who appreciated my change and were willing to stand with me. At that time, the spy I bribed suddenly told me that one of the archangels of the Holy Royal Court, Gabriel, had heard the report of the two holy knights and believed that Angel had betrayed the holy god and conspired with me to kill Julian. Furthermore, he had an impure relationship with me, so he wanted to execute Angel. What? Those two, Angel saved them, yet they still slandered Angel like this. Feng Yuing said in disbelief. This is too hateful. Isn't the Holy Royal Court supposed to be a place for upright people? How could there be such a guy? Du Yun'er also said angrily. Fan Xian sneered, if there is no darkness, where would there be light? The two of them knelt in front of me and begged for mercy. If this matter were to be leaked, they would have to die, so. It was normal for them to conspire to kill Angel and silence her. The key was, with Angel's personality, she couldn't beat that kind of despicable fellow. I didn't expect that at that critical moment, something would happen to Angel in the royal court. At that time, I rushed to the Holy Royal Court as fast as I could, but I was still a step too late. Angel had already been poisoned and had been poisoned to death. Hearing this, the two women fell silent, revealing a sorrowful expression. She's only 13 years old. I can't imagine how she felt when she drank the poison. She clearly didn't do anything wrong. Her faith is clearly purer and more flawless than those hypocritical and disgusting people. Fan Xian's eyes were a little red. He took a deep breath and said, so. I broke into the palace, killed Gabriel, and brought Angel's corpse out. The people of the royal court probably didn't expect me to have the guts to barge in alone. In fact, I don't even know how I managed to get in and out of there that night. I only know. When I see that Gabriel's arrogant face, I have endless energy to tear him to pieces. The two women's hearts tightened. Although they couldn't see what happened that night, just imagining it was enough to make them nervous. What happened next? You buried Angel? Feng Yuing asked. Yi Fan smiled, if I bury her, how can I save her? Then what should I do? Li Fan Xian sighed and said, you guys know the elephant god, right? I know, he's the one who researched the immortal medicine, Selena's husband. Du Yun'er was very familiar with him. Fan Xian nodded, I have a good relationship with him, because that person is taciturn and quite compatible with me. I brought Angel to him and asked him to think of a way to save Angel. However, the elephant head god said that he was temporarily unable to revive the poison of the royal court with his skills. The only thing he could do was to use a biochemical liquid he had researched to keep Angel's body in the same state for 20 years. In other words, within 20 years, if we find a way to eliminate the poison in Angel's body and find a way to restore her organs to normal, she still has a chance to revive. So that's how it is. Fortunately there is an elephant god, otherwise there really would be no hope, Du Yun'er said. Yeah, so I'm quite grateful to the elephant nose. He's actually a good person, but I don't know. Why would Selena be like that? Yi Fan sighed. Feng Yuing, on the other hand, noticed more details and asked, Hubby, you said that you fell out with your master because of something. What is it? Li Fan Xian was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head, this is a long story. It's related to Sally Yi, but you guys have never seen Sally Yi before, so you don't know her background. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly heard Feng Xiaowei, who was lying on the sickbed, let out a cry. Sis, Feng Yuying's entire body quivered as she rushed to the bedside and looked at her brother in surprise. Little Hui. Little Hui. Little Hui, are you awake? Yi Fan and Du Yun'er also happily walked to the bedside. Du Yun'er shook Yi Fan's arm and gave him a thumbs up. Yi Fan smiled happily. When his brother-in-law woke up, he finally lived up to Feng Yuying's expectations. Feng Xiaoyi's lips were pale as he opened his sleepy eyes. Sis. Where am I? What happened to me? You're in the hospital. Your head is injured. You just woke up. Feng Yuying couldn't help but sob. Feng Xiaoyi seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly reached out to grab his sister. He asked with concern, Sis, did that Zhou Can bully you? Did he leave? Zhou Can, the playboy who forcefully chased after Feng Yuying and pushed Feng Xiaoyi down the stairs. Feng Xiaoyi didn't know that last year, under Yi Fan's orders, this person's eggs were kicked and thrown onto the street, completely crippled. Feng Xiaoyi only thought that he had fainted not long ago, so he anxiously asked his sister if she had been harmed. Hearing her brother's question, Feng Yuying's tears burst out. She hugged her brother and cried loudly, Little Hui. Big sister is sorry. I'm sorry, sis, what happened to you? Was it Zhou Can? Did he hurt you? Don't be afraid, I'm going to fight it out with him. Feng Xiaoyi was so excited. This time, some of the furnishings in the room began to shake as well. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Fan Xian hurriedly shouted, Little Hui. Don't get excited. Zhou Can is finished. When Feng Xiaoyi heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He looked at Yi Fan in confusion. You. Who are you? Feng Yuying also realized that this was not the time to cry, so she quickly wiped her tears and said, Little Hui. Listen to big sister, don't be too excited. You might not be able to accept it all at once, but can you listen to me slowly? What's wrong, sister? What happened? Feng Xiaoyi also realized that something was wrong. Because of the surrounding ward environment, all kinds of Ingwen, it didn't seem like he was in Hua Hai. Chapter 772. Letter of Recommendation 0772. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Feng Yuying talked to Feng Xiaoyi until her mouth was dry and she drank an unknown amount of water. Finally, she had a rough idea of what had happened in the past 3 years. Feng Xiaoyi also slowly accepted reality from the initial shock and disbelief. When Feng Xiaoyi held Yi Fan's hand and gratefully said the words, Thank you, brother-in-law, Yi Fan's eyes almost became hot. This pair of siblings was too emotional. The only awkward thing was that when Feng Xiaoyi found out that Yi Fan had more than one confidant, he didn't feel good about it. However, since Feng Yuying said that it didn't matter, as her younger brother, he couldn't say much. Yi Fan also asked Feng Xiaoyi to make an international call to his parents at home. The two elders received a call from across the ocean that night. It was their son, who had been in a coma for 3 years, who had woken up. They were so excited that they couldn't stop crying. After a while, he anxiously told Feng Xiaoyi to hurry back home so that they could take a look. Feng Xiaoyi was also eager to return home. After 3 years, he was still very nervous. Back then, he was still a university student who had just graduated. Now, he didn't even know where to start and how to continue living. However, before returning home, Yi Fan felt that he still had to explain some of the changes in Feng Xiaoyi's body to his brother-in-law. Otherwise, when he returned, Feng Xiaoyi might be scared by his own spiritual force. This was not a joke. Thus, Yi Fan spent another half a day explaining to Feng Xiaoyi about the problem of spiritual force, as well as how it was used in the underground world, what kind of effects it would have, and so on. Feng Xiaoyi was surprised by wave after wave of unimaginable things. After listening, he fell into deep thought. Little Hui, you don't have to be afraid. Spiritual force is a kind of tool, a kind of talent. If you use it well, it can become a kind of benefit. It won't have any bad effects on you. Yi Fan explained. Feng Xiaoyi shook his head. No, brother-in-law, I'm not afraid, it's just that I need to digest it. I didn't expect that there would be so many secrets hidden on the back of this world. Does that mean that I can also control all kinds of things and release all kinds of magic like the superheroes in the movies? Og. In theory, if you receive professional training and practice, it's possible, Yi Fan said. Great. Ever since I was young, I wanted to do something different from others. I wanted to stand out so that my parents wouldn't have to work in the countryside and live a good life. If I could become a mage, I would definitely be able to let them live a good life. Feng Xiaohui said. Yi Fan was stunned. It seemed like this brother-in-law of his was quite ambitious. He even wanted to be a mage. If you don't become a mage, the money your sister earns is enough for your parents to enjoy. You should think more about yourself. Yi Fan said. But I'm a man, so of course it's my responsibility to support my parents. Sister has already worked hard for me for many years. Feng Xiaohui said seriously. Yi Fan smiled. This kid was quite responsible. However, if it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have fought with Zhou Can back then. As a mage, you can indeed earn a lot of money, and your status is also very high. However, the Mage Association is very mysterious, and there is no office in the SID Association. Moreover, it's usually the mages who recruit their own magic apprentices. You're already quite old, so it'll be even more difficult for you to join. Yi Fan said. Then how do I learn magic? Feng Xiaohui said anxiously. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then smiled and said, actually, because your brain has been activated by the drug, you suddenly have a strong spiritual force, which can be considered a type of Esper ability awakening. I think you can go to the Adept Association, and after the examination and confirmation of your identity as an adept, you can learn from the adept who specializes in spiritual force. The history of the Adept Association is not shorter than that of the Mage Association. There are a large number of adept spells created by their predecessors, which are actually more suitable for you than magic. Only now did Feng Xiaohui know that there was actually an Adept Association. His hope was immediately ignited as he said, brother-in-law, can you tell me where the Adept Association is? Yi Fan said, generally speaking, there are two ways to join the Adept Association. One is to wait for someone to discover your ability, and some national departments will send you there. There are also people from the Adept Association who will recruit you. The second is to write your own recommendation letter, apply to join the association, and accept the examination. I know their mailbox, let me write a letter for you. That's great. Thank you, brother-in-law. Feng Xiaohui said happily. Feng Yuing, who was at the side, giggled, little Hui, you call him brother-in-law so smoothly, as if you've known him for a long time. Feng Xiaohui was also embarrassed. I think sister's wife is pretty good, so capable, and so easy to talk to. Leaf, this brother-in-law of his was quite good at talking, so he should treat him even better. Thus, he said, don't worry, if the association agrees to let you go, I will accompany you there. For my sake, they will take care of you no matter what. Fan Xian was very pleased with himself. Feng Yuing, who was at the side, shook her head and smiled speechlessly. However, she was also quite supportive of Feng Xiaohui going to the Adept Association to study. The next day, after Feng Xiaohui and President Li finished checking their physical condition, everyone flew back to Huahai. Although President Li was slowly recovering, his body definitely needed to rest and he couldn't do as much work as he did in the past. Fortunately, Du Yuner was here. The old man seemed to plan to nurture Du Yuner as his successor to manage the orphanage. Coincidentally, Du Yuner had also quit her job as a teacher. She had always liked the matters of the orphanage, so she slowly began to learn how to take over. Of course, Yi Fan supported it. With Du Yuner as the principal, whether it was the Ivy League Orphanage or the Ivy League Foundation, they definitely wouldn't go astray. Especially after going through a few life and death crises and all sorts of storms, Du Yuner had matured a lot. She was no longer the girl who was easily afraid and often lacked confidence. Yi Fan returned home and told Su Qingxue about what happened in the Magnesium country. Su Qingxue broke out in a cold sweat, and when she heard that Yi Fan was busy sending Feng Xiaowei to the Adept Association, the woman couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. He had only been home for 2 days, and he was going to travel again. However, Su Qingxue had been busy working with her best friend, Ling Yuwei. She wanted to invest in the film and television industry, so she didn't have the time to care about Yi Fan, so she let him go. Li Yi Fan and Feng Yuing made a trip to Dong province to visit Feng Yuanxiong and Ma Liying. The two elders were even happier than the new year, and their relatives and friends also came to congratulate them. After 2 days of bustle, they held a banquet. The only thing that puzzled Yi Fan and the Feng siblings was the recommendation letter sent to the Adept Association. They didn't receive a reply, so they didn't know what was going on. Chapter 773. 0773 Why are you guys here? Yi Fan was drinking tea and chatting with the Feng family in the living room. Seeing the father and son walk in with a smile on their faces, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Mr. Yi, we didn't know that you came to the Eastern Province. If we had known earlier, we would have immediately come over to show our hospitality. Dong Fangbai said with a respectful smile. I'm not here to look for you, there's no need to be so polite. Yi Fan said. Dong Fangming smiled and said, we heard that your brother-in-law has recovered from his serious illness. It's really a miracle. Mr. Yi is indeed a miraculous person. Father and I are very impressed. Feng Yuanxiong and his wife were shocked. They never thought that the Dongfang father and son, who were already unreachable in their eyes, would actually be so respectful to Yi Fan. For a moment, the old couple felt especially honored. Yi Fan had saved Feng Yuing and Feng Yuanxiong. Now, he had even saved Feng Xiaowei. Yi Fan was like a lucky star for their family. If it was said that they still had a knot in their hearts about the relationship between Yi Fan and Feng Yuing in the past, then now, the two elders completely didn't mind at all. Instead, they were very satisfied with Feng Yuing being with Yi Fan. However, Fan Xian was very clear that saving Feng Xiaowei this time really didn't have much to do with him. He mainly relied on Chu Yunyao's help. Actually, Feng Yuing still wanted to specially thank Chu Yunyao, but Chu Yunyao wasn't interested in accepting any thanks. She only wanted Yi Fan to fulfill his promise and reveal his true identity. Seeing that the woman was in such a hurry, Fan Xian could only confess to Chu Yunyao through the phone. Yi Fan originally thought that Chu Yunyao would ask a lot of questions, but who would have thought that this woman only wanted to know? After knowing the truth, she didn't ask anything, causing Yi Fan to not know whether to laugh or cry. Don't be polite, if you have something to say, just say it. Yi Fan said. Of course, he didn't think that the Dongfang father and son were interested in his medical skills. Dongfang Bai's expression became awkward. Mr. Yi, can I have the honor of inviting you to a nearby farm? We can chat while we eat. Yi Fan said, there's no need, right? We're all on the same side here, what kind of trouble did you encounter? Speak frankly. Fan Xian could tell that the Dongfang father and son were a little worried, as if they had something to ask of him. Back then, Xiao Linfuan had asked him to take care of the Dongfang family. Although he didn't know what his purpose was, Yi Fan was still willing to believe in his brother's words. When Dongfang Bai heard this, he sighed and said, all right, I'm ashamed to say it, but we want to ask Mr. Yi for something. I wonder if Mr. Yi is willing to help us. If you can help us get through this, our Dongfang family will definitely thank you. Yi Fan had an expression of knowing that this would happen. What is it? I heard from General Xia last time that although Mr. Yi doesn't know many people in the country, he is very powerful overseas. I wonder if he knows anyone in North Africa. Dongfang Bai asked. Yi Fan wanted to laugh out loud. It seemed that the Dongfang family was still skeptical of his power. One had to know that Yi Fan being able to suppress the Petersburg Club this time was already enough to intimidate the entire world. Although Yi Fan himself wouldn't manage these connections, Sally, Aziz, Asmuntis, and the others had been operating and developing for the past few years. After 2 years of hard work in the Sacred War, they had sacrificed so many brothers to obtain the initiative and freedom. It was impossible for the people of the Inferno faction to let go so easily. They would definitely consolidate their strength to prevent the enemy from counterattacking. Fan Xian took a sip of tea and said, "If you have anything to say, just say it. If I can help you, I will naturally help you. Why ask so many questions?" "Yes, yes." Dongfang Bai said in a low voice, "It's like this, our Azure Sun Association mainly does foreign trade business, you should have heard of this Mr. Yi. Just yesterday, one of our cargo ships was hijacked by pirates on the shipping route in North Africa. The cargo is now being held, and we have to pay to redeem it before they are willing to release it." Hearing this, Fan Xian was puzzled. China's cargo ship was hijacked by pirates. "Why are you looking for me instead of going to customs and the navy?" Dongfang Bai smiled bitterly. It's not very convenient." Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, smuggling. It was only illegal shipping that they did not dare to let the government know. Dongfang Bai smiled awkwardly and nodded. "You also know that business is not easy right now. The real economy is in a slump. If we don't make some extra money, how can we support so many brothers?" "How much do they want?" Yi Fan asked. Dongfang Ming replied, 10 million euros. Yi Fan frowned and said, "This is not a small number. What exactly is on the ship?" "Cars, almost 100 of them. They are all second-hand luxury cars found in various European countries. If we can't get these cars back, we will suffer a great loss of strength and lose everything." Dongfang Bai said worriedly. "Just like you guys, you still want to go from an underground family to a famous family. You're still far from it." Yi Fan shook his head and sighed. The Dongfang father and son revealed helpless expressions. They also wanted to change, but it wasn't that easy. "Mr. Yi, do you have a way? We know that this matter is quite big and has made things difficult for you, but we really have no one to ask for." Dongfang Bai said with a bitter face. Li Fan Xian chuckled, "Who told you that I'm in a difficult position? It's just that I didn't expect that your Dongfang family would come looking for me just for the sake of 10 million euros. The Dongfang father and son were confused, not understanding what Yi Fan meant. Yi Fan picked up his phone and dialed the Leviathan's number. "Boss. Why did you suddenly call me? Did Petersburg's men come looking for trouble again?" The Leviathan seemed to be eating on the other side. "Big Cuttlefish, check the seas in North Africa and see if there are any pirate organizations that have robbed a ship from China. There are about 100 smuggled cars on it. If there are, tell them to let go of the ship and say that I will protect it." Yi Fan said. The Leviathan was stunned for a moment, then said, "No problem, it's a small matter." "Boss, don't hang up, I'll get someone to check it right now." Yi Fan held his phone and waited for about a minute before he heard the Leviathan say, "Boss, there is indeed such a ship. Those guys are really sly, they only made their move after staring at it for almost half a year. As soon as I reported my name, they were so scared that they let me go, haha." Yi Fan smiled, "What's there to be happy about bullying a bunch of small fish?" "Done, I'm hanging up." After Yi Fan hung up the phone, it took less than 3 minutes. "All right, it's been settled. That ship can already begin its return journey," Yi Fan said. The Dongfang father and son were dumbstruck, finding it hard to believe. "Yi. Mr. Yi, really? They let it go?" Dongfang Bai felt that it was inconceivable. "Why would I lie to you? Don't you know how to make an international call and ask?" Yi Fan was speechless. Right at this moment, a call was made to Dongfang Ming. Dongfang Ming picked it up and immediately said in ecstasy, "Dad." The association called and said that the ship had sent a message that they were saved. This time, the Dongfang father and son were completely convinced. They looked at Yifan as if they were looking at a deity, full of amazement and worship. Even the Feng family members at the side were shocked by Yifan's casual phone call. Only Feng Yuing could still maintain a natural expression on her face. Dongfang Bai was extremely excited. He was an experienced martial artist, so how could he not see that Yifan's influence overseas was not something they could imagine? For a moment, they completely believed Xie Linfuan's words. They had to hug Yifan's thigh and stick close to him. Chapter 774. 0774 How could Yifan really let him kneel? To him, it was just a trivial matter, this was too exaggerated. Anyway, she had nothing to do. She would just take the two elders and the woman's brother-in-law for a big meal, so she agreed to the Dongfang father and son. In the afternoon, he went to the city and took the two elders shopping. After buying a few new clothes, Yifan suggested buying a better house in the city. This way, it would be more convenient for the two elders to see a doctor and live a better life. However, Feng Yuanxiong and his wife were used to living in the countryside. They were surrounded by the villagers, so they politely refused. After dinner, they went to the restaurant where the Dongfang family hosted the banquet. Dongfang Bai chose the largest private room on the lake. There were more than a dozen cold dishes on the table, which scared Feng Yuanxiong and his wife. While they were happily eating, Dongfang Bai saw that it was about time. He signaled Dongfang Ming with his eyes and Dongfang Ming walked out. Not long after, Dongfang Ming returned to the private room with a rectangular mahogany box. "Mr. Yi, you have helped our Dongfang family greatly. This is a small token of my appreciation, I hope you will accept it." Dongfang Bai politely handed the box to Yifan with both hands. Fan Xian was puzzled, "You're not going to give me a red packet, are you?" Dongfang Bai hurriedly smiled and shook his head. "I know that Mr. Yi doesn't care about such a tacky property, but this thing has been passed down from our Dongfang family's ancestors and can be considered a cultural relic. Only an expert with knowledge and taste like Mr. Yi is worthy of such an antique. For us ordinary people to hold it, it would be a disgrace to our ancestors' reputation." Fan Xian became suspicious. Could it be that this was also left behind by Dongfang Shuo? Dongfang Bai told the truth, "That's what our ancestors said, but we're not sure if it was left behind by our ancestors. To be honest, it's just like the 10 continents map, how would we know?" Fan Xian took the box and opened it. He discovered that there was a tube of bamboo slips inside. According to the dynasty, although there was already paper at that time, there were also bamboo slips and silk. It should be an antique. After the sale opened the bamboo slip, Feng Yuing, who was at the side, also looked over curiously. "Hubby, what's written on it?" "God. Desolate. Gee." Yifan carefully looked at it for a while and read out the name of the opening chapter. This bamboo slip was densely packed with a large number of ancient seal characters. It was impossible for Yifan to finish reading them all at once. However, Yifan could roughly tell that these were all records of mythical stories, including geography, strange beasts, strange flowers, and so on. "I know that Dongfang Shuo seems to have passed down a mysterious scripture, but I've never heard of this divine desolate records." Dongfang Bai nodded. "That's right, what is circulating outside is the mysterious scripture, written by our ancestors. However, our family does not have that book, only this bamboo slip, divine desolate records. My grandfather once asked a retired professor of ancient literature at a university for advice. He said that it might have been fabricated by some Jianghu necromancers who imitated supernatural scriptures. Because the contents of this bamboo slip are useless, and because it's an ancestral heirloom of our Dongfang family, we've always kept it at home. Last time, General Xia said that Mr. Yi likes to collect antiques, so this time, we plan to give this bamboo slip to Mr. Yi to express our sincere gratitude and also hope that this bamboo slip will have a good home. After all, in our Dongfang family, this bamboo slip is like a pearl covered in dust. Moreover, if it is stolen again, it would be a pity. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Has old Xia seen this bamboo slip before? Yeah, General Xia also said that although this thing is an antique, it doesn't have much research value. Dongfang Ming said. Yi Fan finally understood why Xia Linfuan said that it was right to take care of the Dongfang family. It seemed that it had something to do with this bamboo slip. However, Xia Linfuan couldn't say it too clearly, so he created an opportunity for the Dongfang father and son to consciously present their family heirloom. In fact, this bamboo slip was said to be a family heirloom, but it wasn't of much help to the Dongfang family. Instead, it was given to Yi Fan as a gift, which was more useful to them. Yi Fan didn't have any interest in collecting antiques. It was only because of Xia Linfuan's arrangements that he was able to obtain this bamboo slip. Moreover, everything was very natural, and no one would suspect anything. This is your ancestral treasure. Although it doesn't have much research value, it wouldn't be good for me to take it away, right? Yi Fan pretended to decline. Dongfang Bai hurriedly stopped him and said, "Don't say that, Mr. Yi, you saved my son and daughter, and also helped our Azure Sun Association pass this hurdle. In the future, there will be many places that we might need Mr. Yi to take care of. This bamboo slip is just a small token of my appreciation. If you still dislike it, then we will truly be sorry." Since he had already said this much, Yi Fan could only, reluctantly, accept the bamboo slip. A banquet, both the host and the guest were happy. At around 10 p.m., after returning to the Feng family's courtyard in the countryside, Yi Fan and Feng Yuing went to Feng Yuying's room under the deep smiles of the two elders. After all, Feng Shelby had returned, so they could only sleep together. Yi Fan ignored Feng Yuying's shyness and hugged the woman to take a bath together. In the bathroom, the two of them were as passionate as fire, burning all the way to the bed. After Feng Yuying fell limp on the bed and begged for mercy, Yi Fan lit a cigarette in satisfaction. He got off the bed, went to the desk, and turned on the desk lamp. "Hubby, aren't you going to sleep?" Feng Yuying was lying on the bed with sleepy eyes. She was naked and didn't cover up her body. Her entire body was still burning hot, and her beautiful figure could be seen in all directions. Yi Fan took a puff of his cigarette, opened the bamboo slip and said, "The contents of this thing are definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, old Xia wouldn't have asked me to take care of the Dongfang family. I need to study it carefully. That Dongfang family has a map of the 10 continents, could it be that there is also a record of the 10 continents?" Feng Yuying casually teased. Yi Fan was startled. Ying, what did you say?" Feng Yuying muttered, "Nothing much. I say, could it be that they still have a record of the 10 continents?" However, a thought flashed through Yi Fan's mind. He slapped the table and said, "Oh right, the contents of this. If you compare it with the contents of the 10 continents map, it seems there is indeed some overlap." Yi Fan immediately began to search for the contents inside, comparing them with the contents of the 10 continents map that he currently knew. After half an hour of study, Yi Fan discovered that the contents inside were even richer than the 10 continents map, and the contents of the 10 continents map were all recorded here. If he wasn't wrong, this was actually an annotation. It was a more detailed description of the contents of the 10 continents map in the form of words. Old Xia. You're playing with my heart." Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If the dragon's soul were to find out about this, Xia Linfuan wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Chapter 775. 0775 Yi Fan walked to the balcony and lit another cigarette. After puffing on the smoke for a while, he finally decided not to call Xia Linfuan. This kind of thing was no small matter. It had to be said face to face. He was afraid that the walls would have ears. Returning to the house, Yi Fan opened a notebook that he brought and confirmed his mailbox. He was still waiting for a reply from the Adept Association. If he still didn't come, he would have to use his connections to ask the staff of the Adept Association about the situation. Fortunately, there really was a reply. Mr. Feng Xiaohui. Sorry, your reply was 2 days late. When Yi Fan read the contents of the letter, he found out that the Adept Association had been holding an annual seminar these past 2 days to discuss some of the matters and future development of the association. There weren't many adepts to begin with, and there were only 500 to 600 members of the association. In addition, most of the adepts kept a low profile and hid among the people, so there were even fewer staff. Once the meeting started, the efficiency of the work would be even lower, so he delayed the reply for 2 days. Yi Fan wrote the letter in Feng Xiaohui's name. After all, if he wrote it in his name, it would probably make people feel very uneasy. After all, the name Lucifer was too fierce, people would definitely think that this matter was very complicated. Fortunately, the Adept Association's requirements weren't too harsh. After a simple review of a video of Feng Xiaohui making the item vibrate, they agreed to let Feng Xiaohui participate in the entrance test. After seeing this news, Yi Fan was just about to tell Feng Yuing, but when he turned around, he found that the woman had already fallen asleep. Yi Fan gently walked over and covered the woman with the blanket. After thinking about it, he was too lazy to sleep. Now that he felt more responsibility on his shoulders, he also knew that there were many enemies lying in ambush in the dark, and he placed great importance on his cultivation. Taking advantage of the night, the village was empty and there was no one around. Yi Fan directly went to an empty wheat field and started practicing his set of movements. After training hard for 3 hours, Yi Fan was as tired as a dead dog. He raised his head and laid on the ground, gasping for breath. With his physical fitness, he could only complete this set of movements for 3 hours. This showed how much energy this set of movements consumed. After resting for half an hour, Yi Fan got up and continued to practice his swordsmanship. He had already learned to take out some swords from the sword god's ring. Moreover, this time, the ring no longer only gave him a wooden sword. He could also take out some other sharp swords. There were almost 100 swords that Yi Fan could choose from. From the shape and patterns of these swords, Yi Fan was not too sure where these swords came from, nor did he know what era they came from. Many of the swords were clearly incomplete, as if they had experienced a lot of battles and had not been repaired. Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he was fighting to the death with Alland, he was only willing to give him the wooden sword. Now that he was only training with the sword, he was willing to give him over 100 types of swords. The Sale had also tried to see if it could put other things into the ring, but it had all failed. This sword god's ring seemed to only be able to store swords. As for the world inside the ring, the mountain peak, Yi Fan tried to immerse his mind in it, trying to climb it, but he couldn't. An invisible force blocked Yi Fan's path. Yi Fan could roughly understand that it was because his realm was not high enough, which was why it was difficult for him to advance further. In order to obtain a better sword and discover the secrets of this peak, he would need to continuously cultivate the way of the sword. Yi Fan casually took out a sword. Just as he was about to use the purest and most basic sword techniques to comprehend and study the sword intent, he suddenly discovered that an ancient martial artist's aura was approaching from afar. Great perfection of the body refinement stage. Yi Fan could sense that this ancient martial artist's strength was not ordinary. The key was that this Xinqi felt like it was from one of the 4 great sects, the Kunlun sect. Just as Yi Fan was wondering who it was, a figure swept past about 200 to 300 meters in front of him like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, the figure flew dozens of meters away, as fast as a bolt of lightning in the dark night. Not looking for him. Yi Fan thought that this person was coming for him, but it seemed like this guy was just passing by. However, why was such an expert running in the fields in the middle of the night? Yi Fan couldn't help but be curious. After all, this person's speed was indeed fast enough, and he happened to be training here, so he might as well compete with that person. Yi Fan disdained to compete with the movement techniques and leg strength of an ordinary ancient martial artist. This was because Yi Fan's physical fitness had already allowed his speed to far exceed the limits of an ordinary ancient martial artist. But this person, Yi Fan felt that he could compete with him. Yi Fan sheathed his sword, and like an arrow leaving the bowstring, he chased after that figure. Although in such a short period of time, he had already pulled away by more than 100 meters, but Yi Fan was still able to catch up. For a time, it was as if there were two black shadows galloping across the field, chasing after the stars and the moon. This run lasted for more than 10 minutes. The two of them had already run more than 10 kilometers out of the village and into the county. In the dark night, there weren't many street lights in the small county. The two of them ran like ghosts on the road. Some passers-by even thought that they had seen a ghost. A gust of wind passed by. Unknowingly, 2 hours had already passed. The two of them had already run more than 200 kilometers and arrived at another city. The more Yi Fan ran, the more surprised he became. Although he had just practiced the Mad Demon Dance for 3 hours and had already consumed a lot of energy, after resting for a while, the physical strength that he recovered was still very terrifying. And the martial artist running in front of him was actually able to not slow down for such a long time, and did not feel the slightest bit of disorder in his breathing. This was already very rare. Yi Fan had never seen a martial artist in the body refinement realm with such a physique. Could it be that that person was also focused on external cultivation? Interesting. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled into a smile as he muttered in his heart. He didn't expect to meet such a special guy when he came out to practice at night. Just as the two of them climbed over a hill and entered another open wheat field, the figure in front of them finally stopped. He turned around and waited for Yi Fan to approach. Yi Fan stood a dozen meters away from that person and finally saw his appearance clearly. He had a head of clean short hair, fair skin, a delicate and pretty appearance, regular facial features, and a medium well-proportioned figure. He wore a black martial arts robe that did not fit in with the modern city. This was a young man who looked to be in his 20s, about the same age as Yi Fan. His eyes were very clear. "Why do you keep following me?" the young man asked curiously. Yi Fan said, "Because I want to know, why do you keep running?" "Because I'm bored." The young man's answer was very simple, but very true. Li Fan Xian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Your physical strength and movement technique are both very good. Did you deliberately train in external techniques?" Chapter 776. 0776 Not bad, because I exercise regularly. Yi Fan shrugged. "Then you must be very diligent in your exercise," the young man said. "Actually, it's not bad. The key is to train to the point, and the efficiency will be higher," Yi Fan said. The young man looked around and pointed to a patch of scattered lights in the distance. "I'm hungry. I want to eat something. Do you want to eat together?" "I have nothing to do anyway." Yi Fan naturally didn't have any objections. He had also consumed a lot of energy, sure. "Then let's compete. Whoever gets to the place with the lights first will win. The one who arrives late will treat us." Yi Fan smiled. He actually wanted to race for a midnight snack, but he also wanted to see how fast this guy could be, so he nodded and said, "No problem, let's begin." The two of them sprinted all the way. This time, the young man's speed had clearly increased by another level. However, Yi Fan did not use his full strength just now. Although it was not in his best condition, he still forcefully overtook the car and arrived first. "You're really fast." "I'm an ancient martial artist, so it's not convenient. But it's a pity that you didn't participate in the Olympics." It's simply not a normal human body. The young man said in surprise. Yifan laughed. Stop changing the topic, hurry up and treat us. Got it, I never cheat, the young man said, very convinced by the result. After which, the two of them went to a supper stall in the small county. They made 2 bowls of spicy hot soup and ate it simply. Fortunately, it was early in the morning and there weren't many people at the stall. Otherwise, the young man's attire would be enough to make passers-by turn their heads. You're treating me to this. It adds up to less than 50 yuan. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Be content. When I was young, I only ate a few pieces of zamba after running all day. I still can't eat my fill, the young man said with relish. Yifan felt that this person was quite interesting, and asked, So, you've been running like this since you were young? When you're bored, you'll run. It was said to be running, but it was actually the same as flying, just sticking close to the ground. As the young man ate, he said, Originally, it was just to help my master buy wine. No one was willing to go, only I went. After running, I got used to it. When I was bored, I would run. Help your master buy wine. Yifan heard this fresh, running to buy wine. The young man nodded and said, My master likes to drink a type of wine that can only be found in a small town in the Zong district. Moreover, the quantity of the wine is very small, so we can only buy 2 wine bags at a time. My sect is in the Kunlun Mountains, about 400 li away from that small city. A round trip would be 800 li. The driver asked me to buy wine for him, but he only paid for the wine and not the carriage. Without money, no one was willing to take me for free. When I was 13 years old, my cultivation was low, and I had to rely on my true qi to support myself. A round trip of 800 kilometers would take 2 to 3 days. The worst time was when I encountered a snowstorm and was trapped for 2 days. After a few years, I made 8 or 9 trips almost every month, and by the time I was 17 or 18, it was only 13 or 14 hours a day. After I turned 20, I could help my master bring the wine back to Kunlun within 10 hours. My fastest time was only 8 hours. When Fan Xian heard this, he was stunned. He didn't know if this kid's master did it on purpose or if it was a coincidence. It was obvious that this journey of 800 kilometers, which allowed him to jog from small to big, was definitely a very good training. The key point was that ordinary people didn't have this kind of perseverance. They ate and slept in the open, and it was boring and tedious. They risked their lives just to buy 2 bags of wine. What kind of master was this? It seems that your running has helped your cultivation a lot. Yifan said. The young man said, I'm not sure about that. Maybe, my master is also puzzled. He asked me how I practiced, and I was also confused. I've been running and buying wine, so I didn't have time to meditate and practice, but my cultivation has improved quite quickly. The young man and his master didn't understand that their realm had not reached it yet, but Yifan's heart was as clear as a mirror. This was the mistake that many ancient martial artists had made. They thought that inner force cultivation was inner force cultivation and had nothing to do with outer force cultivation. Therefore, they only needed to meditate and comprehend the martial arts realm. But in reality, that was not the case. Body cultivation made the body strong, the essence energy, and the blood energy exuberant. Naturally, the meridians were also especially tough and full of vitality. The human body was like the raw material of a weapon. Good steel would naturally make the weapon sharper, and mediocre steel, no matter how much time was spent, would not be able to compare to better steel. Moreover, like this young man, through his strong physical training, being tempered in nature was also very helpful to his mind. Not only could he concentrate and endure loneliness, but he also had a greater sense of intimacy with this world and this boundless universe. Martial artists pursued the martial way, and above the martial way was the heavenly Tao. Didn't the heavenly Tao exist in nature? If he didn't go out and take a look, how could he comprehend the mysteries of the world by hiding in a sect or in seclusion in a cave? Yi Fan had benefited greatly from his past life of running all over the world, whether it was when he was training in the Sky Life Water or later on when he changed to training in the Mad Demon Dance. Your running training technique is not bad, but it's only because you can persevere that you can achieve such an achievement. You're not simple either. Yi Fan said truthfully. The young man smiled and said, then you're faster than me. Aren't you even more extraordinary? You can think of it that way. Yi Fan chuckled. I'm very happy to know you. If there's a chance in the future, let's run together. I can't find anyone to run with me. The young man said as he took out a cell phone, how about we add WeChat? Yi Fan felt that it was strange. We're all ancient martial artists following the times so closely these days. However, he still agreed and became good friends with the young man. Your name is Zihan. Yi Fan saw that this guy's profile picture was actually the seal of a Kunlun sect. Could it be that all the Kunlun disciples wanted a profile picture? This publicity was on point. Right, just call me that. You're called Brother Fan. Yi Fan nodded. He originally wanted to use his real name, but Moo 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 mocked him for using his real name these days, so he changed it to Brother Fan. Then I'll call you Brother Fan. You look like you're 2 years older than me. Zihan asked with a smile, do you live in the eastern province? No, I just happen to be at my father-in-law's house, so I'm usually at Hua Hai. Yi Fan said. It doesn't matter, then I'll go to Hua Hai to find you to run when the time comes. In any case, I've finished my apprenticeship, so I'm quite free. I haven't been to Hua Hai yet. After Zihan finished speaking, she walked over to the stall owner, scanned the payment code, and began to pay. Boss, how much is it? $48.50, handsome, said the boss uncle. 48 yuan, forget about the 50 cents change. Zihan said with a smile. Oh. Alright, then come often in the future. The boss helplessly smiled. Yi Fan was speechless. Were all the disciples of the Kunlun sect so diligent and thrifty? Zihan saved 5 cents and happily waved at Yi Fan. Brother Fan, I'm going home. If I don't get home before dawn, my dad will scold me again. I'm leaving. Yi Fan nodded and waved his hand. Alright, contact me on WeChat if you want to run. Very quickly, Zihan ran away without a trace. Yi Fan also felt that it was about time. After strolling around for a while, he began to return to Feng Yuying's house. Inspired by Zihan, Yi Fan ran all the way and even brandished his sword. He felt that this kind of cultivation method should have a better effect. Because in a high-speed movement, the coordination between the body and the sword intent would be challenged. If he could accurately unleash the sword intent while running at high speeds, then his improvement would be even greater. If he practiced it to the extreme, he would have a sword in his hand and a sword in his heart. If he could perfectly harmonize with the sword, then he might really be able to achieve the legendary realm of man and sword as one. However, this way, Yi Fan's speed had clearly slowed down. When he arrived at Feng Yuying's house, Yi Fan was already panting and drenched in sweat. He took a shower and went downstairs for breakfast. When he went downstairs to eat breakfast, he happened to see Feng Shelwei coming downstairs as well. When Feng Shelwei found out that he could already participate in the examination, he was both surprised and nervous. However, Feng Yuying and the two elders were very worried. After all, Feng Shelwei was going to an unfamiliar environment to start a new life. In order to make them feel more at ease, Yi Fan promised that he would personally send Feng Shelwei over and come back after he made the arrangements. Chapter 777 0777 Actually, Yi Fan had never been to the headquarters of the Adept Association before. Because he hadn't interacted with them before, even though he knew the location, he didn't go over to take a look. Speaking of which, it wasn't easy to go over. First, they had to go to a seaside port in Indonesia, meet up with the people from the Adept Association, and then sail for half a day on their ship before they could reach a small island called Illusion. This island was just like its name, Illusion. Adepts like to call it Neverland because this island couldn't be found on the map. At first, a powerful adept, who was also the first president of the association, used his ability to gather sand and stones from the bottom of the sea. After forming an island, after many years of modification, he built it up. In order to ensure that adepts would not be disturbed by ordinary people here, the world's map would not be marked. When Yifan brought Feng Xiaowei to the port, there was already a dark-skinned Asian man wearing a flowery shirt. He was holding a sign with Feng Xiaowei's name written on it, waiting there. "Hello, are you waiting for us?" Yifan took the lead and walked over. The man smiled warmly and extended his hand towards Yifan. "You are Feng Xiaowei." "No, I'm his brother-in-law, he's the one." Yifan introduced. The man nodded in understanding. "My name is Haute, and I'm the crew member in charge of picking you up. Do you two want to board the ship together, or do you want Feng Xiaowei to go to Neverland Island alone?" Yifan asked, "Can I follow you?" "As long as you follow the rules of the island and don't take pictures or videos, it will be fine," Haute said with a smile. Yifan indicated that he understood, and then boarded a small white boat with Feng Xiaowei. Not long after, Yifan discovered a problem. The engine of the ship seemed to have a special structure. "What kind of fuel does your ship use?" Yifan asked. Haute seemed to be used to hearing this question, so he didn't explain much. He sat down beside the engine and reached out to grab a black metal handle. Gradually, there was a wave of heat coming from him. The propeller rumbled, and soon, the ship began to move. Thermal power generation. Yifan immediately understood that this Haute was also an adept. His hand could transmit a strong amount of heat, causing the modified engine to start. Feng Xiaowei, who was at the side, also found it refreshing. He looked forward to entering the Adept Association even more. "I can only let my body emit heat, but I can't release the heat too far. So, with my ability, I can only be a boatman, or fry an egg or something, haha." Haute laughed at himself. "You can't say that. If you are willing, I'm afraid that some of the anti-theft metal doors will be melted by you. You can also be a bandit if you want to," Yifan said. Haute shook his head. "You must not think like that. Back then, because I robbed a bank, I was imprisoned for several years. I don't want to do that kind of thing now." Yifan and Feng Xiaowei were speechless. So this brother had really been a thief before. After traveling for about an hour, a small island appeared in front of them. From afar, the island looked like a pearl on the sea under the blue sky, beautiful and moving. A tall giant statue stood in the small harbor of the island. Its two huge legs just happened to clamp the harbor. From the looks of it, it had been a long time, and its attire was that of an ancient Western figure. "That's the first president. He made a sculpture for himself. Every time he enters or leaves the harbor, he will pass under his crotch," Haute helplessly introduced. It was obvious that he was the one who entered and exited the most frequently. After the three of them landed on the island, Haute led the way to a small hill in the middle of the island. On top of the hill, there was a grayish-brown building. The tallest one was a circular tower that was 40 to 50 meters tall. Moreover, there were no gaps in its entire body. It was obvious that it was built by an adept, and not by a conventional method. Yifan and Feng Xiaowei were both at the base camp of adepts. As they walked in, they met a few adepts who were working here. An adept dressed as a gardener had 2 arms and 2 legs that could actually stretch back and forth freely. He was like a giant, trimming a 5-meter-tall tree without needing a ladder at all. There was a woman who looked like a librarian. She was carrying books, but she didn't use her hands. Hundreds of books floated above her head, following her as she moved. A white-haired old lady who was cleaning was blowing air with her mouth. With a casual blow, she blew away the sand and leaves on the path like a gust of wind. She didn't even need a broom. When these adepts saw Yi Fan and Feng Xiaowei, they would greet them in a friendly manner. It was obvious that they were used to visitors or new members coming to examine them. "Brother-in-law, I'm not dreaming, right? Why does this look like a movie?" Feng Xiaowei murmured. Yi Fan smiled. "Don't talk about you, I can't even see it." This was because the Adept Association advocated neutrality and was detached from any conflicts of interest. It was equivalent to a permanent neutral organization in the underground world. Therefore, when the Holy War was fought all over the world, Yi Fan didn't meet many adepts. Even if there were adepts participating in the battle, they would still be separated from the association and would not be protected by the association. Only then did Yi Fan realize that adepts had such a wide variety of abilities. If the existence of these people were to be known to the public, it would definitely set off all sorts of strong waves. This was because to the public, these people only existed in movies and television and all sorts of fantasy novels. This is the member center. This is where we examine new members. Haute brought the two of them into a single-story oval building. Inside was a long counter with an old man and a young man inside. The old man looked to be in his 70s or 80s, and his hair was no different from a bald head. He held a bottle of vodka in his hand in broad daylight, and his nose was red. He had already fallen asleep on the counter. He was wearing a dirty gray vest. He was thin, wrinkled, and sloppy. From the fact that he was still cursing in Russian in his sleep, one could tell where he came from. The female receptionist looked like a person from Fusang. She looked to be in her 30s or 40s. Her appearance was very ordinary, but she cared a lot about her image. She was touching up her makeup in front of a small mirror. The rouge on her face was very thick. The foundation was already very thick, but she was still touching it up. "Beggar, stop fixing your makeup. A new person has arrived. Register this Mr. Feng Xiaowei and begin the ability examination," Haute said. The beggar woman from Fusang casually threw out a registration form. "Fill it in any language." Chapter 778. 0778 Feng Xiaowei began to slowly fill in his name, address, passport, and so on. Yi Fan was bored at the side and was very curious about the two receptionists, so he asked, "Is this old man also a staff member at the front desk?" Haute smiled awkwardly. "You mean Mr. Rolov?" "Ha ha. It can be considered." "Humph, this old drunkard, besides drinking and sleeping every day, he even comes to take advantage of me and touch my thigh. If he wasn't friends with the previous president, Mr. Maxim, I think the president of Air would have fired him a long time ago." Just as he was speaking, old Rolov suddenly stood up and snorted, "Humph." He thought that he would get angry when he heard this, but he saw him pick up the vodka, raise his head, and gulp down 2 mouthfuls. He burped and went back to sleep. Yi Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. Just because he and President Maxim know each other, you let him stay here as the front desk. Then he should also have a superpower. Hua Zi rolled her eyes. Who knows? In any case, no one has seen him have any superpowers. Even if he did, at such an old age, his superpowers would have probably all faded away. While they were chatting, Feng Xiaowei nervously filled out the information and handed it over to Hua Zi. "Give me your right thumb," Hua Zi said. Although Feng Xiaowei didn't understand, he still did as he was told. Hua Zi stretched out her hand and pinched Feng Xiaowei's thumb. In less than 3 seconds, she let go and pressed Feng Xiaowei's thumb onto the form. A blood-red thumbprint had already appeared on it. This is my blood." Feng Xiaowei was stunned. Haute smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, Hua Zi only took a little blood from your finger to mark DNA and fingerprints. Only then did he know that the ability of the front desk employee, Hua Zi, was to suck blood. However, she could control it very carefully, so much so that no one could feel it. Registration is over. You can go to the left side for the test. Escorts are forbidden to enter, Hua Zi said. Yifan patted Feng Xiaoyi's shoulder and told him to boldly go over. He sat outside and smoked a cigarette while waiting for him to come out. The testing time was a bit long. Fortunately, Haote didn't have any other work today, so he could sit down and chat with him. The sea breeze blew gently, and the sun shone brightly. It was not a bad idea to have some fun and relax. When Yifan smoked his second cigarette, a group of about 10 people walked over from not far away. They had all kinds of skin colors and were dressed differently. When these people came out of the round tower, it could be vaguely seen that they were divided into two groups, arguing with each other about something. Seeing that they were full of gunpowder, Fan Xian asked in puzzlement, Haote, what's the situation with them? Haote shrugged helplessly. They are all directors of the association. They come from all over the world to attend meetings. But this year, for some reason, there are a few veteran radical directors who say they want to carry out a big reform of the association's policies. If it weren't for the fact that this conference has been in dispute, this year's conference would have been over long ago, and other work wouldn't have been delayed. Policy? What policy? It's permanent neutrality, not participating in any disputes of interest. Haote explained, on the side led by Director Wall, some radical directors think that our Adept Association is too conservative and weak to the outside world. Last time at the Saite conference, the old president, Maxim, was killed, but we didn't say anything. Therefore, they believe that we adepts should boldly walk onto the stages of the world and form alliances with some powerful organizations and countries. Only then will we not be looked down upon. President Maxim died under the ambush of the legendary Skeleton, and it's not shameful. Moreover, Skeleton is already dead, what's there to worry about? Yifan asked curiously. Haote sighed and said, you can say that, but there are still some other deep-rooted old problems that complicate this matter. It can be said that the death of President Maxim was just the fuse. Oh. What problem? Yifan asked. You ordinary people might not have any concept, but most of us adepts are rejected by the ordinary world, even by our families. When we were young, when we were discovered to have superpowers, we were treated as abnormal. What's more, we were treated as demons and ghosts. Director Wall and the others believed that the Adept Association should not follow the rule of living in seclusion. They should fight for the right for us adepts to be exposed to the public of the world. They felt that since adepts were stronger than ordinary people, why should they let ordinary people hide in the dark? Hearing this, Yifan basically understood. These directors wanted to raise the status of adepts and become superior people. Yifan felt that this point made sense. However, adepts were a very small group of people after all. If they really wanted to openly exist in the world, there was still a lot of hard work to be done. If he were to be too radical all of a sudden, not only would he not be able to gain much status, he would also make adepts the target of public criticism and suffer a calamity. From the fact that such a powerful force as the Dark Council still had to follow the rule of hiding from the world, it could be seen that this wasn't as simple as it seemed. Then Haote, who do you think makes sense? Yifan asked with a smile. Haote spread out his hands, I'm just a small fry, a small boatman. How can I care so much? They won't even take our opinions into consideration when discussing. However, I feel that it's pretty good right now. Most adepts are used to pretending to be ordinary people. No one likes to be treated as a strange fellow. To put it bluntly, although we have superpowers, we will also die of old age. We are no different from ordinary people. We just want to live a good life. There's no need to make things too complicated. Yifan nodded. After all, this guy was someone who had been in prison before, so he was quite mature in his thinking. At this moment, a middle-aged Caucasian man wearing a white suit and with his hair combed very cleanly walked over with a few other directors. Haute, who is this person? Is he also from our association? The man asked. Director Wall, this is the family of a new member of the test. I'm just casually chatting with him, Haute said respectfully. Only then did Yi Fan know that this was the representative of the radical faction, Wall. He didn't know what kind of superpower he had, but he looked like an ordinary person. Oh, you go and drive the boat. We're leaving. After Wall heard this, he directly ignored Yi Fan. Director Wall, is the meeting over? Wall coldly snorted, those old fogies can't be explained at all, they won't be able to hold a meeting. What about President Owl? What did he say? Haute asked gossipily. Another blonde tattooed director said, why are you asking so many questions? If there's any news, it will naturally be announced in the association. Hurry up and drive the boat. Haute hurriedly nodded with a smile, yes, yes. Director Eric. Haute waved goodbye to Yi Fan, then quickly ran to the harbor. Wall and the other directors were too lazy to bother with Yi Fan and began to walk towards the harbor. Chapter 779. Seagull Friend 0779 Is that woman here yet? Wall asked Eric. Eric said in a low voice, we arrived a long time ago. She was right. The president is still biased towards those stubborn conservatives, then don't blame us for being ruthless. This is all for the future of adepts. Wall coldly snorted. Then why do we still have to take the boat? Wouldn't it be better to just do it? Eric asked. Do you think I'm really leaving? Let Haute prepare a boat to take us. Even if the others want to leave, they can only wait. We'll go meet up with that woman. That way, we'll have plenty of time. Counselor Wall is really thoughtful. Then let's hurry over. The four directors hurriedly walked away. They didn't care. With Yi Fan behind them, after all, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to hinder them. Who would have thought that this ordinary person wasn't ordinary at all? Instead, he was an old man. This group of radical directors, it seems like they are going to cause trouble. Yi Fan took a drag on his cigarette and muttered in his heart. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly walked back to the member center and found Flower Boy, Beauty, when my brother-in-law comes out, tell him that I'm going out for a stroll. Hearing that she was called Beauty, Flower Boy immediately nodded happily, all right, Leaf Fan Xian smiled, walked out, and quietly began to follow Manager Wall and the others. These people arrived at a deserted beach on the island and looked around. They were still very vigilant, but how could they see Yi Fan, who was an assassin? Concealment was not an ordinary level. After thinking that there was no one, Wall took the lead and the four of them walked towards the sea. Just when Yi Fan thought that they would go into the water, he discovered that the four of them were all walking on the surface of the sea in the air, not touching the seawater at all. Upon closer inspection, Yi Fan noticed that the air beneath their feet had solidified like transparent glass. Yi Fan understood that this Director Wall's superpower should be to turn the molecules in the air into an extremely dense, solid air. From the looks of it, the strength of this air wall was quite strong. This kind of superpower was definitely not to be underestimated. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the sea. He wore a red and black metal armor and a clown mask on his face. When the sail saw the clown, it almost jumped out from behind the hidden rock. It was her. Serena. Hee hee. Director Wall, you guys really did come. It seems like the results of the meeting are not satisfactory. Selena laughed, not using a voice changer. Dr. Elephant Head Deity, let me state in advance that we are only cooperating with you to eliminate some incompetent old degenerates for the Adept Association so that we can contribute to the Adept Association. We are not going to betray the association, nor are we doing this for our own personal gain. Therefore, when we move out later, you must listen to our commands and not attack the adepts on the island without permission, Wall said. The more Yi Fan listened, the more shocked he became. Why did Wall call Serena the elephant god? Isn't she just the wife of the elephant god? The elephant's nose. He had seen it die with his own eyes. Did the elephant god lie to him? Or did Serena lie to him? Or were they both lying? No problem, I'm not here to harm the adepts. I'm still looking forward to working with the Adept Association for a long time to build a laboratory on the island. Of course, I have to build a good relationship with the adepts. As she spoke, Selena took out a silver-gray metal bowl. Director Eric, this is a small prop that you will use later. You must take it well. Selena smiled mysteriously. Eric looked at the ball in his hand and said nervously, "This. Is it really effective?" The name Ganesha has been resounding in the underground world for so long. Do you still need to question her skills? Wall said from the side. But I always thought that Ganesha was a man. I didn't expect her to be a woman. Eric smiled awkwardly. Selena giggled and said, "Many people think the same way as you, but please believe me, I rely on science to speak." When the few of them heard this, they were immediately filled with confidence. "All right, Dr. Elephant Head, let's go to the Ether Holy Tower now," Wall said. The group of people didn't stop and directly rushed to the cylindrical tower in the middle. Selena floated in midair and also followed. Only now did Fan Xian know that this tower was called the Ether Holy Tower. He didn't know what the meaning of this name was. Could it be that the creator of the island, the first president, was called Ether? Selena, who had been missing for a long time, had actually snuck into the Adept Association to cause trouble. He wanted to see what she was up to. The Ether Sacred Tower had a total of 13 floors. The top floor was the secret chamber that only the president could enter, and the 12th floor was the president's office. Most of the time, the president would not stay in his office. He would come here once or twice a month, and the longest he would stay was during the meeting. At this moment, as the meeting dispersed, most of the directors and members had already left the Ether Holy Tower. Only a few conservative members were sitting in the president's office, discussing the meeting with the president, Air. "President, it's fortunate that you didn't listen to the absurd words of Wall and the others. Otherwise, our Adept Association would have been faced with a disaster," an old man wearing a headscarf and a large water bag hanging from his waist said respectfully. President Al sat behind a simple desk. He was a man wearing a gray cloak that covered half of his delicate and pretty face. His face and voice would change every day, but the people around him were used to it. Director Meyer, Director Wall, and the others have their own merits. I just feel that in order for adepts to gain greater recognition in the world, we need to do it step by step. Al said. At this moment, a seagull flew into the office window and landed on the shoulder of a black man with long curly hair. It cried a few times in the black man's ear. The black man frowned and said, "President, Director Wall and the others have come up, and they've brought a stranger with them." When the few people present heard this, their expressions became strange. Old Man Meyer said with dissatisfaction, "Does he want to argue with us again? Who did he bring up here?" "Meyer, you're going a bit too far. It's already not bad for Ollie's little animal companion to be able to recognize Wall. How could he possibly recognize a random stranger?" The other directors laughed. At this moment, Wall's voice came from outside the door. "President, we have something to see you about." Al placed his hand on the table and said indifferently, "Please come in." Chapter 780. 0780. Seeing Selena, the group of adepts were very puzzled. "Director Wall, I heard that you guys left. Why did you bring a strange friend over? What's the matter?" Al asked. Wall's face turned solemn, and he patted his chest with one hand. I want to ask the president one last time, solemnly. Are you willing to agree to the proposal we made at the meeting to remove the permanent neutral position for the future of the Adept Association? Wall. Shut up. The meeting has already ended this discussion, and you're still wasting your breath. Meyer stood up and reprimanded. I'm asking the president, Meyer, why is it your turn to speak? Wall said disdainfully. You, just as the two sides were about to quarrel, Al stood up and dissuaded them. All right, Director Meyer, Director Wall, let me say this solemnly. So far, the Adept Association has only had 1,000 members at its peak, and the current number of members is less than 600. It is a very difficult task for these few hundred people to stand in front of the billions of ordinary people in the world. Contradictions, conflicts, incomprehension, panic, all of these can put us in a very disadvantageous situation. Because of this, we can remove our neutral position and find a strong ally, right? In the past few years, General Robert of the Magnesium Country, the ruler of the old days, and the Holy Royal Court have all been throwing olive branches at us. We should walk in the sun, not hide in the dark in fear. Wall said loudly. Al sighed and pointed out the window. Director Wall, look, our Neverland is sunny and spring all year round. Our members live like ordinary people in all parts of the world. How can our lives be said to be in the dark? Give me some time. Let's discuss a better development plan together, okay? Wall's face darkened. President, I'm very disappointed. You're satisfied with such a small island. We adepts can be said to be the chosen ones. We are the bright crystallization of human evolution. We are the future that humanity should have. The lives that those ordinary people want to live are not what we should live. We should be the most important existences in this world. Because we are the new starting point for human civilization. Ayers shook his head helplessly. Director Wall, your remarks are very frightening to many members. They don't think of themselves as too special. What they want is a stable and safe life, not these disputes. When we achieve something, they will naturally understand that our choice is correct. Just like the steel giant, Gonzalez. Although he had rashly challenged Lucifer and was killed, he had indeed established the metal frenzy. He had left the association and lived a better life. We should not be complacent. President Al, I request that you abdicate. You no longer have enough ideas to continue being the president of our association. Wall shouted. Meyer, Alamer, and a few other conservative directors immediately stood up and said angrily, Wall. You dare challenge the guild leader? What you're doing is against the rules of the association. Wall laughed and said, since we are going to reform, of course, the rules have to be broken and restarted. President Al, I've already prepared your resignation letter. Please sign it. As he spoke, Wall took out a resignation letter and placed it in the air. Using the air to form a landslide, he slid the letter onto Al's desk. Al said, Counselor Wall, it seems like you came prepared. Unfortunately. I will not admit your actions. President. Don't force us to be disrespectful to you. Wall said in a deep voice. Alamer, who was at the side, said disdainfully, Wall, even if the few of you join forces, you are still no match for President Owl. The president is one of the top 10 legends. What right do you have to say such words? Wall's gaze froze as he shouted, Eric. Electricity suddenly flashed in Director Eric's hand. The silver-gray ball in his hand let out a buzzing sound when it encountered the electric current. Eric's superpower was to release electricity. Just as everyone was wondering what this was, Al, who was behind the desk, let out a painful scream. He covered his head with one hand and barely supported himself on the table with the other, as if he was about to fall down. President. Wall. Eric. What the hell did you do? Meyer said angrily. Selena walked up from behind and giggled, let me explain. This is something I invented specifically to deal with mages. It's the nemesis of mages. The more powerful a person's spiritual force is, the more sensitive their brain is to the radiation of electric waves. The nemesis of mages can effectively release powerful electric waves. Ordinary people might not feel it, but mages with powerful spiritual force can feel a large amount of interference and have a mental breakdown. Even brain damage is severe, and it's possible to become an idiot. Hearing this, the conservatives were all dumbfounded. Everyone knew that Air, one of the top 10 legends, had an incomparably powerful spiritual force. It was precisely because of his spiritual force that he was able to use all types of spells, control particles, change his appearance constantly, and come and go without a trace. All of his abilities were done through spiritual force, the most fundamental form of energy. Once his brain was disturbed, it would be like a car's engine being stuck. No matter how good the car was, it would not be able to run. You. Who are you? Why did you do such a thing? Meyer asked. Me. Of course I'm a good person who wants to contribute to the adepts. Selena laughed even more happily. Meyer was burning with rage. I'll fight it out with you. He took off the water bag at his waist, raised his head and drank a mouthful of water. Then, he spat it out at Wall and the others. Everyone, be careful. Wall raised his hand, and a wall of air appeared in front of them. The liquid was blocked outside the wall and scattered on the floor. The floor made a sizzling sound and emitted white smoke. It was actually a strong corrosive liquid. Meyer, don't think that your sulfuric saliva will have any effect on me. Wall snorted coldly. He raised his hand and condensed a wall of air. However, this time, it was condensed near Old Man Meyer's neck. The moment the air condensed, it turned into a cutting blade and directly cut off Meyer's head. No! A few conservatives at the side saw this scene and shouted loudly. Seeing the situation, Alma whistled. More than 10 seagulls flew in from the window and crazily flapped their wings and pecked at the radicals. After creating chaos, Alma shouted, "Everyone, get out of here." However, Wall sneered and raised his hand. A dozen arrows formed from air directly killed these seagulls. Escape. Do you think you can escape? Even those who play with birds can become directors. What a bunch of trash. With you here, the Adept Association is so cowardly. Wall waved his hand and was about to cut off Alma's head as well. However, just as the air was about to freeze, the pained owl raised his hand, and the air beside Alma dissipated once again. Owl could control particles, so he could naturally perfectly break Wall's air freeze. President. Everyone thought that Al had recovered and was overjoyed. However, Al shook his head in pain. Run. I can't hold on for long. Wall flew into a rage out of humiliation. Alec. Increase the electric current. Alec gritted his teeth, and lightning shot out from his hands. Chapter 781. 0781. You didn't expect it, did you? President Owl, who is considered to be the most unsolvable and powerful of the 10 great legend rank experts, would lose to such a little thing that I invented. However, you don't have to be too depressed. I also spent a lot of time studying your weaknesses before I was inspired. I spent a lot of money to build it. After all, science is the most advanced civilization of mankind. You should be able to rest in peace even if you die here today. Selena giggled. The group of conservatives revealed looks of despair. Their superpowers were not particularly good at fighting. Without Al's protection, they were indeed powerless to resist. But at this moment, a figure rushed into the office like a gust of wind and struck the back of Director Eric's neck. Eric instantly fell to the ground and fainted. The mage's nemesis also lost its power support and stopped operating. Who is it? Wall and the others turned around and cried out in alarm. When Selena saw who it was, she staggered a step back. Lucifer. Behind the clown mask, the woman's expression changed drastically. Fan Xian looked at the head that had already fallen and felt a bit regretful. Everything happened too suddenly, and he didn't have the time to come in. If he had known earlier, he would have come in earlier and not listened to their conversation outside. Selena, how have you been? Yi Fan said. You're actually here. Lucifer, I really admire you. How did you find me? Selena smiled strangely. I didn't mean to look for you. In fact, I couldn't find you either, I was just lucky. Yi Fan said. Selena said playfully, doesn't that mean I'm more unlucky? The group of adepts were shocked. What? He's the king of hell. That Lucifer from Inferno. Al finally stood up slowly. Without the mage's nemesis, he no longer had any worries. However, he was also very puzzled as he asked, Sir Lucifer, why did you come to the Island of Dreams? Li Fan Xian smiled, President, I can tell you the reason for my visit later. Let's settle the matter in front of us first. I have a lot of questions to discuss with this Selena. Or perhaps with the elephant head doctor. She. Elephant head god. Didn't the elephant head god die? Al asked. Yi Fan curled his lips, I also want to know what's going on. After pondering for a moment, Ire nodded and said, in that case, I'll be busy with my own matters. Sir Lucifer, please do as you please. Wall and the others immediately turned pale. If they did not have the nemesis of wizards, they would not have dared to rebel at all. Now that someone had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, they could only go all out. Die! Wall quickly condensed the air, wanting to directly cut off Yi Fan and Al's heads. However, as soon as the air condensed, Air waved his hand, and the particles were controlled and dispersed. Director Wall, I've treated you with sincerity, but you want to ally with outsiders to kill me. I'm very disappointed in you. Ire sighed, stretched out a hand to Wall, and displayed the ability of particle decomposition. For a moment, Wall's body began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye like countless specks of dust. Ah! Guild leader, spare me. Wall screamed miserably, but not long after, his entire head disappeared. When Wall's body turned into countless invisible particles and was blown away by a gust of wind, the faces of the traitorous directors at the scene had already turned ashen. Although it was said that this kind of move, for ancient martial artists who had true energy to protect their bodies, or for people like him who had the power of heaven and earth to protect their bodies, was rather difficult to use, it was still a rather terrifying killing move. Particle transformation, with such an ability, as long as he wasn't controlled by a dirty trick like just now, Al could indeed be considered the number one person in the top 10 legends. At the very least, Yi Fan couldn't think of any way for him to win against him. At most, he would be invincible. President. Guild leader, we were wrong. We were just momentarily bewitched by Wall. The remaining two directors began to kneel and beg for mercy. With a wave of his hand, metal particles condensed in the air and turned into two pairs of handcuffs, controlling the two directors. Alamo, send them to prison and deal with them according to the rules of our association, Al said. Yes. President. Alamo and a few other conservative directors immediately rushed over. In the blink of an eye, the rebellion of the radicals had been settled. Al didn't even need to expend any effort. The office quieted down, leaving only the three of them facing each other. How amazing, as expected of President Al. Now that two legend rank experts are facing me, it seems like I won't be able to escape today. Selena lamented. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and said, Selena, you said you are the elephant god, then what is your husband? Ha! Selena sneered, Lucifer, now that things have come to this, is all of this still important? To me, this is very important, because I regard the elephant god as my bosom friend, not an enemy like you. Enemy? Yifan said seriously. Selena was silent for a moment, then said, think about it carefully. When we first met in the Magnesium country, we were really friends. However, in order to accomplish some great missions, we have to sacrifice something. I don't care what you want to sacrifice, or who you want to sacrifice. I just want to know, between you and him, who is the elephant god, why did he come to China to find me, tell me a secret of Ankh, and why did you steal those 2 stones? Yifan said. You have too many questions. Unfortunately, I don't want to answer any of them. Selena said. Li Fan Xian smiled, don't tell me you think that if you don't say it, I won't kill you. You used my and Yunner's trust in you, and even killed Sally Ye's Netherworld guard, Lynx. Just based on this, you deserve to die. Are you sure? Do you think that I won't leave a way out before doing such a big thing? Selena laughed sinisterly. Could it be that you really think that your mecha can stop me? Yifan frowned. Of course I don't think that I can really stop you with my biological mecha. Selena proudly spread out her arms and said, but... Unfortunately, I have to tell you 2 legend rank experts that I have already used submarines to set up 8 small underwater nuclear bombs in the sea near this island in all directions. As long as I die, or as soon as I activate the command, this island, and even the surrounding 100 miles of sea, will turn into a living hell. No matter how powerful your legend rank experts are, can you block nuclear weapons? You can't even withstand the power of a nuclear bomb. Li Fan Xian's heart skipped a beat. He really didn't expect that this Selena would be so crazy. The key was that she was so rich that she could even have a nuclear warhead and a launcher. How is it, do you know fear now? I've already said it, science is the pinnacle of human civilization. Selena smiled evilly and turned her head. President Owl, what about you? Do you have the ability to stop those 8 nuclear bombs? Chapter 782. Your promise 0782 I don't want to die together, but I have to leave a way out. Who asked a Lord Sovereign King of Hell to suddenly appear? Selena said helplessly, maybe this is fate. What's sad is that so many adepts on the island are going to die with us. Li Fan Xian admitted that no matter what, he wouldn't be able to withstand the power of nuclear weapons. In fact, whether it was ancient martial artists or mages, ordinary conventional weapons would no longer pose much of a threat. The only thing that made the experts of the underground world feel fear was a weapon that could destroy the world like nuclear weapons. No matter how capable you are, if a nuclear warhead suddenly falls from the atmosphere, you will not be able to escape. If it wasn't for the existence of nuclear deterrence, the governments of several large countries wouldn't have been able to suppress those peerless powerhouses. What do you want? Yifan planned to listen to Selena's purpose first. Very simple. Selena smiled sinisterly, heh. I want to see you 2 legend rank experts fight to the death in front of me. No matter what the result is, I can guarantee that the nuclear bomb will not be detonated. Yifan and Al were both stunned for a moment, but they quickly understood Selena's vicious intentions. She couldn't kill either of them, so she let the 2 of them fight each other so that she could reap the benefits of the fishermen. President Al, it seems that this old friend of mine has thought a lot. Yifan smiled and shook his head. Sir Lucifer is the benefactor of our Adept Association and myself. I will not attack Sir Lucifer. Al shook his head. Serena snorted coldly. That's not up to you. If you don't want to fight, then we can only perish together. President Ayer, can you just watch as the Adept Association is destroyed just like that? Al fell into silence, as if he didn't know what to do. Li Fan Xian pondered and said, you said that if you die, the nuclear bomb will also be fired. That is to say, if you don't die, the firing of the nuclear bomb can still be controlled by humans, right? That's right, the control of the nuclear bomb is in my hands. Lucifer, you can't be thinking that your speed is fast enough to stop me from firing the nuclear bomb, right? Selena said proudly, even if you can instantly pierce through my mecha, I will still directly fire the nuclear bomb. I won't give you the chance to restrain me. Yifan smiled, of course I won't take the risk, because there's no need. Selena frowned. She didn't quite understand what Yifan meant. However, Ire instantly understood. In an instant, a powerful wave of mental energy enveloped Serena silently. Selena's entire body froze and did not move at all. When the sail saw this, it immediately rushed over and forcefully tore apart the clown mask. With Yifan's current strength, compared to the first time he fought against the clown, it had greatly improved. Destroying this mecha wasn't a problem at all. After removing the mask, Serena's face was indeed revealed. However, the woman's expression was frozen. Her eyes were dull and she did not react at all. President Al, your spiritual force is indeed strong. Yifan said with a smile. Thank you, Sir Lucifer, for reminding me. I forgot that I could hypnotize her with spiritual spells. Al was an all-element mage, so he was naturally proficient in spiritual spells. Moreover, with his spiritual force, it was as easy as flipping his hand to hypnotize Selena, who had no cultivation and relied purely on technology. However, Al, who lacked combat experience, wouldn't have dared to act on his own without Yifan's reminder. Yifan also understood very well. He walked behind Selena and looked at the base of her ear. There was a small wound. President, do you have any small scalpels or something like that? Yifan asked. Al shook his head, no. But I can make one for you. As he spoke, Al's finger moved horizontally in the air, and the metal elements condensed together, forming a small scalpel. Yifan felt a burst of envy when he saw this. This was what he called omnipotent. As one of the top 10 legends, compared to this brother heir, his methods were truly a bit shabby. Of course, the path he took was different, so there was no way to compare. Yifan took the scalpel and cut the wound on Selena's ear, revealing a small chip inside. After taking out the chip, Yifan directly crushed it. Without this thing, she can no longer tie her life to the launching device. President, can you break down her mecha? Yifan asked. Sure. Ire then used his particle decomposition ability to slowly dissipate the mecha. The particle structure of her equipment is very stable. It should be very tough. It will take some time to decompose, Al said. Leaf Fan Xian smiled and said, it's fine, as long as it's destroyed, we can make sure that she can't use any of the equipment on it and activate the nuclear bomb. Al nodded. After a few minutes, he finally destroyed Selena's biological mecha. After doing all this, Yifan said, all right, now she can recover her consciousness. Your Excellency Lucifer, you are indeed a brave and resourceful person. No wonder you were able to lead your people to victory in the Holy War. Today, it's all thanks to you that our Adept Association has been saved. Don't say that, I'm just a little more experienced. The one who mainly does things is still you, the President. Yifan said embarrassedly. Al smiled and looked at Yifan with a gentle gaze. Yifan couldn't help but feel strange. This wasn't the first time, and it was the same at the Sci-Te conference last time. Al gave him a special feeling. At this moment, Al removed the hypnosis spell. Lucifer, you. Selena came back to her senses. Just as she was about to say something, she felt a pain in her neck. Then, she felt a chill on her body. She looked down at herself and her face instantly paled. After understanding what had happened, Selena's eyes revealed a look of annoyance. She gritted her teeth and said, damn it. Lucifer, you shouldn't have appeared here. How is it? 100 secrets and a few mistakes, right? Yifan smiled and said, actually, if you didn't meet me today, your plan would have been very successful. Colluding with the radicals who want to usurp power and fame and fortune, you can control and threaten Wall and the others after you get rid of President Owl. With their IQ, they are no match for you. But what I'm wondering is, why are you interested in the Adept Association? Selena's expression changed as she asked in a low voice, If I tell you the truth, can you promise me that you will let me go? Li Fan Xian thought for a moment and said, You mean, answer all my questions. Chapter 783. The Secret of the Elephant Head God 0783. Fan looked at Owl. President, do you have any objections? Owl shook his head. Sir, please make the decision. I believe that you will have a reasonable judgment. Since that's the case, I promise you that I will let you leave alive. However, your answer must be the truth. If I have any doubts, I will not let you go. Yi Fan said. Selena's expression cleared up a little and she said, No problem. Since you, the dignified sovereign king of hell, have spoken, of course I believe that you will keep your promise. Don't you want to know, between me and my husband, who is the elephant god? I'll tell you. This is only the first question. Yi Fan nodded. Selena smiled proudly, It's very simple. Together, the two of us are the elephant head god. What? Yi Fan was stunned. Ganesha has never been a single person from the beginning. This is the name of the underground scientific research laboratory we founded together back then. The code name of this laboratory is Ganesha. My dead husband's Christian name is Gain, and my Christian name is Samantha. After a bit of reorganization, I called it Ganesha, the god of wisdom, the elephant head god, which is in line with our scientists' identities. However, later on, the secret of our research on ANKH was discovered by some people. When my husband realized the danger, he actually wanted to stop the research and even kicked me out of the laboratory, saying that he didn't want to implicate me. Selena said disdainfully, He's really an idiot. The research was originally a matter of two people. He appeared alone in the name of the elephant head god, thinking that he was protecting me, but I didn't need his protection at all. He didn't understand that the reason I chose to marry him was because I admired his achievements in biological and genetic research. I fell in love with his talent, not some other vulgar thing. Li Fan Xian was stunned. He had always thought that it was because Selena didn't want to participate in the dangerous research that she separated from the elephant head god. Unexpectedly, it was the elephant head god who forcefully chased away Selena, who wanted to continue her research, and bore all the pressure by himself. What you fell in love with is the knowledge in his mind, but what he fell in love with is you. Lady Selena, why are you so heartless to a man who truly loves you? This is his own business. What does it have to do with me? Serena snorted coldly. On the path to the pinnacle of science, these unnecessary emotions are just some human hormones playing tricks on us. They're completely meaningless. Fan Xian frowned and said, Then why did he come to Hua Hai, tell me about ANKH, and then commit suicide? Did you plan this? Of course not. Selena said in annoyance, How could I bear to let him die? His value alive is far greater than his death. But he was a coward. He actually thought that after telling you the secret of ANKH and then after he committed suicide, he could put all the pressure on you to protect my safety. He was too stupid, too naive. I will never give up on the elixir of immortality, this is my lifelong pursuit. When Yi Fan heard this, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. In fact, he had guessed earlier that the elephant head god had told him the secret in order for him to attract hatred and cause the various forces to point their spears at him. In this world, there weren't many people who had the ability to keep secrets. Yi Fan had a glorious battle record and a powerful overseas force, so he was indeed one of the best choices. The elephant head god knew that if he simply committed suicide, most people would target his ex-wife, Selena. Only if he went to find Yi Fan would everyone pay more attention to Yi Fan and ignore Selena. Who would have thought that what he had done did not stop Selena's determination? So you tried your best to find the lighthouse elemental. You tried your best to use my and Immerse trust to steal those 2 stones. Are they the things you're looking for? Yifan asked with a smile. Selena said regretfully, at that time, I chose to cooperate with the Peterburg Club. I used the map of the 10 continents in their hands to find any material that might have lighthouse elements. However, most of the places recorded on the map of the 10 continents had been destroyed by the movement of the Earth's crust and human activities. It wasn't easy for me to find an ancient tomb and discover the secret inside. I thought this was the lighthouse element, but unfortunately, after my research, I discovered that these 2 stones are actually just an energy ore. Energy ores. Yifan narrowed his eyes. That's right, this was the source of energy for the 2 copper men to move. However, Yifan still remembered that in the Zhou family village, the clan elder's walking stick also had a similar stone embedded in it. In other words, this energy ore was related to the clan. In that case, the immortals in the ancient tomb were also related to the clan. The clan indeed had a mysterious and powerful background. Yifan finally knew that the thief of the 10 continents map was actually Peterburg. In other words, Sylvie was still in contact with Peterburg. I still have one more thing that I don't quite understand. Yifan asked, you're looking for your lighthouse elemental, and I'm living my retired life. Why did you help Song Xinghe and kill me? Song Xinghe. Selena spread out her hands, I just took a fancy to his biochemical technology. It's a pity that he hid it too well, and I was never able to get his technology. As for the reason I want to kill you is very simple. Who asked you to have a treasure on Purgatory Island that I have always wanted to study? Hee hee. Yifan's face immediately darkened. You actually dare to have any ideas about Sally? He finally understood that in the end, Selena's goal was the same as the goal of the old ruler. She wanted to use Sally as an experiment. Lucifer, you can protect Sally for a while, but you can't protect her for the rest of her life. She was a life that should not exist in this world. Her existence was the greatest threat to all of humanity. Right now, everyone is afraid of you, and doesn't dare to provoke you. They don't dare to go to Purgatory Island because you have won the Holy War. Your subordinates and believers are all over the world. But do you really think that you have the final say in this world? Besides, if nothing unexpected happens, even if you die, Sally will still live on. After you die, who will protect her? Selena sneered. Yifan took a deep breath and said seriously, I don't care what will happen after I die, but as long as I still have a breath left, I won't let anyone hurt Sally. What a touching love, what a touching love. Oh no, it's brother-sister love. Whatever you want, I've failed today anyway. Selena shrugged and said, I've answered all your questions. Now, it's time for me to leave. Fan Xian shook his head, there's still one more question. What? Why did you set your eyes on the Adept Association? Yifan asked. Chapter 784. 0784-inch ether. After a moment of silence, Al said, what you're looking for is the ether. Selena's eyes lit up, as expected, the ether holy tower really does have ether. Ether, what exactly is it? Yifan had thought that this was someone's name. Al sighed, in the history of our adepts, it is said that the first adept was not a human, but the god of creation of this world. Ether was a basic element used by the god of creation to create the world. This element was almost exhausted during the creation of the world, and the ether could materialize everything that was conceived in the spiritual world and turn it into reality. According to the legends of us adepts, the god of creation created this world, and the reason why we adepts have superpowers is because there is a portion of the ether elements that are scattered in our bodies. Because of the existence of the ether, we can connect some of our spirits with the material world, and we have powers that are different from ordinary people, such as controlling water and fire, or going up to the sky and down to the sea. It's all because of the ether that we have these abilities. God of creation. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Selena, do you believe in such a story? Why not? Selena retorted, since you've seen it all, there are ancient martial arts, magic, superpowers, angels, and demons in this world, why can't there be a god of creation? It doesn't matter if he's a human or a god, as long as the substance ether really exists, I can use it to create the lighthouse element I want. Yifan couldn't help but admire this woman's persistence. After searching for so many years, he couldn't find the lighthouse element, so he decided to create one himself. I'm sorry to tell you, Lady Selena, but the Ether Holy Tower does not have the ether you want, Al said. Selena teased, is that so? Then why is it that the 13th floor of the Ether Holy Tower has always been a secret place that no one but the president can enter? Yifan was stunned. He didn't know that the Adept Association had such a rule. It seemed that this Selena had also asked around and done her homework. Al was silent for a moment before shaking his head. This is our association's secret. I don't need to tell you the reason. Even if you don't say it, I know why. I won't have the chance to go in and take a look today. I've said everything I need to say. Can I leave now? Selena walked towards the door, but before she could take 2 steps, Yifan blocked her way. He wouldn't go back on his word, would he? Serena asked cautiously. Yifan smiled, I said, let you leave alive, right? Isn't it? Then did I say what kind of mental state I want you to leave in? Yifan asked with an evil smile. Serena's face instantly turned pale. After thinking of something, she staggered backwards. You won't. Lucifer, you can't do this to me. Fan Xian's face turned cold, why not? Me not killing you is already the greatest kindness to you. Do you still expect me to let you go and let you threaten Sally's safety? You are the king of hell. How can a person like you be so despicable? Selena shouted. Yifan coldly said, the elephant's nose is deeply in love with you, sacrificing itself to protect you, but you don't know what's good for you. I won't kill you. That would be unfair to the elephant's nose, but if I let you live, I would be unfair to Sally. So, I can only take the middle path. After saying that, Yifan's figure was like a bolt of lightning, appearing behind Selena and striking the back of her neck with a knife hand. Serena instantly fainted and lost consciousness. Your Excellency Lucifer, this is... Al was puzzled. President, do you have any spiritual spells that can erase a portion of her memories, or make her no longer her? Yifan asked. Al suddenly understood, so that's how it is. This is a good idea. It not only protects her life, but also prevents her from doing evil. I can't erase her memories, but I can use the spirit seal to keep her memories from more than 10 years ago. 10 years ago was enough. At that time, she didn't know the elephant's nose, so she wouldn't have had that much ambition. Yifan said. Ire nodded and cast a spell to seal all of Serena's memories for the past 10 years. After some discussion, Al agreed to send Selena to a church and become a teacher there to help her start anew. Yifan considered killing Selena, but Selena was already dead. She, who had her memories sealed, was just a woman who had just graduated from university and was full of interest in science. For the sake of the dead elephant god, Yifan still planned to let her live. After coming out of the Ether Holy Tower, Yifan and Al walked to the member center. Seeing Al appear, the flower boy at the front desk finally put down the mirror and stood up to seriously call out, "Hello, President." However, old man Roloff was still drunk and dozing off. "Flower boy, has my brother-in-law finished his test?" Yifan asked. Flower Boy hurriedly replied respectfully, reporting to Sir Lucifer, "Your brother-in-law has already reached the last test." With such a big event happening on the island, Flower Boy naturally knew about Yi Fan's true identity, so he spoke much more politely. "Oh. How long will that take?" Just as he finished asking, he saw Feng Xiaowei excitedly walking out from a door not far away. "Brother-in-law. I've passed. I've succeeded." Feng Xiaowei waved a card with a golden seal in his hand, feeling very excited. Al exclaimed in surprise, "Sir Lucifer, your brother-in-law's spiritual force is truly extraordinary. If he cultivates well, he should be able to become an extraordinary spiritual adept." Yi Fan was a little surprised. To be able to make Al say, extraordinary, then it was definitely not an ordinary level. Yi Fan patted Feng Xiaowei's shoulder and congratulated him. He then asked, "Then what else do we need to do next? Does it count as joining the guild?" Flower Boy smiled and said, "The last procedure is for the president to sign the membership certificate." Feng Xiaowei hurriedly asked, "Where am I going to find the president?" Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Yi Fan pointed at Al, "He's the president. I've already asked him to take care of you in the future. How about it? My brother-in-law is awesome, right? I've already found the best internal connections for you." "Ha!" Feng Xiaowei hurriedly greeted her nervously. Al stretched out his hand and took the membership certificate. Then, with a tap of his finger, some black carbon elements appeared. After a few strokes, these carbon elements landed on the certificate. Feng Xiaowei was dumbstruck. This was the first time he had seen someone sign like this. "All right, welcome to us, member Feng Xiaowei," Al said with a smile. Feng Xiaowei was flattered. He had heard from Yi Fan that the president of the Adept Association was a legend rank expert. He didn't expect him to be so approachable. After completing the procedures for joining the association, Feng Xiaowei also decided to start studying the books on mental abilities on the island. He slowly began to learn and temporarily did not return home. After Yi Fan arranged all sorts of matters for his brother-in-law, he and Al arrived at the seaside, preparing to leave by boat. "President, how do you plan to deal with the nuclear bomb in the sea? Do you need me to ask the Leviathan to send the technical personnel of the Sea Demon over?" Yi Fan asked. Al smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about it, sir. There are a few adepts in our association who have aquatic abilities. They can move freely in the water, and I plan to let them deal with the things left behind by Lady Selena. There's still such a talent, it seems that the Adept Association is indeed full of talents." Yi Fan laughed, he was thinking too much. At this moment, a group of adepts hurriedly ran over from afar. They were the conservative Alamu and the others. When they heard that Yi Fan was leaving, they all came to send him off, thanking Yi Fan for helping them protect the association today. Li Fan Xian bid farewell to them one by one. Just as he was about to board Hao Ti's ship, he couldn't hold back a question in his heart. "President Al, have we met before?" Yi Fan asked. "Didn't you ask me at the Saite conference last time?" "We met 5 years ago, and we met last time." "Of course, we met before," Al replied. Yi Fan scratched his head, "Maybe I'm thinking too much. Hee, then I'll be leaving. Goodbye everyone. See you later, Sir Lucifer." Al led the crowd and waved goodbye. Yi Fan, who hadn't been home for many days, was eager to return home. In his heart, he already missed his wife at home, and even missed Aunt Zhang's cooking. When he got home, it was time for dinner. Chapter 785. Counseling 0785 What day is it today? Wife, are you treating? Yi Fan walked in and said with a smile. Other than his wife, Su Qingxue, Fog Knight was also here. His uncle, Mu Xuesong, and his sister-in-law, Mu Mu, were also here. Ling Yue, the big star, was also eating at home. Seeing that the man had returned home, Qingxue slightly smiled and said, "You're back. Uncle and Weiwei already know each other, and Mumu also wants to meet this big star, so I invited them to dinner together. Recently, she has helped me do a lot of things and protected my safety. She has been eating at our house a lot lately, but you don't know about it." Li Fanxian smiled awkwardly. He really didn't know much about the situation at home recently. "Oh, busy man, you're finally back. If you don't go home soon, your wife will call the police and say that you're missing." Ling Yue teased Yi Fan with a smile when she saw him. "Brother Yi Fan, I'll go get you a set of chopsticks." Fog Knight was very considerate as he got up and went into the kitchen. "Hee, it's still better for me." Yi Fan thanked her, walked over and hugged Su Qingshua's slender waist, and kissed the woman on the face as if there was no one else around. Su Qingshua's face flushed red and she glared at him. "What are you doing?" "I miss my wife, so a kiss isn't too much, right?" Yi Fan shamelessly said. Su Qingxue bit her lips. "I don't believe it. I haven't been home for so many days, and I didn't even call me. Stop showing off your love. Hurry up and eat." Moo pouted and interrupted the conversation between the two. Yi Fan was a little helpless towards this girl. It was obvious that there was a sour and vinegar smell drifting over. After everyone sat down, Su Qingxue asked Yi Fan if the matter had been resolved. Yi Fan was too lazy to explain too much, so he just said that everything had been settled. The others didn't know what Yi Fan had done, but they didn't ask. After all, they didn't come to eat today to see Yi Fan. Yi Fan was also eager for this to happen. He could easily eat and drink by himself, casually listening to what they were talking about. "Qingxue, Uncle heard that your brocade is officially going to enter the film industry, or did you directly invest in Miss Ling's new movie?" Mu Shuasong asked. Su Qingxue nodded. "That's right. Right now, most of the movies in our country are crude and have wasted a large portion of the market. After I set up the film company, I plan to reorganize the international outstanding team that Yue introduced to me and make up splendid pictures. Actually, I've been preparing for this since a long time ago. Last year, when I acquired the Yue Cultural City project, I built a film and television base there. While it's used for tourism, it can also be used as a filming base. I have people, funds, and filming conditions now. I feel that as long as we focus on making a good movie and don't get messed up by some messy investors, we will definitely be able to make an outstanding domestic movie." Mu Shuasong frowned and said, "The movie industry is very deep. This new movie of yours has Miss Ling as the lead, but you don't let other investors get involved. I think there will be a lot of people who will be dissatisfied. This path won't be easy. Let them be. If they can't withstand the pressure, how can they accomplish great things? Since I've done it, I must do it better than anyone else." Su Qingxue calmly said. "All right. How daring. No wonder he has achieved so much at such a young age." Mu Shuasong nodded happily and looked at her daughter sternly. "Did you hear that, Mu? You have to learn more from your sister. Take her as an example." Mu said bitterly, "I've already worked harder than before. Dad, don't give me any more pressure. If it wasn't for the fact that my foreign language score was a little low, I would probably have gotten first place in this exam. But isn't second place in the entire class not enough?" Hearing this, Mu Shuasong's expression relaxed a little, and she said with satisfaction, "And, in this exam, your principal said that you have made great progress, but you have to maintain it. Don't be arrogant and complacent." Li Fanxian was so surprised that he almost spat out his rice. "Damn, little girl, you're already second in the class. Weren't you ranked last in your class in high school? You don't look down on others. I just didn't want to study hard in the past." Mu retorted with a red face. Ling Yue giggled and said, Moo Moo, you're so outstanding. Your dad even said that he wanted me to recommend you. I estimate that it won't be long before a lot of big companies want to sign you up. Mu Shuasong hurriedly said modestly, Miss Ling, you can't say that. We are all in this circle, and in this circle, even if we have strength, we still have to look at our relationships. With the help of an international heavenly queen like you, my daughter will be able to walk the path of acting more steadily. Don't worry, Mr. Mu. We are all from China, and Moo Moo is Little Snow's cousin. We are all on the same side, so I will definitely do my best to help her. Then thank you, Miss Ling, Mu Shuasong said happily. Moo 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 looked at Su Qingxue and said, Sister, I got second place in the class. Can you let me drive another car? I've been driving too much Maserati, so I want to change, you little girl. Always thinking of playing. Isn't it enough for you to drive a Maserati as a freshman? Mu Shuasong lectured. Dad, why are you so stingy? It's not like I'm asking you for a car. Moo 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 pouted. Qingxue looked at her sister coldly and asked, Moo Moo, are you satisfied that you got second place in the exam? Ugh. It's okay, teacher also praised me, saying that I've improved the most, and that I was able to catch up midway. Moo 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 couldn't help but want to laugh. Qingxue sighed and said, Do you know what kind of people there are in the school? Boys and girls, Moo 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 replied. Qingxue shook her head. That is. Teacher and student, Moo Moo said. Qingxue still shook her head. What is that? Could it be a smart person and a fool? Moo 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 asked. Qingxue said, one is someone who is unwilling to fall behind, and the other is someone who is willing to be inferior to others. You will feel that the difference between first and second place, 100 points and 99 points, is not that big, and the people around you will not feel that there is a big gap between you and first place. However, when you step into society and face more and more first place and second place, this small difference will be magnified infinitely, and your achievements will also be completely different. At the very least, in the business world, I will never lose to someone who is willing to be second, because those who are satisfied with second place are already losers from the beginning of the competition. Everyone at the table fell silent. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. This woman was too strict with her sister. How could everyone be as strong as her? Sports car, you can drive whichever one you want. I can even lend you the helicopter and the yacht to play with. However, big sister doesn't want you to be so happy just for the sake of second place. Qingxue said. Hearing this, Mu Shuasong was stunned for a long time. In the end, she sighed with admiration and said, Qingxue, you are so strict with yourself. No wonder you are so successful. Elder sister. I'll just continue driving the Maserati. Moo 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 didn't have the nerve to change cars and silently lowered his head to eat. Ling Yue giggled and said, Xiao Shui, if I had such a terrifying sister like you, I wouldn't even dare to eat with you. Su Qingxue said angrily, How am I scary? I'm just talking about the matter. Just like when you make a movie, would you be willing to lose to someone else when it comes to the awards? Either you get the best actress, or you get nothing. The nominees are just background walls to set off the best actress. When Ling Yue heard this, she couldn't help but smile. It was obvious that she had tacitly agreed. Sister Ling, I don't know how to do a lot of foreign language homework. You live in the magnesium country and your foreign language is good, can you teach me later? Moo 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 suddenly asked. You child, Miss Ling's time is precious. How could she have the time to teach you? Mu Shuasong frowned. Moo 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 said, but I want to work hard to improve my grades and get first place in the next exam. How about big sister teach me? Qingxue was in a bit of a dilemma and said, I'm going out with Wei Wei later to talk to the director team about the movie. Oh. Then brother-in-law should be able to teach me, right? After all, brother-in-law has been my tutor before. Chapter 786. He's chasing me 0786 inch. There's no need, right? Go ask the teacher yourself. Yi Fan said. For the sake of my sister-in-law's studies, can't you contribute a little? Moo said righteously. Yi Fan said, son, teach her. Fog Knight was proficient in almost all the mainstream languages, so teaching Moo was naturally not a problem. But brother, I have to protect Sister Sue, Fog Knight said. Although Song Xinghe's threat had passed, Sylvie was still alive, and Su Qingxue was even more of a threat from the Ghost Valley. The women beside Yi Fan still couldn't relax their vigilance. Su Qingxue frowned and said, just teach Moo a bit, there's no need to push it around like this. Hearing his wife say this, Yi Fan had no choice but to agree. Hee, brother-in-law, don't worry. I'll only let you tutor me in a foreign language. I won't disturb you for too long. Moo smiled innocently. After dinner, Su Qingxue and Ling Yuwei went out, and Mu Shuasong also drove away. Yi Fan, on the other hand, followed Moo to the room that was arranged for her. He watched as Moo took out some homework. Little girl, if there's anything you don't understand, just ask me directly. I'll go take a bath after I'm done teaching. Yi Fan said. Moo rolled her eyes at him. You really don't like being with me that much? How long has it been since you played with me? Haven't I been outside recently? Besides, I still play games with you when I have time. Yi Fan said. You haven't played games with me in a long time. I hate you. Moo said angrily. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You hate me, then I'm going out. Stop. You have to teach me my lessons. Moo went up and pulled Yi Fan back. Yi Fan shook his head. This girl liked to say things that didn't mean it. Moo finally took out the homework that he needed to do and started to write. This kind of university foreign language was like child's play to Yi Fan. No matter what Moo asked, he could instantly answer and explain. When he was writing his thesis, Yi Fan discovered that Moo's grammar mistakes were quite a lot, and there were also problems with his spelling. Following the principle of teaching well, Yi Fan bent down, took a pen, and said, I'll help you mark out the mistakes. No wonder your foreign language results are not good, your foundation is too poor. Moo felt a broad figure approaching from behind. Smelling the man's scent, his face felt warm. She couldn't help but faintly say, Yi Fan, I'm not as smart as my sister. Although I've worked hard, I can only take second place. Am I never going to be able to compare to my sister? Yi Fan smiled. Why are you thinking about this? You are you, why do you have to compare yourself to your sister? Is your sister playing the piano better than you? Everyone has their own strengths. Do you really think so? Moo raised his head and asked happily. Of course, why would I lie to you? Yi Fan tilted his head and smiled. One of them raised his head and the other lowered his head, and their bodies happened to be very close to each other. In a moment of carelessness, their lips brushed against each other. It was soft and tender. At the same time that Yi Fan felt a trace of strangeness, Moo also hurriedly turned his head away and became silent. However, the girl's breathing was a little hurried. If it was the two of them a few months ago, even if they had a proper kiss, they wouldn't have felt anything. At most, they would have a few words to argue with each other. However, after a few months, their identities had changed, and their relationship had changed. The ambiguity between them had been constantly blocked, and it would appear from time to time. At this moment, with a sudden kiss, the atmosphere was completely different. Yi Fan didn't expect that just by accidentally kissing his sister-in-law would be so exciting. He had known Moo for so long, and he had even seen and felt the girl's naked appearance. Why didn't he feel this way before? After calming himself down, Yi Fan discovered some details that he hadn't paid attention to just now. From his angle, he could actually see a faint ravine from the collar of Moo Moo Moo's chiffon dress. The snow-white fullness on both sides was also imprinted into his eyes. Gulp. Yi Fan swallowed his saliva, unable to shift his gaze away. This youthful, energetic, and plump figure was truly deadly. When Moo 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 heard the sound of the man swallowing his saliva, he felt that it was strange. He raised his head, then lowered his head, and finally realized the reason. Her face instantly turned bright red. Perverted brother-in-law, what are you looking at? Cough cough. Nothing, continued changing the sentence. Yi Fan pretended to be very calm. Moo Moo Moo, on the other hand, felt a burst of pride in his heart as he muttered, it seems. Recently, it's gotten a little bigger. If this goes on, do you think C will become D? D your sister. Yi Fan's lower abdomen was on fire when he heard this. Thinking back to the last time Moo 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 used her hand to make him feel comfortable, Yi Fan's thoughts became even more. In the dead of night, there was no one else in the house other than Aunt Jiang downstairs. He and his sister-in-law were in the same room, a man and a woman alone. Right at this moment, a phone call came to Moo Moo Moo's phone, interrupting Yi Fan's thoughts. Moo 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 looked at the phone display and saw that it was a person called Xinyu. After hesitating for a moment, Moo 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 picked up the phone and said, Class Monitor Xin, what's the matter? Moo Moo, do you have time tomorrow? I want to invite you to come with me to the Eastern Arts Center to participate in a performance. Xinyu said. Oh. Isn't that you and Jolie together? I don't think she plays as well as you, so I applied to change partners. You won't disappoint me, right? Xinyu said with a smile. Moo 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 bit his lower lip, looked at Yi Fan, and said, all right, then class monitor, since you think so highly of me, I will prepare well. You don't have to worry, your performance is good enough. We just need to rehearse a little tomorrow. Xinyu said happily. Yi Fan heard everything clearly. When the girl hung up the phone, he asked, your class monitor? Yeah. Moo 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 muttered, he's chasing me. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment. Although he could hear some signs, he didn't expect it to be true. However, with Moo Moo Moo's appearance and family background, it would be strange if no one chased after him. There must be a lot of boys chasing after you in school, right? Yi Fan asked with a smile, but in his heart, he felt a little strange. Moo 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 nodded, that's right, but this Xinyu's family seems to be very powerful. Even the principal is very polite to him. Ever since he chased after me, many men didn't dare to approach me. Handsome. How is his character? University, it's not too much to fall in love, Yi Fan said. Moo Moo Moo's pretty face turned cold, none of your business, I'm more handsome than you anyway. Better than you. Yi Fan gloomily curled his lips, aren't I just concerned about it? At least we've known each other for so long. It's my sister-in-law again. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Yes. I'm your sister-in-law. Don't get too close to me. I don't want my sister to misunderstand. Chapter 787. 0787. He accidentally angered his sister-in-law, and he didn't want to add fuel to the fire, so he could only leave the room. However, when he thought about Moo Moo Moo's university life and how she might fall in love with another man, he still had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was just that he felt uncomfortable. Shaking his head, Yi Fan felt that he was thinking too much. Perhaps he thought of her as his own little sister. His little sister was going to grow up and get married, so he was always reluctant to part with her. Yes, that must be it, Yi Fan told himself. He had to study the information on the Earth axis and think of a way to save Angel. He also had to study the Divine Desolate records to see if he could find any useful information. He also needed to continue cultivating to make himself stronger. Thinking of this, Yi Fan stopped thinking about Mu Mu Mu's university life. Returning to his room, Yi Fan was about to take a shower and then look at the information, but unexpectedly, a phone call came in. Wife, what's wrong? The one who called was Su Qingxue. Shu Qingxue said anxiously, Hubby, the filmmaker we were going to meet today and his team members have all disappeared. What? Yi Fan was puzzled. How could it be gone? We just called the police, but Bureau Chief Yao said that we lost contact for too short a period of time, so they couldn't file an investigation. But Wei Wei and I feel that this is definitely not an ordinary matter. It's impossible for us to suddenly lose contact after making an appointment to meet. Su Qingxue said. Fan Xian thought for a moment, then said, Wife, don't be anxious. There are people missing in Huahai. I'll ask Ninger and it'll be clearer. Then help me contact Sister Ning, we'll wait at the company. Su Qingxue could only rely on Yi Fan's help for such a thing. She wouldn't look for a missing person. Yi Fan made a call to Ning Zimo. After telling the woman about the situation, Ning Zimo suddenly said, I know something, hubby, wait for my news. Fan Xian was puzzled, why did the woman immediately know what was going on, so he waited for a while. Not long after, Ning Zimo called and said, Hubby, is that producer called John Stern? It seems so. Yi Fan remembered that when he was eating dinner, he heard Su Qingxue mention it. That's right. He and his team were held hostage by the Krob family. Ning Zimo sighed. The Krob family. Yi Fan seemed to have heard of it somewhere. He thought about it carefully and said, Is it that underground family from the Magnesium country? Yes, the godfather of the underground world of the New York State, the largest underground family in the Magnesium nation ruled by Old Krob. I was wondering why the second young master of the Krob family would come to Huahai. So their target is the embroidery group's new film company, Ning Xuemo said. Yi Fan asked curiously, why them? Do they have enmity with brocade? Ning Zimo chuckled, Hubby, it seems like you don't understand the film and television industry at all. Don't you know that the Krobs have been working with a few of the biggest film companies in Hollywood for decades? At the beginning of the development of the film industry, they controlled a large number of actors, and many big stars were made famous by their underground gangs. In recent years, the movie industry's most flourishing market is China. Every year, they get a large amount of box office dividends from our country. If the movies in China were to develop, their benefits would be greatly reduced, so Miss Ling Yuwei and the embroidery group's cooperation, as well as bringing a group of outstanding production teams, they would not allow such a thing to happen, Li Fan Xian suddenly understood. In other words, the Krob family was planning to use intimidation and coercion to cause the embroidery pictures to suffer a setback in its initial stages. Once the outstanding filmmakers from all over the world discovered that the embroidery group was unable to protect their safety, no matter how much money the embroidery group spent, it would be useless. It seems that even if they are from the Magnesium nation, they will do everything they can to do business. Yi Fan smiled and said, Ninger, do you know where they are? Of course I know. This isn't New York. No matter how rich and powerful their Krob family is, it's impossible for them to hide from the eyes of our purple bamboo forest. Ning Zimo said proudly. Oh. Where are they? They directly rented 3 villas in the Huahai River Source Villa District. Ning Xuemo said. Yi Fan said, then I'll go find you now. Let's go meet that Krob family's second young master together. Hubby, you don't have to go for such a small matter. I'll take care of it. Ning Xuemo advised. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment. Although he knew that this kind of person wasn't worthy of him taking action, he still couldn't be at ease. This was originally a fight between underground gangs. This Huahai is our territory, we, the purple bamboo forest, can't lose face. Ning Zimo said. Li Fan Xian felt that if he said anything more, the woman would feel that he didn't trust her, so he said, "All right, then be careful, don't worry, I will get them to send John's production team out in one piece," Ning Xuemo said. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan did not rest. Although he promised Ning Zimo that he wouldn't directly interfere, he was still afraid that something might happen. After all, it was impossible for the Krog family to not bring any experts to China. The one protecting Ning Zimo was Sun Qian, but one person might not be enough. Therefore, Yi Fan still drove his own car to the target location. River Source Villa District was a wealthy area by the river with a lot of greenery. Because there were few people and a lot of greenery, it was also convenient to do some secretive things. Under the curtain of night, this place was very quiet. The sparse grass and the lights in the forest made this place look especially gloomy. A white bulletproof Mercedes-Benz Maybach drove to the entrance of a villa, followed by 3 black Chevrolet SUVs. At the door, 2 tall white bodyguards in black stretched out their hands to stop them. They walked to the side of the Maybach's door and knocked on the window. "Who is it?" the bodyguard asked. The window rolled down and little Zhao's face appeared. He said indifferently, "Tell your Mr. Krob that President Ning of the Purple Bamboo Forest is looking for him." Purple Bamboo Forest? I've never heard of it. There are no outsiders here. The white bodyguard waved his hand, his face full of impatience. Coming to Hua Hai and not paying respects to the dock is already unruly enough. What, you still want to pretend that you haven't heard of it? Little Zhao sneered. The 2 white bodyguards looked at each other and laughed mockingly. "Stupid monkeys from China, don't even think about putting on an act in front of our Mr. Krob. We have no interest in playing house with you. A small gang like you in China is on a completely different level from our world-class underground families." As he spoke, a white man reached out and pulled down his collar, revealing a silver-gray Colt pistol inside. "Go do what you have to do, or else I'll blow your head off." The white man threatened with a sinister expression. Little Zhao remained calm and turned his head to look at Ning Zimo, who was dressed in black clothes and pants. "Eldest miss?" Little Zhao asked for her opinion. Ning Zimo nodded. Little Zhao understood and suddenly left the steering wheel. 2 fingers pierced right into the bodyguard's eyes. Poochie. His eyeballs were pierced blind and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! The white bodyguard didn't even have time to react as his screams resounded through the night. "You're a snob, there's no point in keeping you," Xiao Zhao sneered. When the white bodyguard saw this, he hurriedly took out his pistol and planned to kill Little Zhao. However, Little Zhao's hand quickly took out a gun from the bodyguard's collar, opened the safety, pulled the trigger, and with a pang sound, a bullet was fired a few tenths of a second faster. A hole appeared in the head of the other white bodyguard and he immediately fell to the ground. Chapter 788. Who are you trying to scare? 0788. When the Krog family's men in the villa heard the commotion outside, the main door immediately opened. A group of bodyguards rushed out like a tide, and the bodyguards patrolling in different positions also rushed over. In an instant, 20 to 30 black-clothed bodyguards of the Krog family surrounded the 3 cars of the Purple Bamboo Forest in the front yard. This group of bodyguards were armed with all kinds of pistols and Uzi submachine guns, and their black muzzles were aimed at the car door. A bearded black gunman pounded on the driver's window with his fist. "You have been surrounded. Hurry up and open the door. Get down here." Although the car was bulletproof, it wasn't too difficult to blow it up. "Eldest miss, it seems like they have quite a few people. How about I go down and meet them first?" Little Zhao turned around and said. Sitting in the back, Ning Zimo held a glass of red wine in her hand and gently shook it. Her beautiful eyes turned as she said, "What's the hurry? We're here to look for Angie Krob. Leave these people to the other brothers. After training for so long, it's time for them to practice their hands. Otherwise, they're going to rust." "Yes." Little Zhao smiled and picked up the walkie-talkie. Do it. As soon as the order was given, more than a dozen figures quickly moved towards this area from all directions of the villa. A group of men in black special operations uniforms with sharp eyes threw out throwing knives from afar and surrounded the group of bodyguards surrounding the car. Puff puff puff. The flying daggers pierced through the bodyguards' bodies, and some of them directly shot into their throats and heads, killing them on the spot. There's an ambush. Only then did the group of Krob family members realize that these 3 cars were just pretenses. The real troops were not in the cars, but outside the walls. This group of members of the Purple Bamboo Forest had learned the simplified version of the movements that Yi Fan had taught them, and had also been trained by the Baphomet killer. They were also elites who had practiced throwing knives. They had a strong physique, sharp and cunning killing skills, and long-range attacks. Even if they didn't have any internal energy, they were still several times stronger than ordinary Special Forces soldiers. Two. A few panicked guards of the Krob family reacted and hurriedly opened fire. However, the bullets from the submachine guns did not have much effect. Instead, they accidentally injured their own people. This group of elite members of the Purple Bamboo Forest were like wolves entering a flock of sheep. Through the positioning techniques of the killers, they avoided the firepower of the guns and used the short knives and daggers they carried with them to quickly slit the throats of these foreigners. A few foreigners found that their pistols could not hit their targets, so they decisively gave up their firearms and began to fight. However, their burly bodies and strong muscles did not give them any advantage. They were horrified to discover that these Chinese people did not look strong, but they were extremely strong, fast, and explosive. Just as the leading black man was about to punch an elite warrior, he saw the warrior do a backflip, his body in the air, and his legs clamped onto the black man's head. Caw-caw. With a twist of the scissor leg, the burly man was dead. The remaining guards of the Krob family sucked in a breath of cold air. They had never seen such a fierce fight in the underground gangs of the Magnesium country. Normally, everyone would use spears to determine victory or defeat. Even if they fought at close range, they would still use their fists to fight. These elites of the Purple Bamboo Forest, on the other hand, used ruthless and efficient killing techniques to beat them up like headless flies, unable to resist at all. Stop. All of you, come back. A voice came from the entrance of the villa. The one who walked out was a middle-aged man wearing a beige collar shirt, a Vacheron Constantine watch, and a head full of curly hair. He looked like a member of the academy. Beside the man stood a tall girl in a red dress. She had a supermodel figure and was snuggling up to the man with seductive eyes. Young Master Angie. Be careful, these people are very dangerous. A Caucasian bodyguard, whose face was covered in blood, said in a trembling voice. Angie Krob kicked the bodyguard away. Useless thing, tens of millions of dollars a year, I actually raised a bunch of trash like you. With you guys here, how can I not be in danger? The bodyguards immediately knelt on the ground. Young Master Angie. Please forgive me. Angie ignored them and walked down the steps to the front of the Maybach with a faint smile on his face. President Ning of the Purple Bamboo Forest, your way of greeting is very special. The driver's door opened, and after Xiao Zhao got off the car, he opened the door for Ning Zimo. Ning Zimo drank all the red wine in one gulp and got off the car. She brushed her shoulder-length hair and revealed a faint smile on her delicate and charming face. No matter how special it is, it's not as special as your Krob families. You just arrived here and you already started kidnapping. Don't you know that the underground network here is now under the control of our Purple Bamboo Forest? Kidnapping? President Ning, we didn't kidnap anyone. Are you mistaken? Angie asked with a smile. I want to take Mr. John Stern and his team away now. Ning Zimo went straight to the point. Angie narrowed his eyes. John is my friend. They are my guests, how can I hand over my friend for no reason? Ning Zimo's face turned cold. Angie Krobu, I don't have the patience to argue with you. You only have two choices now. 1. All of you are dead, and I will take my men and leave. 2. You guys scram back to the magnesium country, and I will take my men and leave. Angie's eyelids twitched. After taking a deep breath, he said, President Ning, I know you're a local snake, but you might not be too clear about the history of our Krob family, and you don't know. How much influence can we have on the country of magnesium? I'm not exaggerating when I say that if you continue to provoke my tolerance, I can let the government of China directly surround and annihilate you. Ha! Ning Zimo laughed and said, Who do you think you're scaring? For the sake of an underground family of the magnesium country, does the magnesium country want to start a war with our China? Don't think too much of yourself, just like how I don't think our purple bamboo forest is worthy of the government's special care and causing chaos in society. I'll only give you one chance to make a choice. Don't waste my time sleeping at night. A gloomy look appeared in Angie's eyes. May I ask, why did you take John away? Could it be that you have a cooperation with the embroidery group? I'm not interested in answering you. I'm just here to take them away. I can also kill you, Ning Shuamo said. Angie coldly snorted, Do you dare to kill me? A mere lowly local organization in China dares to kill me, Angie Krob. He was simply overestimating himself. I'll leave them to you, Brenda, my darling, kill them all. Chapter 789. Just let it go 0789. The girl in the red dress, Brenda, smiled charmingly and licked her lips. Okay, sweetheart. As Brenda spoke, she took her feet out of her high heels and gracefully walked towards Ning Zimo. A few of the purple bamboo forest elite standing in front naturally wouldn't let her get close to Ning Zimo, so they directly charged towards Brenda. However, Brenda's eyes revealed a hint of ridicule. She spread out her arms and a crystalline pink mist spread out. Be careful of the poison. When the two elites in front realized this, they hurriedly held their breaths and took 2 steps back. However, with this pause, Brenda quickly rushed forward and took out a silver butterfly knife from somewhere. With a flash of the blade, it slashed across the throats of the 2 men, taking away their lives. Only then did everyone realize that this woman called Brenda not only used poison, but her skills were also very good. Seeing this, the people of the purple bamboo forest did not dare to rashly step forward and retreated in fear. Ayaya, why are you running? All of you, come up. Brenda smiled and hooked her finger. Ning Zimo's eyes narrowed. She knew that her subordinates were no match for this woman and said, You guys step back, I'll meet her. With that, 2 willow leaf throwing knives appeared in Ning Zimo's hands. Her body was filled with water, and she had already cultivated it to the great perfection of the Hotian realm. Although she was unable to release her true energy, it was still able to make the speed and power of the throwing knives even better than before. So, 2 throwing knives shot out, so fast that they couldn't be seen at all. Brenda dodged to the side and giggled, Not bad throwing knife skills, continue. Ning Zimo quickly moved, shooting throwing knives at Brenda from different angles, but they were all dodged. When Brenda saw that the distance between them was about right, she quickly advanced. The butterfly knife was like a silver phantom, dangerously slashing in front of Ning Zimo, less than 3 centimeters away. If it wasn't for Ning Zimo's quick reaction, her neck would have been slit open like her subordinates. The people of the purple bamboo forest were trembling in fear, while Angie Krob was sneering. What the crowd didn't know was that on the roof of the villa, a man and a woman were standing, silently watching the battle below. Sun Qian, do you know who this Brenda is? The man who spoke was Yi Fan, who came over because he was worried. The woman behind him was wearing the uniform of a waiter from the Purple Leaf Tea House. She was Sun Qian, who was in charge of protecting Ning Zimo. Sun Qian's duty was to secretly protect Ning Zimo, so she wouldn't appear during normal gang activities. King, this Brenda should be the venomous lady, ranked 36th on the assassin ranking. She's an assassin with special glands that can secrete poison. Angie Krob must have spent a lot of money to keep her by his side. As an elder of Baphomet and one of the top 20 assassins on the assassin ranking, Sun Qian naturally knew about the assassins in the world. Oh, so it's an ability killer. I've been retired for a long time, but I've never heard of this guy. Then do you think Ninger is in danger? Yi Fan asked. King, although that poisonous woman's combat skills and physical fitness are inferior to Miss Ning's, her poison is fatal. To be honest, I think that Miss Ning is very dangerous. Do you want me to take action? Sun Qian asked. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. He has the upper hand in terms of raw strength, but the other party is playing tricks. Such a stifling battle can be found everywhere in the underground world. Don't worry, let's see if Ninger has made any progress in her cultivation over the past half a year. At this time, the battle in the front yard had already passed more than 20 moves. Ning Zimo did not use the throwing knife again. After trying it out, she realized one thing. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to hit, so she had to make the other party reveal a flaw. She quickly stepped forward and sent a flying kick straight towards Brenda's heart. After practicing the movements that Yi Fan had taught her for so long, Ning Zimo's physical fitness had long since been reborn. The power of this kick was even stronger than that of many Xiantian martial artists. Brenda raised his hand to block and discovered that it was very strenuous. He could only retreat and remove a portion of the force. At the same time, his other hand waved towards Ning Zimo and released a pink poisonous mist. Ning Zimo was already prepared. She borrowed the force to do a backflip and at the same time, a throwing knife shot towards Brenda's throat at close range. Brenda didn't expect that Ning Zimo would still be able to shoot out throwing knives in such a state. In a moment of desperation, he quickly leaned back to dodge. Now was the time. Ning Zimo was waiting for this kind of opportunity. In her other hand, there was actually a throwing knife hidden. This was also the reason why she used her feet to attack, not her hands. Taking advantage of the moment when Brenda dodged backwards and couldn't see her movements, Ning Zimo threw out another throwing knife. Just as Brenda was about to get up, he felt an ice-cold object pierce through his abdomen. Pfft! Fresh blood was brought out by the throwing knife. Brenda let out a blood-curdling scream and looked at his abdomen in disbelief. The dark red color was continuously spreading. The group of people from the purple bamboo forest immediately shouted excitedly, "President is mighty! President is mighty!" Ning Zimo was also pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect that her battle plan would actually succeed. She had gotten rid of this poisonous woman's methods. After half a year of bitter training, she had finally tasted the joy of progress. Seeing that Brenda was injured, Ning Zimo did not show any mercy. 2 more throwing knives pierced into her body and head, taking her life on the spot. On the roof of the villa, Yi Fan winked at Sun Qian. "Sun Qian, you didn't spar with me for so long, right? It's all the result of Miss Ning's own hard work." Sun Qian said with a smile. And Ji, who was standing on the steps, looked at Ning Zimo in disbelief. How could the president of a local gang in China have such a strong fighting strength? One had to know that in the Magnesium country, the battles between the underground families were all done by hiring others. The upper echelons of the families and gangs would usually not do it themselves. "Alright, Angie, if you still have any experts to send out, I'll wait here. If you don't want to die. Then, John Stern and his team, I want to see them now." Ning Zimo walked towards Angie and said. Angie's face was gloomy. He had never thought that the purple bamboo forest would interfere in this matter, but he could only admit defeat now. He let one of his subordinates enter the house. Not long after, he brought out a group of people who were in a sorry state. It was obvious that although this movie production team wasn't beaten up after being kidnapped, they were still quite frightened. Ning Zimo let them get into the SUV at the back. The 2 cars were empty to begin with. After picking up the people, they drove away. With an ashen face, Angie said, "All right, President Ning, I've handed him over to you. Now, please clean up the corpses here. I'm going to take a bath and have a good sleep." Chapter 790. 0790 and G panicked for a moment, but then he frowned and thought for a moment. He laughed and said, "Do you think you can scare me? You just said that if I hand him over to you, you will stop. What I said was if you don't want to die. I didn't say that if you let him go, I won't let you die." Ning Zimo sneered. Only then did Ng realize the loophole in his words. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, You actually played this kind of trick with me. Could it be that he would kill me, Angie Krob, for the sake of a few small fries? Are you crazy? These people were just chess pieces. Just like an uncountable number of bullets, they're nothing more than expendable sacrifices. Ning Zimo took out a throwing knife and slowly walked towards Angie. "The subordinates of your Krob family might be consumables, but every single one of our brothers and sisters in the purple bamboo forest has followed me with their lives. Blood for blood, Mr. Angie Krob. You only have one life, and you can't compensate for my 2 dead brothers, so I can only let you die a little more painfully." What? And G turned pale with fright and staggered back. Are you really crazy? If you dare to kill me, aren't you afraid that our Krob family will annihilate you? Ning Zimo completely ignored him. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed Ng's neck. Ng didn't have much kung fu, so he was naturally unable to resist. As he struggled, his eyes were filled with fear. Ning Zimo, on the other hand, held a throwing knife in her hand and quickly pierced it into Ng's body, back, arms, and thighs. Puff 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 puff. There were more than a dozen bloody holes in his body, causing Ng to scream miserably in pain. Ning Zimo threw Ng on the ground and looked at his entire body covered in blood. She said indifferently, "Don't worry, you can still continue bleeding for at least a minute and a half. Your body is cold, and you're getting closer and closer to death." Angie began to wail, "Please. Save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." However, his voice became weaker and weaker, and his pupils gradually dilated. Ning Zimo said to little Zhao, "Clean up this place and send Mr. John Stern and the others to the embroidery group. The families of the 2 brothers who died in battle should be well compensated." "Yes, Missy," Xiao Xiao nodded. When Yi Fan saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. It had been a long time since he had seen Ning Zimo reveal this side of her. He had been watching her elegantly brew tea and had almost forgotten that there was actually a bloodthirsty she-wolf hidden in her heart. Sun Qian said, "My king, Miss Ning, is a bit like you when you were an assassin. I used to be so ruthless." Yi Fan turned around and asked. Sun Qian smiled and nodded. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. "Everyone has a time when they're young. Angie Krob is not worth mentioning, but the Krob family does have some power in the Magnesium country. I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest," Sun Qian said. Fan Xian grinned. "The Krob family doesn't know, but I'm the one behind Ninger. If they knew, they wouldn't have looked down on the purple bamboo forest. If they make a big deal out of this, the people above will naturally know that I have Empress Ning's backing. If they want to stand up for the Krobs, I'll play with them." Sun Qian lowered her head and replied, "This subordinate has been overthinking things." Yi Fan stretched lazily, then jumped up and landed in the courtyard. The people of the purple bamboo forest were shocked, thinking that there was another enemy. After seeing that it was Yi Fan, they all smiled happily. Ning Shuima smiled helplessly and said, "Hubby, do you really not believe me? Didn't I tell you not to come? I can take care of it. I just came to take a look, just in case I didn't interfere." Yifan smiled and walked forward, reaching out to embrace the woman's waist. I know you don't want to rely on me for everything, Ninger, but I must ensure your safety, because you are my woman first, and then the president of the Purple Bamboo Forest. Lower your voice, the people from our gang are still here. Ning Zimo blushed, afraid that the people behind her would hear her. Yifan said happily, we're all on the same side, it's no big deal. However, I was really surprised tonight. My Ninger was actually able to kill an internationally famous assassin ranked 36th on the assassin list. Ning Zimo was shocked, what? That woman is ranked 36th on the assassin list. Yifan nodded, that's right, in the past half a year, your hard work has not been in vain. When your cultivation breaks through to the innate stage, your strength will definitely improve further. Ning Zimo was both surprised and happy. She happily grabbed Yifan's hand and said, hubby, you've been so busy recently, it's been a long time since you've accompanied me. Let's take advantage of the charming moonlight tonight and go out to eat something and drink some wine, okay? Of course, Yifan didn't have any objections. He had been running around a while ago, so it was time to take some time to accompany the women around him. Little Zhao would take care of the rest of the matters here. Yifan and Ning Zimo drove to the night market together. On the way, Yifan called Su Qingxue and told the woman that the matter had been resolved. Su Qingxue found out that Ning Zimo had personally brought people to rescue Stern and his group, so she asked Yifan to pass the phone to Ning Zimo. The two women seemed to have a rather friendly relationship, perhaps because Ning Zimo didn't fight for anything. Sister Ning, it's been hard on you. I've already received a call from Mr. Stern, they're all fine. Su Qingxue said. It's nothing, this is something that happened in our Purple Bamboo Forest's territory, of course we can't let the foreigners show off their might. Fortunately, they kidnapped Mr. Stern and the others at night. If it was during the day, they would definitely hype it up in the news media, saying that the production team of the embroidery group had been threatened. Then who would dare to work for the embroidery group? Ning Zimo said. Su Qingxue replied with an "And, Sister Ning, are you interested in investing in our embroidery film and television? The film and television industry is rather special, we need to eat both black and white. I feel that if the Purple Bamboo Forest can be tied to our company, no matter if it's the staff or the actors, they will all trust us more." Hearing this, Ning Zimo's eyes lit up, but I heard that you guys don't lack funds and don't plan to pull in other partners. The others are all outsiders, Sister Ning is one of us, Su Qingxue said. Ning Zimo looked at Yifan who was driving beside her, and said with a smile, all right, I won't be unreasonable anymore. I was just worried about not being able to find a project to invest in, let's find a time to have a meal together and talk about it. All right, when the time comes, just contact me directly, there's no need to go through an assistant. Su Qingxue said gently. All right, Qingxue, then I'll be hanging up. After ending the call, Ning Zimo said to Yifan with a smile, hubby, I feel that Qingxue's EQ is quite high. In the past, I heard that she was often unreasonable and made enemies everywhere. Now that I look at it, she doesn't seem like that kind of person at all. Yifan smiled and said, my wife has a high IQ, so of course she can have a high EQ. It's just that she's willing or not. She just chose a way that is the best way for her to get along with you. Why do you think of your wife so scheming? Maybe she really likes me this time. Ning Xuemo said. Li Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders. He actually didn't care, no matter what Su Qingxue thought, as long as the women were harmonious, it would be fine. The two of them arrived at a rather famous night snack barbecue restaurant in Huahai. The folk singer inside was singing, and there were quite a few people. Smoke filled the air, and it was full of noise. However, the two of them didn't usually have the chance to eat in such a lively place, so it was quite interesting. They ordered a bunch of kebabs and a bunch of beer. The two of them chatted about recent events, listened to the songs, and waited happily for the dishes to be served. However, at this moment, the sound of a wine bottle shattering came from a table behind them. Many people in the restaurant cried out in alarm.